Cool. So, Kevin, thank you for being my guinea pig on this. So over here at Big Mojo, we are moving most of our campaigns to what I call thank you campaigns. Sometimes we'll call them a second helping campaign, but there's a lot of advantages to them. There's a heck of a lot less copywriting. We get to take advantage of the partners flow. What I mean by that is the sales that they're already getting, right? There's only two ways you can make money. You either get assets flowing, right? You take a dead pool of assets and you get them flowing, right? Or you tap into the flow. If you don't want to provide all the energy all of our life, let the partners, let the clients provide the flow, and then it's almost like them working for us, right? These campaigns are super simple to explain to people, and it gets them focused on the thing that they want most, not the thing that they value the least, which is people don't value the copywriting. They don't really value email marketing or direct mail marketing. What they do value, though, is the idea of having a salesperson or a team of salespeople, which is our virtual, we call tappers, right? Our virtual sales team. So let me just give you an area view, then I'll slow down a little bit. So there's lots and lots of companies out there. They're doing lots of transactions every single day, right? And then they have another thing to sell them, right? We want to try to focus on $1,000 things to $3,000 things-ish, right? But they have other things to sell them, but they don't sell a lot of them for two reasons. Well, there's more than two, but here's the two big ones. One, they don't have a sales team, right? So it's like, sure, they might sell 100 free plus shipping things right now. They take them through their funnel, right? And that's about it, right? Because they don't want to have the sales team, right, on there. The other reason is, like, how many times can you run people to the same webinar? So even if they brought in these people, right, and they'd have a great webinar, they're going to run that webinar once, maybe twice, those same people, right? And they're never going to run that webinar again, or they have to come up with a new webinar, which creates time and everything, right? So the main idea of this, and I'm not saying just to start it out the conversation with your partner like this, but it's like, Kevin, awesome. So you've got 50 people coming in a day off your free plus shipping offer or your $47 info product or whatever that is, right? What do you think would happen if we mailed them a letter and thanked them profusely? And inside that letter, we say, we also have our advanced version or this thing or our next thing that we have. Would you like to hear more about it? And then they got to talk to a salesperson. Do you think that you might make some money with that?
It sounds so simple.
Yeah, they're gonna be like, yeah, of course I'll probably make some money. Just from a side note, there are multi-million-dollar companies, and this is a billion-dollar industry, but we've all probably been on the other side of this, right? We buy something from Russell Brunson, right, online, and next thing we know is somebody's calling us and saying, hey, thank you so much for buying Russell Brunson's ClickFunnels, right? We're so glad to have you. I don't know if you know it or not, but he has a mastermind program to help you get up to speed faster. Would you like to hear about that, right? They just do it on the phone, right? There's all kinds of companies where people just take their customer databases, they send it to them, and they do outbound calls to everybody that had bought the lower ticket item, and they sell them into the next thing, right? In essence, this is what we're doing. We're just using our tappers to do it, right? We're just sending out emails or direct mails and letting our tappers tap them in, right? The magic of it is they already have flow, right? So once we write the emails, once we got the T1, T2, and T3 working, right? We let the flow do the work, right? So if they're bringing in 100 people a day, and we're closing 5 to 10% of those in the first week on a $1,000 program, right? Or a $2,000 program, right? That's some pretty good money right there in the first week. and we don't have to keep writing emails, if that makes sense. I'm going to slow down a little bit and see if we got the main concept down.
I had a quick question actually. So with the Free Plus, what they're doing right now, I was actually curious. Are they the most common Free Plus shipping offers? Do they have any sort of inserts right now, or is it just the
I'm not
button?
talking about doing inserts. I'm just talking about taking the people that have bought and saying, thank you so much for buying this widget, right? So wonderful to have you. We also have this advanced widget or this next level widget. Would you like to hear about it? Yes, I would, right? And they raise their hand, just like the rest of our T3 funnel.
Right.
Raise their hand. Awesome, right? Nice to get to know you. Would you be okay if I ask you a couple of questions and make sure that this next program would be a good fit for you, right? Awesome, perfect. And then we just T3 them. It's just a regular, we're just not sending a gazillion emails every day to their list. It's not moving, right? We're taking advantage of their flow that they already have, right?
And are you sending it with their book, or would it be a second mailing?
No, it's a second mailing.
Okay.
Yep.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yep. And it doesn't have to be Free Plus shipping offers, but right now there's a lot of people teaching that, and a lot of people out there doing that. But any digital product, whether on ClickBank, where they're selling $47 things and they're selling 30, 40 a day, right? But they have to have we want them to have that next thing, which is the $1,000 or $3,000 program, right? Maybe they're just not selling a lot of it because they don't have the phone team or what have you. We don't want to have to create that for them. So these are the things we like. Tell me about your flow. Tell me about the next thing that you have for sale, right? What do you think would happen if we sent out a letter to everybody and we thanked them, right? Profusely. And then we said, hey, would you like to hear about our next thing? And we just took any of the responses and we closed them for you. So that's the main function of it. Now, your test, when you do your test, of course, will you tap in? So perfect. I'd like to send that mail. We want to test it on your email first. Like, how many past customers do you have, right? You'll use your past customers to get your T1s dialed in, right? Make sure it works, right? It's like anything else. If it's not working, we're not going to sweat the load on it. You're going to know with your first T1 or a couple T1s, if they're like, fuck you, asshole, like everybody that hates them, right? Get the fuck out, right? If they're like, hey man, like I didn't like your last program, where's my refund, right? Like, don't keep on trying to put lipstick on a pig, right? If it goes silent, right? If it's just silent, that's another thing. They're neutral to them, right? But most of these campaigns that work, like, hey, yeah, I would love to know more about your next thing, right? And you can kind of troubleshoot it through that, right? But we're not trying to do these campaigns where we've got to bring in 100 grand for them, or all we're doing is we're getting our messaging dialed in so we can tap into the flow. We can either put it in their email autoresponders and ideally put it into their direct mail, so that once the buyers come, then it gets triggered to go out. And there's different ways of doing it, right? But so it gets, ideally we'd like it to be triggered, like using Postalytics, right? So every time some people buy, those letters get to them as quickly as possible. Do you know why?
Why?
Because recency will fucking make you rich. Like, your best time to close these people is minutes after they buy, right? After that, every day that goes by, like, your closing ratio will get lower and lower, right? But that's how we're getting these responses. Part of just that they just bought something related to that, right? We want to get those letters out, right? Or that email inside of the autoresponder, right? And start tapping those people in soon after they've bought that thing, right? We want to let the customers or our partners' energy do a lot of the work for us. We want to take advantage of recency. All these things will take a shitload of effort and energy off of our table, right? If that makes sense.
Right. So what I'm hearing is you do the first aid offer with email.
Yep.
Just to test out the T1s, just to see
Yep.
what kind of angles work, what sort of symptoms work. And after that test here, if you're
Well, let me pause you because you're right, but a good or a simple one is not going to be, most time you're just selling what they already bought on the previous one. It's just an advanced version, right? So it literally is, thank you for buying this, right? We have an advanced version or a speedier version or some things with some extra stuff. Would you like to hear about that, right? So yes, we can test angles and stuff, but like if we can't, if it doesn't work just offering them more of what they've already purchased, right? It, like, we don't want to probably sit there and try to figure out 50 million angles. Now, if it's working okay and we're making some money with that, then we can try to tighten up the angles or do what have you. But we want to get the fuck in and we want to get the fuck out if it's not working, right? The test should be like 5 to 10 emails. I tell my partner, let's do 5 or 10 emails and see how that works, right? I've left some of these after 2 emails. I'm like, dude, it ain't gonna work, right?
Right.
But there's no like big drama. There's no big like, oh, you know, and we're not putting the focus on the copy, right? Putting it on the virtual sales team. I don't call them tappers to my partners, right? But the virtual sales team. Oh my God, if I had a salesperson, right? That's what we're funding for them. And we're just going to be driving leads to our virtual salespeople, right? By thanking your people, right? And offering them a second helping or offering them your next thing, right? Once you've got it up and running, then if you decide, hey, let's figure out some more angles, right? That's awesome, but let's get in the money-making position first. You may decide, like, fuck it, let's just run the direct mail and this and just leave it alone, right? Once you've got the copy in there and you've got your drip campaign working for your email or your direct mail, they're doing the work. Does that make sense? Like, and what you'll see is like, oh my gosh, like, wow, because you can add, you know, $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 a day to these guys' revenue, depending on what and where do you think they're gonna do with that? Yeah, some of them will spend it, but some of them are like, fuck, let's buy some more front end with it, right?
Right.
Right. So typically on digital products, I'm getting 50% revenue shares on these, right? The way I do it is like, I want to partner up with you on this, right? I'm providing the sales team, the postage, right? All that kind of stuff. So I don't want to make this about percentages. I want to grow both of our shares as big as possible, right? I'm sure you'd rather have 50% of $1 million than 80% of 100,000, right? So the worst thing I could do to you is to take a percentage. It would be too small, or it inhibited me from growing both of our sides on this, right? So we're doing 50-50 deals on products that have the margin and the digital side, right? There's so many people teaching courses right now and coaching, right? I mean, obviously you could do this with any type of business that has lots of transactions, right? A roofer, right? But why not keep it simple and just go look for guys that are selling a bunch of digital products on the front end and they have $1,000. It doesn't have to be 1,000 to 3,000. It can be 5,000. It can be 10,000, right? But we're finding the sweet spot is like between 1,000 and 3,000, right? And then we're putting it on payments too, right?
Right.
All those kind of things we're putting on payments, right? But like I said, if you can convert 5% to 10% of the people in the first week when they come in, right? You can look at the numbers, right? Even if you're doing $1,000 product and you're getting 50%, that's $500 per sale. Even if you have to amortize it out over 10 months, it's still $50 a month that you're adding to your cash flow, right? And you're going to convert about 50% of those into full pays, right? But it doesn't take a whole lot of flow, right, to get those numbers, right? And once you've got the emails working, you don't have to keep on pounding out emails, right? You just stick them in the flow, right? for direct mail, you can use click to mail to get it started, right? Just to test because sometimes the direct mail won't work exactly like the email does, and you have to tweak it, right? But there's a service called Postalytics that we're starting to use, right? That'll just allow you to go in there. And as soon as a buyer comes in, right, it will send out a letter, right? And you can either send it out that day or wait some time, right? But it'll send out a letter, right? So all the new buyers, it comes in, you send out the letters, or you might want to wait till if you got your emails in the autoresponder, you might want to wait till those kick through to generate some revenue, right? And then start triggering out your direct mail, right? But then once you got all set up, you just kick back, you manage your tapper or have somebody manage the tapper, right? And just let the customer bring in all the flow, right?
So you're looking for, is there a certain number of front-end offers that you're looking for when you're having these conversations with partners?
That's going to be depending on what is a good income level for you, right?
Right.
I probably wouldn't have anybody get involved in one. It's not going to bring in at least $5,000 or $10,000 a month, right? Which is fairly easy to do, right? If they're even doing 10 or 12 sales a day, right? You figure over a month's time, that's 300 sales a day, right? If you're converting 10%, 5 to 10%, that's 15 to 30 sales a month, right? So you just have to back the numbers out, right? I really don't want to mess with things that, for me, I like to have 50 or 100 orders a day. There's people like Justin Goff who's teaching now 1,000 buyers a day stuff, right? So there's people out there, right? And the response to this has been through the fucking roof. I'll give you some copy for it. But people aren't interested in the email marketing. They're not interested in the direct mail marketing, right? We know that. They want to fill their programs, right? But what people are, they want salespeople, right? So we have these, like, I had a gentleman named Frank send out one just on his profile. He had over 70 responses. Say, hey, if I were to provide a salesperson for you and fund it 100%, manage it 100% for the right person, even generate our own leads, would it make sense for us to talk? And he's got like 140 comments. Of course, half of them are his, right? Because they want the salespeople, right? They just haven't thought about doing the virtual tapper salesperson, right? So you could narrow that down. If you say virtual salespeople, it'll probably throttle your response, right? If you say, hey, you have to have this much flow, that'll throttle your response depending on how many people you want to talk to. But the angle is just getting eaten up right now. They're super easy. I've been closing deals in like 15 minutes on the phone. It's easy to understand, like, what's your flow? Do you have another thing to sell them? Have you sold it before, right? How come you're not selling more now? Well, I don't have a sales team, or I had a salesperson that was selling it for me, or I did a webinar, it went good, but I just don't have time to keep developing new webinars, right? Perfect. Like, here's what I would suggest. Let's send out a letter to them, right? We'll thank them profusely, see if they want to details on your next thing, right? And then we'll close them for you. Like, yeah, that sounds good, right? Say, here's the way I want to do it, so I'm not just blowing my money, right? I want to test it on your email. Like, how many buyers do you have on your email list? We got 50,000. Perfect. So that'll give us time to test the angles, right? And you'll make some money before we even start doing this, right? But that way we can get out with the direct mail and have it all tested out, right? Okay, fine. Super simple to understand. Nobody's doing it. The big advantage that we have, right, is nobody's doing tapping. Nobody's doing virtual salespeople, right? And that's what's really appealing to them, not the copy, right? Not the, like people think like, well, yeah, I probably got a fortune sitting in my direct mail, right? So but the big thing is like, holy crap, because people they don't want to sell, right? They don't want to manage a salesperson, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. And so a question about the T1, whether it's email or direct mail, are you getting them to respond? Have you been testing with email?
Yeah, we just have them. We might do some send some of the direct mail to the website just so we can tag them, right? And then only send out direct mail to the responders, right? Which lowers your costs, right? So, but it's nothing different than we've been doing with Phoneless Sales Machine. It's like, hey, we just set up a Gmail address, right?
Yep.
They reply back to the Gmail address. And some just depends on your demographics. Some demographics, they're fine with text. I'd much rather do a live chat or a text because it's faster. But some demographics are just not into it, right? So the email by and far is like always worked for us, just setting up a Gmail account, right? But we might do it a little bit differently where we send them from like the direct mail into a web page that says, hey, get your free report, or it has a little bit of a pre-sale there. And then they text us or message us, right? The only reason I really want to do that is because then I can take everybody, if I send out 1,000 letters, right? And 100 people hit that site, right? And only 10% of those people respond, right? And send us an email. Now I don't have to send out to the whole 1,000. I can just send out to the 100, right? That responded, right? And the same thing with the 10 people that did respond, right? If 1 or 2 of those people buy, I can follow up based on triggers, right? Just with those people, and it's going to the ROI is like ridiculous, right? Because now you've got buyers and responders, right? It's like when you send out email and you send to opens, right? Like if you send out email and you get like 20% open rate, right? Then you take that as a segment and you send to that, like you're going to get 70, 80, 90% open rates, right? But in direct mail, like it costs you every time, right? Yeah. But you get the hand raisers, track them, right? And then just mail to the hand raisers, then you've lowered your costs by 90% while keeping all the conversions, right?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Now, so a question when you're having conversations with these partners, when you're taking a look at their front end offer, whether it's free plus shipping or whatever digital product they have, are you finding that you're finding yourself repositioning their high ticket offer? Just because what I'm hearing is that the high ticket offer is an advanced version of the, let's say, free plus shipping, right?
Yeah, or whatever it is, whatever their digital product is, right? We have one where this is kind of one that surprised me that worked, right? But they actually bought a diet, right? A certain type of diet in a book, but they're so into this diet that they want to coach it themselves. So he's got a coaching offer how to become this kind of diet coach, right? And he sold a bunch of it before we came in. He just didn't have a salesperson to keep selling it, right? So that's what you're looking for. Like have you sold any of it, right? If they're like, no, I haven't sold any of it, it's a brand new thing, then don't do it, right? That's probably going to be your biggest thing. But again, like you're looking for a specific house with 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, right? It's in a good neighborhood, right? Those kind of things. So it's really more them qualifying for you, right? Yeah, you want them to have flow. You want them to have a next thing it doesn't have to be selling now, but it has to have sold in the past, right? More than likely, they're probably selling a few now, right? But we don't want to just keep banging our heads, like trying to make it work, right? 5 to 10 emails out to the list. Probably you're going to know in 5. You're going to know in 5 if it's going to work or not, right? If it doesn't work in 5, get the fuck out, right? Because the ones that are working, right, they're going to work, right? If that makes sense.
It does.
That's what we're looking for. We're looking for flow. They've got a next thing. Now, sometimes the next thing might be like a $500 thing, right? And they say, look, let's do this, right? Let's make it, let's start out, and you can always do price testing later on. But one of the things I'll do is I'll take it and I'll double the price, but put it on payment programs. Okay. Right. So if they have like a $500 program, I might even triple the price, right? just depending on what the value is. But let's do this. Instead of selling it at $500, right? Or the three payments of $200 that you've been doing or whatever, let's do this. Let's make it 10 payments of $180. And then if they want to do a full pay, we'll knock $500 off, right? So it'll be $1,300, right? But now, like, look at what they've got now, right? And what do you think is easier to sell? One full pay of $500 or 10 payments of $130?
10 pays.
By far, by a fucking long shot, right? So then you've just cut what I call it widening your yes hole, right?
Yep.
But it's by far, and here's the thing, you won't lose any full pays because as soon as they say, I'm in, right? There's two things you can do. One, you can say, perfect, thank them. We've got a pay in full discount. Would you like to hear about that, right?
Right.
Still get those pay in fulls. Or just depending on what you're, like if you're doing email, sometimes the back and forth with email is a little bit cumbersome. So you just send them to the shopping cart, right? That has both options, right? And let them choose once they're there, right? If it's more of a text or you're doing like Facebook Messenger, right? Then I would just say, perfect. So happy to have you. We've got a pay in full discount. Would you like to hear about that? I can save you $500 if you just want to pay this in full. I don't have a big dog in the fight. Which one's best for you, right? But if it's email, you might just say, perfect, that's awesome. Let's get you enrolled, right? Here's your first step, right? And they just choose whatever payment option. Again, 40 to 50%, depending on the niche, right? We'll take the full pays, which is probably a better conversion rate than they had with the 500 or the two payments to, or three payments to begin with, right? But we're also taking, again, if you get it working even okay with their built up list that they have, it will work so much better when people have just bought.
Right.
When's your open rate the highest? You ever, like, when you look at your customers, when's your open rate the highest?
Right after.
Right after, right? They'll open up like any list actually, right? Like the first open rates are like 50, 60, 70%, right? And then as time goes by, the open rate gets smaller, right? So that's why the guys like James is doing 30 or 40 sales a day, right? And then he gets 16 people to reach out to him, right? Because the open rate's so high, right? And so now just out of 30 people, he's got 16 people to tap, right? 15, 16 people to tap, right?
Right.
And he's closing 3 of them a day, right?
And still the same thing when they raise their hand, you're giving them a T2 qualification.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And the price of the pricing program or payment plan, you're only mentioning that to them in the T3 itself, right?
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
We might do some price anchoring, right? Later on, right? After everything's working, right? But right now, we're just like, hey, thank you for buying this thing. We got an advanced thing or an accelerated thing. Would you like to hear about it, right? Would you like the details on it, right? Yeah, I would, right? Right. So that's all we're doing, right? And then we're trying to make that hole as big as possible, right? Instead of saying, hey, it's $2,000, right? It's 10 payments of $200, right? Or 12 payments, right? I don't like 12 as much sometimes because I get the feeling that, I can cancel at any time, right? And by the way, this doesn't matter if it's a 8-week program. It doesn't matter if it's a year-long program, a 6-month program, 8-week program, or even a 2-day program. Still offer the financing on it. We're still seeing 70 and 80% completion rates on these, right? Your partner may be a little bit resistant to it. Usually if this is a bolt-on though, they're not too resistant to it because it's just found money for them, right?
Right.
They'll say, well, this is only a 6-week program. Nobody's going to pay me for 10 months on it. And that's complete thinking and not data. The data is consumers are very, very programmed to buy something, right? It's only going to last a short amount of time and pay for it over a long amount of time. There's just numerous examples, but just a few. One right now, I'm sure there's a woman somewhere buying a Coach handbag, right, for a couple grand. She's going to wear it for a year and probably pay on it for 10, right? College, you usually go to college for 4 years, right? And you pay on it for 10, 15, or 20 years, right? The average wedding in the United States is $30,000. Now, how many fathers of the brides do you think just writing out a check for 30 grand? Not many. They have one day of wedding and they pay on it for 10 or 15 years, right? Consumers are already behaviorally acclimated to that. Get it now, even if it only lasts a short time, pay on it for a long time, right? And I'm not saying take advantage of people, right? But what I am saying is, like, the first thing, well, it's only an 8-week program. They'll never pay me. They'll never pay me for 10 months. Yes, they will. I sell 3-day programs on it all the time, and they pay me for 10 months, right? 80% of the people. Yeah, you have a few people that drop off, and you know, like we had coronavirus this last time, right? But by and large, I trust people, right? Especially if you position it, right, as, hey, this is not a cancel anytime, right? I'm just financing it for you so that as many people as possible can get the benefits of this program. I don't say it like that, right? But so as many people as possible can, whatever the benefit, you know, lose weight, right? Or be healthier, whatever the thing is, right?
And I guess let's say 20% of the people who don't buy it kind of offsets the amount of people who are actually coming inside as well.
Dude, the numbers are just ridiculous. Ridiculous. Have you seen my Millionaire Math numbers? We have a few minutes. I do have a hard stop time, but let me see if I can pull up my Millionaire Math real quick for you. That might be helpful. Yeah, the numbers are just the millions people are losing by not doing this is just ridiculous. Let me see.
And I guess this is how you're explaining it to the partners as well, when
That's
they're
right.
kind of on the fence of
Yeah.
doing payment plans.
Yeah, well, try to cover it before they get to the objection, right?
Right.
You say, hey, a lot of people have a hard time understanding this. Why will people pay for a year on a 6-week program, right? And then you just go through the examples I just gave you, right? People are
Already primed to do that.
that's right. So let me share my screen really quick here. I always say really quick. I don't know why I say really quick. It's never really quick. Share my screen. Screen share. Okay. So here's the part where the owner finance hack. Do you have this document?
This is my first time seeing it, actually.
Yeah, we need to have you guys. This is kind of I view this like buying a house that's in good shape, right? We don't want to do foundational work to it, right? We just want to come in and, like, can we slap some paint on it? Can we change out the door? What's the minor things that we can do that will give it more value? But the big one is the owner finance hack, right? So let's take a look at, if somebody's currently selling a digital product for $1K and they normally sell 50 in a campaign, or they want to sell 50, right? Let's say they run a campaign and say, hey, we sold 50, right? At 1K. So they make 50K on that, right? But when we add financial leverage in the payment program, let's say we did it at $220 a month for 12 months. So right off the bat, like, we've gone from $1,000 to $2,640, like a 260% improvement. Yeah. If we still only sold 50, right, we end up making $132,000 or $11,000 per month, right? So even if our conversion rate did not improve at all, we're already $82,000 a head, right? And of
Right.
course, you can
Right.
factor in 70% of the people will pay or 30% won't, right? But still,
There's still
um,
a
that's right. By a ridiculous amount. And here's the cool thing: you'll still get this 50K. These people that would have paid full pay are still going to pay typically at full pay, right? But here's what usually happens: if we double our conversion rate, right? I'm like that's my bare minimum. What I normally see, we'll double our conversion rate, right? What's easier, 1,000 or 220 a month for people to do, right? 220 a month,
220.
a fucking long shot, right? Especially if they're a self-milking cow, right? And we're doing this in consumer niches too, where there's not a self-milking cow, where they're not going to make money, but these niches where they're actually going to make some money, like do it what they're teaching, like it works even better, right?
Right.
Let's say we double our conversion rate. Now we've got $264,000 versus $50,000 or $22,000 a month, right? If we triple our conversion rate, which I see, right? Now we got $396,000, right? Versus 50 grand, right? We're making 33,000 a month. So who the fuck cares if 30% of the people don't pay, right? Even if 50% of the people don't pay, right? But like I said, if you have 100, if you're increasing your conversion rate, your IMINs by 3 times, and you say, hey, by the way, we got a pay in full discount. Would you like to hear about it? And half of the people say, yeah, I want to make a payment in full. So now you've got 75 people that just paid you everybody less than 2640. But let's say you knock off, here, I did the numbers down here. Let's say I can save you 740 if you want to pay 1,900, right? And you're still going to collect more by making that hole bigger, right? So that's why I want to do the owner financing, right? Running this, we all want easier yeses, right? We all want to make more money, right? But trying to get all that money up front, right? And we still want to get it up front, but it's just changing how we make the offer. If we get them to micro commit and say, yeah, I can do 220 a month, right? And then we present the saving on the full pay, like the micro commitment is huge, right? You get 3 times the amount of people say, yeah, I can do that. And then they just say, oh, well, fuck it, right? But without that micro commitment, that $2,000 is too big of a leap, right? Or whatever it is.
Right. And just a small specific question. If this is a Beamer deal, are you getting 30, 50% on the monthly payments? Or are you waiting for?
Yeah, okay. No, yeah, you get 50% of, I mean, it may not always be 50%, right? But that's where I'm shooting for. I've had some really, really smart, savvy people like 50%, yeah, because it's found money for them, right? They're not making this money anyways, right? The big thing is don't get fucking hung up on a percentage, and don't let them get hung up on a percentage, right? We've got our arm around them, and we're building something together, right? So if we're trying to go somewhere, like if you're trying to go, where are you at right now?
Montreal.
Okay, so if you're gonna try to drive down to Arkansas, right? And we're trying to work together to get you down here to Arkansas, right? Is it gonna do any of us any good to say, well, I'm only gonna give you $100 in gas? No, because you're never gonna fucking make it, right? The goal is to get from Montreal to Russellville, Arkansas, right? So we need to make that work for everybody, right? And just yesterday, I did the deal that wasn't 50%. He had actually agreed to 50%. I'm like, you know what? I'd rather see how you have some extra money where you can bring in more people, right? So let's do 40-60, right? So I took a 40%, right? Just because I thought I'd end up making more money at 40%, giving him the 60%, right? Does that make sense?
It does. It does.
So I don't want to get hung up on a percentage because you can't take a fucking percentage to the bank, right? And these people would much rather have 50% of $1 million, right? Yeah. Something we could be aggressive with, right? Than 80% of 250 grand, right? By a long shot, right? So I never want to get hung up on these percentages, and people get too hung up on the percentage. But yeah, you get the payments too. And it's really, really nice. Like you get these payments going and they're stacking, right? And the next month comes around, right? And you've already, you know what you're going to make the next month, right? They're super, super nice. Yeah, they just set you up as an affiliate and you on their shopping cart and you just make 50% or 40% or whatever.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the, you know, the starting it off. It's
Awesome.
Super easy to explain, super easy to test, super easy to keep running once it's going, right? We're not running into deadlines and, you know, all that kind of stuff. We're just taking advantage of the flow that they already have and putting our card, right? Putting our, we already want them to have the ace of hearts, the king of hearts, the queen of hearts, the jack of hearts. And we just want to come in with the 10 of hearts. We don't want to try to like, oh, you don't have the ace or the king. Let me go out and try to, no, right? We want them to have all that. And we just have the missing card and they're going to see it. Like, holy fuck. Like, yeah, if I had a person to actually answer questions and a salesperson to be a virtual salesperson, that'd be awesome, right? You've got the 10 of hearts. The deals happen pretty naturally, right? If it's not their pie that they're eating from, you're gonna have a lot easier time getting a 50% revenue share. If it's a pie that they're planning on eating from, right, rather than found money, right, then it's gonna be harder. But if it's just found money, like, well, I'm not selling any of these things now, right? Or not very many of them, right? I'm making most of my money. Most of these guys try to make their money off the front end, right? So we just say, look, let's be aggressive with this if it works, right? And let's run out to your direct mail, right? And let's just grow this thing, right? But in order to grow it, like we need to do it as partners, right? Like, fuck it, yeah, that sounds good, right?
I don't want to get lost in the abstract, but is the, let's say, 10 of hearts your virtual sales team that you're bringing for them because they
That's it. That's it. It's your virtual. It's your tapper, right? I don't call it a tapper to them. We can call it, but it's the fact that we have a process and a system and a person that's actually can take questions, right, and give them an intimate experience, right? You know, actually, in a lot of ways, we're starting to use this on cold traffic, which I don't want to get into right now, but there's a lot of advantages to being virtual that you don't have with a regular phone person. And some of those is like your phone person can only talk to one person at a time, right? What does that mean? That means that they're not going to have an army of salespeople. So that means people have to wait when they're interested. Now they got to wait 2 days, right? They got to wait 2 days to talk to somebody. Guess that's why show-up rates are so low. Like they've lost their interest before they ever get to them. But when they say, yeah, I'd love details on your next thing, like, perfect. We ask them a couple of questions. We shoot them the details over. Like, well, yeah, I got a couple of questions. Perfect, right? And you answer them right there, right? And your tapper can handle, depending on how much flow you have coming in, you know, 2, 3, 4 partners at a time. But you can handle 4 or 5 conversations going on at one time, right? No, part of the reason we're trying to do some of this on the cold traffic is because the webinar funnels, right? There's just too much delay, right? If somebody's interested, right? It's like, oh, now I got to sign up for this webinar. It doesn't happen till tomorrow. Then they got to get through the webinar. And then if they're interested in filling out a strategy session, a lot of times they can't even get on the strategy call for 2 days.
Yeah.
Right? So what's happening is, like, when somebody's interested in it, like when we just start tapping them in there, hey, like, we got the short video. Would you like to, we want you to get to know us. Would you like to go see it first? Right? Yes, I would. Right. But you can watch it right now. Right. Hey, after you watch it, if it still makes sense to talk, message me here. Right. And I'll give you the rest of the information. Perfect. Right. But now they're on their time schedule when they're hot. Yeah. Right. It's like individualized funnel, right? And I'm not saying this to try to turn this into a cold traffic thing, but only if you need to explain to your client or your partner why. And usually you don't. They get it. It's like, hey, yeah, people are. The Ford Bronco sold out, right? You think they had people on the phone all the time? Maybe a few, maybe there's, but most of it was like done by the messenger that they had on their site. Hey, can I get this? And then, hey, can I get this? Hey, it's like, they either see it, they ask a few questions, like, yeah, fucking reserve me one, we're selling hot tubs and stem cell research and all kinds of stuff now from it, right? So yeah, that's the piece that we have right now. And, probably the next 2 to 5 years, we'll have an advantage that nobody else has, right? Because nobody except our little Mojo verse. There's a few people that are starting to come out, right? But are doing the virtual salespeople.
The key sounds like it's, tapping into the flow and taking advantage of recency and how intimate these campaigns can be and how fast they can be as well.
You're exactly right. You're totally right. That's it. And so it just makes it so much easier, right? Because I love rainmakers, don't get me wrong, right? But they're a lot of fucking work, right? Because you got to take their audience and warm them up and get them flowing, right? That means lots of emails, right? And yeah, you can use those emails in other campaigns, right? But much better to tweak up your T3 and get it working really well and just keep it in the flow, right? It's like, and then you just gotta, once you've got all the T1, T2, T3 and your follow-up taps, right? Then you can put a junior tapper in there, right? And just let them tap the people that come in, right? Let the customer do the work on the flow, right? Let your autoresponder or your Postalytics or whatever do the work on the drip, right? And just get people to raise their hands for your tapper to tap, that's it. So that's it, my friend.
Awesome, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's great.
So I appreciate you being the guinea pig on this. I think probably in the group we have a template for the start off second helping campaign. I'm not saying you to work on every single one, right? But it's always thank you. Thank you so much. We have this next thing. Would you like to hear about it? Would you like to join us or whatever it is, right? We do have some pre-T1 stuff we've been doing, right? But if nothing else, you can drop that out, right? And if people are like, fuck off, or, or like no response whatsoever, don't keep on doing it, right? Like, hey, just tell your partner this ain't gonna work out.
Right.
But if you have a lot of hand raisers, they might get jammed up in the T2, but now you can work with the T2, right? And fix that problem, right? And then once you get them to T3, then you can, if it's not converting like you want, then you can fix that problem, right? But a lot of the time these campaigns don't go sideways because of a bad T2 or a bad T3. What makes them never work out is the audience, right? And the affinity that they have for 60% of our sales success is the list.
Right.
Right. 30% offer, 10% copy, right? But if you send that email out and they're like, where's my refund, motherfucker? Right? But like you get a bunch of hate back, right? Hasta la vista, baby, right? Or just nobody responds. You might do another T1 to make sure the angle's, right or whatever. But if it's still like pulling teeth, get out, right? We just want to go and do our core samples, right? We want to get into these real quick and get the fuck out if they're not working, right? So there you go. Did a lot of cussing.
Cool, man.
I always cuss a lot when I'm really excited, but these have been working out really well for us. And so let's go get a thank you campaign on the table.
Awesome, man.
All right, dude. I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
All right, bye. So I put a little hopefully fun song and dance together for you guys. So as you can tell, I'm kind of still playing with my title here, but the long and short of it is the 100K 2-hour no pitch Zoom appreciation call. So What are we cooking up and why is it so yum? So there's a couple things. You guys are familiar with the love letter. Most of you guys already have love letters that are working, right? And they work phenomenal. Like Dan did, I can't remember off the top of my head, but somewhere like multiple six figures, $250,000 when he run his love letter the first time, right? But the pain in the ass of the love letter is it's a lot of reaching out to people, right? And it's kind of something that we have to do on our own. The cool start here is first, I don't know, there's a faster, more fun way to drop 100K bucks in the sales can. With this, by using the Zoom call, we can get tappers to do most of the work for us, almost all of the work, right? All we have to do is come in and do the 2 hours. It doesn't have to be 2 hours. It can be longer. It can be shorter, right? On this call. How many of you guys figured out what the magic trick is here? Anybody figure out what the magic trick is here? I'm going to get to the ingredients here in a minute. I want to see if you guys can figure out what the magic trick is here. We talk a lot about magic tricks. Where do we use the love letter at?
It's only to do it to your existing customers.
That's right. To your existing customers, right? And that's really not a problem for us either. Like if you don't have a ton of existing customers, open that hole real wide, get some existing customers, and we'll talk a little bit about that, right? But this also works super well if you don't have a big existing customer base, right? So you can just put a few people in here and tap them in. So, 2 hours a month, tapping $1 million a year, that's not too bad. I think that's all the sales that you did, that you'd still be way ahead of most. You'd be in the top 1%, right? On that, right? So here's kind of the thing. Everybody cooks up events and marketing and everything for prospects, right? Like there's all these webinars and they're like, we'll try to figure them out for days, trying to figure out how to convert a cold person on a webinar into some sales, right? But why don't we do events, bonus events, or anything, AMAs for our past customers, right? So kind of the way to think of this, you guys know I have to bring in the golf course, right? So you got the golf course. Your buyers have already come through the hole, right? And it's kind of like those double holes on the putt-putt course, right? They land in another platform, and some of those land really, really close to the hole. Some might even go in the hole, right? Some might already go in the hole all on their own, right? But you give your customers a little bit of time. If they don't tap into that, to your ongoing, right? The wind might blow around. They might get a little farther away from the hole, right? So the love letter kind of taps all those people individually. What we're going to do now is we're going to round up all those people that have, the customers that have kind of been through the hole once. They didn't go in, but they're kind of laying close around, and just going to gather them up so we can just love letter them all in one fell swoop. Does that make sense so far, guys? There's a lot of advantages to this, which we can pause here in a second or at some point and look at this, right? So why not just barbecue up some fun for our past clients, right? Why can't we do, hey, Bob, I'm going to do a bonus call for us right now. Everybody's getting back to it after COVID, right? We're going to be doing this week. Would you like to join us, right? Yes, I would. Perfect. I'm only going to do this for a handful of people. It's going to be Thursday at 8 p.m. Central. Is that going to be too late for you to stay up, right? No, it won't. So instead of T3ing them into a love letter, we're going to T3 them into a call. That's one way to do it, right? I'm trying to get the overview here. I'm going too deep. But here's the thing. We can thank our clients a never-ending amount of times. Right now, I'm doing a rolling one right now. So I sold the front end product, and I have rolling bonus Q&A calls. I'm just doing them when I want to. And so I've got one tomorrow. All it's going to be is straight up Q&A. But I'm going to find out. I'm going to ask them, like, who of you guys already have partners, right? Because that's the next step. Once I get a partner, that's the next challenge that's going to have them want to go into the ongoing with me. And it's working beautifully. I'm getting people putting on these Q&A calls, and they're reaching out on their own. I'm not even pitching them, right? I'm not even doing a T1 on those calls. But tomorrow I'm going to say, how many of you guys put in the box partner if you've already got a partner you're working with, right? I've got about 70 people registered for the call, right? I guarantee if I get 5 or 7 of those people to raise their hand, even if I make no pitch, I can follow up with the Masculine Mojo, or have my tapper follow up with the Masculine Mojo, right? And say, hey, Travis wanted to thank you for coming on the call the other day. Oh, that was great, blah, 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 right? Because you've already got a partner, right? He wanted to see if you wanted some ongoing help with that partner, dealing with percentages and management, and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, it'd be great, right? Great. He's put all the details. See, it's super, super simple, right? And that's an $18,000 offer plus a percentage of the stuff that they bring in, right? So who gets tired of being thanked? Does anybody get tired of being thanked? Like, are you ever going to be tired of getting thanked? Probably not, right? You could, if you wanted to, you could do one of these. You could just say, hey, we have an ongoing call for all my past clients the first Thursday of every month or whatever, if you wanted to. So it's very, very flexible. I'm not saying to do that, right? But why not do regular stuff for our folks, right? Bonus stuff, we don't need a pitch. We can invite them to find out the details inside, right? I know I'm kind of going fast. I learned this doing live events. So when I would do a phoneless sales machine or big ticket email mojo, they would get the course first, right? So I'd sell them for $6,000. They'd get the course, right? And I like to have plenty of time. So usually like be 4 weeks or 6 weeks in advance, right? So they would already have a chance to go through some of this, have some breakthroughs and some insights before they got to the event. Now here's the cool part. You almost can't fuck it up, because they've already given me $6,000. They've flown, right, to the event, right? We don't need a big, long pitch. So when they were there, I would just T1 them in the audience, right? How many of you guys, so I've showed you the Rainmaker campaign. If your family is anything like mine, right? They like to eat every day. Well, you just can't run a Rainmaker campaign all the time, right? How many guys would like my help with that? What do you say? How do you keep the dice spinning? How do you keep that money coming in all day, right? That was my T1, right? Then I would just T2 them right there. It's gonna be best for if you have this, this, and that, right? And then I would just pass out the love letter, right? And I wouldn't even ask, take this home with you. We're not home, but take it back to the room with you, right? I'd give them the little, just like the love letter you guys have seen. Text me, I'm in, or if you have any questions, text me any questions that you have, right? So usually after dinner or so, like, you know, before I went to bed, I'd usually get 2 or 3 people like, I'm in, right? I get a few people the next morning, right, asking me some questions. Okay, great, I'm in, right? Or they would wait until they come in and say, like, I'm totally in for that, right? There wasn't a big, long-ass pitch with it, right? So we don't need to be the smooth. I love Russell Brunson. He's awesome. But not everybody's as smooth and has his stack, right? So I would much rather stack the cards in my favor and not have to rely on a super pitch, if that makes sense, right? So here's the ingredients we need to have. You guys already have these, I think. There may be a couple of you that don't have 1 or 2 of them, but if not, it's not going to be that big of a deal. You need to have a 10K to 50K program. You can have a lower one, but it's going to be harder to hit that 100K right there, right? So past clients or customers, as little as 50. If you have as little as 50 past clients or customers, right? You can probably put 3, 4, 5 people into a little super intimate Zoom call and up level 3, 4, or all 5 of them, right? All at the same time. So a love letter with proven past conversions, right? So I still recommend, if you don't have a love letter, you're doing a new offer, getting a love letter that works, at least has worked a few times. And man, once you guys got that, that's the thing I want you to, assets. You guys got to get assets. Because once you have a love letter that worked, it's fucking game over, right? And that is it. So you can bring them in, move them close, and just give them the damn love letter, right? And it works. Your Zoom account with a webinar upgrade. I don't know exactly what that, I think it's like $99 a month. I think they maybe increased it, right? So you do an autoresponder. And you can do, there's lots of options and creativity you can fold in with this, right? Optional is a tapper to help you. So all you have to do is show up for the 2-hour Zoom call. Your tapper can invite people for you, right? If you're doing it, we're going to get into the before the call, during the call, and after the call, but your tapper can invite people for you. Hey, Dan, Travis wanted me to reach out. You did really, really good tapping in sales. A lot of folks are challenged with how do they keep that going with recurring income. He's doing a little Zoom just for his past clients. Would you like to join us? Yeah, that sounds good. I don't give him a date and time, right? Leave the fucking details out. It's like, I don't give him a date and time, right? Great, Dan. We're going to plan on doing it Thursday at 8 p.m. Central. Would that date and time work for you, right? If it doesn't work, hold them off on another time, right? Kind of getting into the details on that, but they can do all that stuff for you, right? They come into the call. We'll talk about the call here in a minute, but after the call, they can reach out. Or if you T1 them on the call, they'll reach out. You give them, say, hey, if you'd like to join us on this, or if you'd like to get my help, send me an email, send me a text, send me a PM, however you're doing it, right? And then your tappers can take it from there, right? Just the kind of a thing is, if you have all the above ingredients and you're tapping in 25, 50 grand sales, with everything that's already set above, don't pay them a huge fucking percentage. Like they're not doing anything. They're just tapping in, right? You can pay them hourly and a bonus, right? Now, if you're bringing in a strategist because your love letter is not figured out, or you're trying to figure out a new offer or something like that, then it makes a little bit more sense, right? Like if somebody was just going to work with me to help them do this, right? And I'm giving them all the strategy and helping them with all that stuff, and makes sense, right? But just for tapping in, like sales that are already in anyways, right? It makes no sense to give them a huge percentage of that. So in my haste, I kind of went into detail, so we're going to cover the details again, right? But before you call, make sure your love letter is working, right? Do you have to do it? No, but it's going to make things a lot smoother. You can figure it out. Like if you just want to have those people and do it, yeah, but you can do it, but it's going to make it smoother if you already have it worked out with a few people running the love letter campaign, right? Next thing is decide if you want a smaller, super intimate call, 10 or less. I love these. These are actually my favorite ones, right? Or a bigger, less intimate call, 10 to 50, right? I probably wouldn't go, I'm not saying you can't, I probably wouldn't go over 50 people on these kind of calls, right? But if you can do smaller, super higher converting 3 or 4 people out of 5 carefully selected folks isn't unusual. That's 4 times 25K if you have a 25K offer, right? 5 times 20 if you have a 20K offer, right? Some of these will, probably most of them will be payment plans, right? Some of them will pay in full depending on where your price points are, right? And who your people are. Your bigger may have more conversions, but they're not as efficient, right? So you might have 50 on the call and 10 people up level at 25K, right? So you get $250,000, but you've got 40 other people that haven't converted, right? So you actually, if you look at this, like what would make you, this is where numbers fuck people up because they get too focused on the immediate number, right? So yes, it seems like you make a whole lot more money here, right? But if you're converting 4 folks out of 5 people, right? And you did 10 of these, you're going to make a whole lot more money, right? You'd make $1 million versus doing one of these and making $250,000. Does that make sense? So I'm not saying the numbers are exactly going to work out like that, right? But just keep this in mind when you're making your decision, right? On what to do there. So doing this the first few times, I would definitely keep it smaller and more intimate, and carefully select the people that you want on there. You're almost T2ing them before they get there, right? If you have a small customer database, go with intimacy. If you only got 30 people you've worked with in the last 5 years, go small. Put 4 or 5 people in, at a time, and go small with it, right? You're going to get higher conversions and more intimate in there, right? By the way, I'm going to give you guys this document too. Decide if there's going to be a theme to the call. It doesn't have to be a theme, right? They're probably going to be related to the challenge that they're having. Hey, we're going to be talking about recurring income or something like that. It can just be an AML, ask me anything style on a topic, right? Tomorrow, I'm just doing Q&A. I said it's straight up Q&A, right? It's a demonstration, right? They're going to bring out things that they're having challenges with, right? That I can help them with, right? But it's just straight up AMA, right? You can do a song and dance if you want to. I like these because I don't have to put together a freaking song and dance on these things, right? I can just talk about what's topical, what's relevant to them, celebrate the wins that they've had, and then talk about the challenge that they've had very, very intimately with one-on-one kind of deal. We'll talk about that once we get to the call part. But if you're having trouble, if you really want a theme and having trouble coming up with a relevant to their current challenge, check out the offer multiplier method and the phoneless sales machine. Basically, you're blending a who, what, when, where, or why, and combining it with timer, right? So, hey, I want to do a quick emergency call with everybody who's getting back to things after COVID's been over, right? And how we can get our clients back into our dojo or back into our business or something like that, right? Would you like to join us on that? Yeah, that'd be cool, right? So you can slice and dice that any number of ways. We cool so far? Am I completely in the weeds with you guys? Cool. I'm gonna open this up for questions here after we're done, but inviting them to the call. So if it's smaller, I like to use my masculine mojo and reach out to them individually, right? So if you have an email database, right, you can give that to your tapper and say, just email these people individually, right? Or if they're in a group, right, you can point out those people in the group or however you want to do it. But I would, if I'm putting 5 people in a Zoom, it's just like the love letter, but instead of tapping them into our love letter, we're just going to tap them into the Zoom call. Does that make sense to you guys, right? Reach out. Hey, you did great. Hey, here's the challenge, the world's greatest T1, right? Here's the challenge people are having. I'm doing a call for my past clients or VIPs only, right? Would you like to join us? Yes, I would, right? Then you get the date and time set up. And here's what I usually do on those, right? Because if I'm only doing 5, I want to make sure there's 5 people that show up, right? And this is also a test of them too. So if I say, Bob, I've got you down for Thursday at 8 p.m. I'm only inviting a handful of people, right? So will you let me know if you can't make it as soon as you can, right? That way I can put somebody else in your seat, and you get them to say yes. You get them to commit to that, right? And usually what will happen is a couple things. One, they'll say yes and they'll show up. 2, that right there, they might say, well, you know what? Maybe Thursday at 8 is not the best time in the world. So they'll back out right then for a certain thing, right? Or they'll let you know if they can't make it. Usually this is kind of how you get like 90 and 100% show up rates, especially if you're doing it super intimate. So you can do it for 5 people, 10 people, 15 people, right? Whatever you want to do. And again, these are something your tapper can do. Like, because you're not doing a sale, you can say, hey, and make it seem special. Travis wanted me to reach out to you, right? 'Cause you did so kick ass on the phone with sales machine, right? What folks are having trouble with is how to get that recurring income going, especially in that, during this COVID thing. Like he's doing a bonus call for just his clients and his VIPs. Would you like to join us? Yes, I would, right? Or fuck off, or whatever it is, right? Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. But this is the same style as the world's greatest T1, which is in the phone with sales machine, right? Get them to commit to that time and date. This is my little reminder. Don't upcheck all the details in one message. It's a conversation, right? These aren't supposed to be long walls of text. Bob, hey, Travis wanted me to reach out to you. How the heck are you doing, right? He wants to invite you to something special, right? Oh, hey, yeah, right? Get the conversation going, right? However that conversation's going. Don't just have your tapper or yourself do the long copy and paste, which so many people do, right? Get as a conversation going. You guys, I don't want to beat up on you guys too much on that, but because you guys are all salty mojo men and women, but just be aware when you give this to your tapper, they're going to try to shorten it, right? Right? You're better off saying, here's the 10 people, do the opener, wait for them to respond back, right? Follow up. Does that make sense? Rather than copy, paste. Does that make sense, everybody? Super important. The whole thing about this is being intimate, having a conversation, right? If it's bigger, then you can run a regular feminine Mojo T3, right? So if you've got hundreds of buyers, then you can send them an email or post it in the group and say, hey, we're going to be doing that special class, right? Or doing a special call, bonus call, whatever, or appreciation call, whatever you want to do it, just for my customers and my clients. Would you like to join us, right? Now, if you got a lot of customers, you can go ahead and just send them over to the webinar registration page if you want. That's not my preferable way to do it. I still like to have them reach out, right? And just like a regular T1, right? Hey, great Dan will reach out. Yeah, hey, I'm open to this. What dates and times? Hey, Dan, great to see you. Yes, good question. It's going to be Thursday at 8 p.m. Central. Can you make that for 100% sure, right? Oh, yeah, that's going to work great. Awesome. Could you put it on your calendar, right? And please let me know. This is old Cialdini thing, right? And please let me know if you can't make it, and get them to commit to that and say, yes, we promise me you'll let me know if you can't make it. Yes, I will, right? Does that make sense? So you can do it that way. Or you can just send them all the webinar registration page. It's going to, if you have a ton of past customers, right? Dan's got like 1,000 plus past customers. So it might make sense to do it that way, right? If you're doing the bigger one. I recommend no replays on this thing, right? If somebody, because you're trying to get everybody there, right? That's why you're doing the commitment and everything. So I recommend no replays. That if they couldn't make it for some reason, invite them to the next one, right? If that makes sense. On the call, again, don't get hung up that this has to be some big song and dance. It does not. But it's really the world's greatest T1 in a group setting. Elizabeth's not here today. I don't see her. She's the one I always pick on this. This works amazing. We just kind of, again, you can do it just about anything that you want to. I just kind of put this in here to remind you the one sentence. Next level conversion leverage, give them something that gives them a braingasm, changes their behavior, gives them a result, and also leads them to the next challenge. Where we're here, right? If they're coming on this call, they should already be here. So we're up to that next challenge. So we'll still celebrate. Jacob, man, you crushed it, man. You did awesome, right?
Travis, can you enlarge that a little bit, please?
I can do my best. Let me see if I can do that.
Thank you.
Oops. This will be, I'll give you this document too, right? No, I made it too big. Too bad, Bob. You don't get what you want. Oh, wow, I've really, that's okay. We'll figure it out. One of the ways that I've done this, and it works really, really well. So you can do this, especially if they're small and intimate. Say you got 5 people. I can just be talking to one person, right? I did this with Elizabeth on a live, like in Arkansas event. It was basically a strategy session, but I was just talking to her. Now here I actually sold her with everybody watching, right? And after she said she was in, I said, who else wants this? I've only got room for, I can't remember how many people I had room for, like 8 people, right? And I had like 25 people in the room, and I think everybody but like 5 people was on this list, right? It works the same way in the Zoom. It's super intimate. Jacob, awesome. How you doing, man? Like, remind me again, like, how many sales did you end up doing? Oh yeah, we did like 50 grand. Awesome. Like, what do you have going on after that, right? Well, not much. That's kind of one of the things I'm struggling with. Tell me about that, right? So I just work with them right there on the call where everybody else is watching, right? And they likely have the same issues. Does that make sense? This is kind of a demonstration, right? And there's usually going to be, they're going to have an old plan, and then I'm going to have a new plan, which I usually talk about, right? So I might say, Jacob, the problem a lot of people have is they're using the forward ascension model, right? They try to come at this with, what do I do for an opt-in, right? How do I get them to buy my $7 thing, then my $2,000 thing, and then my $30,000 thing? What I found is that almost never works because we're all basing it off guesses. So the way we do this is we do it backwards, right? We do the marriage first, and then we work our way backwards from that, right? And light bulbs start going off, right? On that thing. So I can give him good advice right there, right? But he's more than likely not going to know how to pull all that off there in one call, if that makes sense, right? So I can say, dude, if you'd like my help with that, just drop me a PM or drop me an email, or you can have a URL set up, right? And I'll have, I wouldn't say my tapper, right? But whoever your tapper is, give you all the details on it, or I'll reach back. If you're doing it yourself, I'll reach back and give you all the details on that, right? Does that make sense? Anybody else would like that too, right? Feel free to reach out. Does that make sense? Do you see how I'm doing it, right? It's almost like a hot seat in a way. I'm not saying that's the only way to do it, right? I'm just saying it's one very easy, low key, giving them a demonstration, right, of how to do it. So after I work with Jacob, I can say, cool, Tony, let's move over to you, man. Like, what's jamming with you, right? And it's probably gonna be a lot the same things, right? Does that make sense? But we're working in our new plan into this, right? I see we're already on the call. We're working in our new plan into this. And believe it or not, this is like crack. This is like very, very addictive to them, right? They're seeing it, they're working with other people. They may even be able to give some advice or say me too, or ask a question in between, right? I'm not saying you have to go for 4 hours on these, and usually with 5 people, you won't go for 4 hours, right? I'm a little bit nuts sometimes, right? I really, really dig these, right? But people stay on with me for 4 hours and they're asking me when the next one is, right? So this is your crack, right? They're gonna want to come back to other ones, even if they don't purchase there, right? It's important that you pre-sell all the 5 Ps along the way. You can tell these in stories, right? Like, hey, I remember when Dan Wartrup came in, he had like 700 past customers, right? He hadn't really made him any offers before. So we put together a $2,500 a month offer. I gave him my love letter, and next thing you know, he's got 10 people, right, already in on that love letter, right? So I'm pre-selling the price, right? I'm pre-selling the price already there, and the plan, right? Of course, my philosophy and my personality is going to be kind of interwoven in there. Does that make sense? So we want to pre-sell the 5 Ps all along the way. You can do multiple T1s throughout the call. You can say, hey, chatwithtravis.com, right? You can have that take you wherever you want, to your Facebook PM or wherever you want. You can say, just email me at travis@bigmojopromotions.com, right? However you guys want to do it, text me, right? Here's my phone number, right? Just text me there, or text my helper, right? Over there. You don't even really, you don't have to do a T1 on the call either, right? You can use masking. We'll do this after the call, right? After the call, you can go in. If you had 5 people, you can say, hey, Jacob, just wanted to thank you for being on the call. Man, I had a really good time. It's amazing what you're doing, right? And they'll be like, yeah, hey, dude, like, can you, don't be surprised if they ask you for help. Like, hey, can you help me on that, my ongoing offer? Yeah, dude, I'd be happy to help you, man. Like, you've already T1'd them. This is where I use the implied T2. Yeah, dude, like with your name, your rep, and your audience size, this will be a cakewalk for us, right? That's implied T2, right? I put all the details together in this little ugly Google Doc, right? Would it be okay if I just gave it to you here, right? You read through it and let me know if you're in, out, or got any questions, right? It's the same thing, right? I'm going to pause here for a second. This is probably where people are going to get hung up the most. Any questions on what to do on the call? The thing I want to get across is like all your options are open to you, right? But you don't have to have a big song and dance, right? Really about working with, if you have 50 people, still work with 1 or 2 people. Call them out. Hey, Greg, what's going on, man? Like, I know you're doing you're shifting your business model, right? We tapped in a few people, right? Remind me again, how did that go? And just tell me where you're at now, right? Does that make sense? And you just have a conversation, right? And when you want to elicit their plan, right? Offer them a braingasm and an aha, right? Okay, so here's the way you're doing it. That's awesome, right? The challenge for some people is like, it takes a long time, or whatever that big challenge is, right? You guys are the experts. You're going to know what their assumptions that they're making, right? If we were going to work together, here'd be my plan for you, right? Let's get and then you lay out their plan for them, right? Bump. What do you like best about that, right? And you're basically doing a strategy call right there in front of it. That's just one way to do it, right? You could just come on and do an AMA. Hey, ask me anything about getting your recurring income going. And you could just go on the fly. Does that make sense? Whatever your thing is, right? So I'm going to pause for a second and turn this off. I'm going to come back to the after stuff, but any questions? We'll do the after stuff here in a little bit. Any questions so far?
Yeah, Travis, can I jump in?
Yeah, dude.
So it's got me thinking, it's great, by the way. It's got me thinking about how, maybe an idea to teach people how to use Facebook lead ads or something like that, which is used to be a really shit way of generating leads, but Facebook's really kind of pushing and it's working really well in a number of niches. What I struggle with is kind of teaching them that braingasm, but then I always feel bad about to find a way to get them to raise their hand to reach out to me afterwards. This is where I kind of struggle.
Okay.
Have you got any
can you be more specific? Like what's happening in your mind when you say, like, put yourself there, like you're doing the call, what's happening with you?
So the kind of next step that they're going to need is like to be able to run lead ads and then be able to distribute the leads to multiple different clients from the one kind of funnel, which is the really tricky bit that we've got figured out on the back end. So the way I would do it would be like, so if you need help with, figuring out how to distribute the leads rather than just selling on a one-to-one basis, then reach out to me afterwards. But then Perfect. I feel like they're all reaching out to me asking for I need to give them a solution to that, which is the love letter, right?
That's what you're going to do, right? Hey, I've got a program. I don't try to hide it's a program. I've got a program, right, where I help you with that, right?
Yeah.
Just like if we were on a call talking about recurring income, right? Here's the challenge. Most people have recurring incomes and they're too busy on the front end to ever get any recurring income going. They know they want to have like $1,000 a month or a $2,500 a month program. They just never quite get there. By the time they get through their opt-in and the front end, they can't get people. They don't even know what to offer, right? This is why I work backwards. Backwards, Sego. We work backwards, right? Now, that's not what this call is about. I'm happy to answer any questions you guys got on that, right? But I do have a program. It's called the Mojo Mastermind, or Mojo now, right? Where I'll show you how to set up a $2,500 a month, $4,000 a month program and put people into it immediately, right? If you like help with that, right? So when you wake up on the first of the month, you don't have to worry about where your sales are coming from. Happy to help you with that. Here's how to get more info on it, right? Just PM me, right? If we're Facebook friends, right? That'd be the easiest way, right? Or if I'm having my tapper do it, I just say, chat with Travis, right? And that could go over to one of my PM chats, or it could go anywhere I want to, right? A page, whatever. Does that make sense?
It does, but when you were explaining it earlier, it was much more of a subtle kind of like, reach out to me if you need a hand with that, as opposed to I have a program where I can teach you how to do X, Y, and Z and show you how to distribute to multiple clients. You're going to get much less coming through when you say that, right?
Well, remember, these aren't cold people. These are all your previous customers, right? And you've personally selected them to come in, right? So I don't think anybody's going to think, oh, I'm going to give them something for free, right? Mm-hmm. Me coming in, and I don't try to hide it, right? So it just might have been my wording. Like, I'd be happy to help you out with that, right?
I guess this is where I kind of bumble my way through the offer because I feel bad for.
There is no offer. There is no offer. Just, hey, if you'd like help with this, right? It's a T1. It's just a T1 on a call, right? But they've already given you $5,000, $7,000, however many grand they gave you, or $1,000, whatever, right? You've just worked with them. They say, yeah, I have this challenge, right? They've seen they can't solve it themselves. That's really the magic. It's not our magic fucking words. It's them getting run up against a challenge that they can't get over. And there's a vision, if they could get over it, how their life would be different. That's all I didn't used to use T3s and love letters. That's something I did to McDonald's this stuff, right? I would just find out what their challenge was, why they haven't been able to solve it, look at the plan they have. So here would be my plan for you. We do this, this, and this, right? How does that sound? What do you like best about that? That sounds amazing, right? Would you like my help with it? Yes, I would. Awesome. Do you feel $2,500 a month is an appropriate investment to get X, Y, and Z, the things that they just said, right? Now, you don't have to do that on the call. I'm just saying, I didn't ever used to use T3. I just do it right there in chat. Then I would just ask them, right? So we get this idea that we have to be Russell Brunson with the super slick stack. We don't need that, right? It's like, great, I can help you out with it. And it is more natural when you're actually having the conversation. It's like, you give them some help, right? Say, oh yeah, like, yeah, here's the way you're approaching it. Don't make them wrong. Like, that's terrible, right? The way we approach it is different, right? Here's how we would do it, right? If you would like help with that, reach out. Or it can be really, really natural. Like the people that are coming tomorrow, like I don't even try to work with them until they've done what I've told them and they've got a partner. So this is a rolling one, and all I'm doing is I'm helping them I'm moving the ball to where they get a partner. As soon as they get a partner, their fear, uncertainties, and doubts kick in all on their own without me doing anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
They're like, whew. And they're already reached, Travis, I got a partner. Like, can you help me with it? Can I cut you in on it? I'm like, dude, I have a program for that. It's beautiful, right? And I don't even have to make the offer once they hit that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So even if you bumble your way through it, that's totally cool. I bumble, like, how bad did I bumble my way through this shit today? Like, right? It's
Yeah.
like, this all sounded way better in my head when I was laying it out, right? But it's okay, right? And you guys are in the group, but I'm sure, like, if I said, hey, how many of you guys would like me to help you on your first 100K Zoom call, right? I'd probably have some hands go up, right? And that's more of just the intellectual experience, not the physical experience. So if I can, you guys have the physical experience, that's the cool part is if you guys have already tapped in some sales, right? That heaven island becomes hell after 5 minutes. Or you even express that to me, Travis, I'm making killer money, but golly, it's a lot of work, right? I got to keep tapping these people in, right? That heaven becomes hell, right? There's always a next thing on that, if that makes sense, right? So totally get it. The big thing is like, again, I learned with live events, if they've already given me $5,000 and they've spent the time to fly out, right? Like I have to fuck it up pretty bad, right? And I have. I fucked it up pretty bad sometimes, right? But I have to fuck it up really bad not to pull some really good revenue out of that, right? If that makes sense. Now, where I've screwed up before is that I didn't start the date before, right? What I really learned is a few things, and you guys already have this, right? They've already gone through a program. My mistake was like, I didn't give them shit until they showed up on the live call. That was a huge fucking mistake. So when I start giving them stuff weeks before, and they started having that, not only the result, but running up against that challenge before they ever got there, that's what sells it. That's what sells it. Them running up to that challenge. That challenge is what equals conversion, right? So hopefully they're already coming to the call with a challenge, right? That's what we're going to be focusing on. Does that make sense to everybody? Now, if you're going to try to sell a brand new thing, I'm not saying it won't work, right? You know, like if you come on the call and we're going to go from tapping and I'm going to try to get you to start selling some land now. Right? Now, it might work, right? But based off the feedback that I have, how interested people are on the land, right? That's going to be a much riskier proposition, right? On that, if that makes sense, right? Because you're not going to have any challenges with that yet, right? If that makes sense. Let me go and do the after stuff, which is actually pretty easy on this. But I just want it to be mentioned here. Crap content.
Travis, while you're grabbing that, may I ask a really quick question?
You sure can.
Where are your templates for T3s? I'm trying to rewrite and redo and revise mine. Are they?
Yep. In the phoneless sales
Kajabi?
machine. In the phoneless sales machine, at the very top, there's $1 million template library. That's where all the phoneless sales machine ones are. In the big ticket email mojo, which is the bonus below, there's another template library for the big ticket email mojo down there.
Okay, so they're different in two places?
Yeah, because one is for running Rainmakers and one is for the phoneless sales machine. But the ones you'll probably want are going to be in the $1 million template library or in the bonus calls with the love letter and the world's greatest T1, which is in the bonuses and phoneless sales machine.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So after the call, the fortune is in the follow-up. It really is. If what you have is transformational, don't screw people over and leave them out in the cold by not following up. And here's my little for that, right? here's the thing, the bigger the decision, the bigger the transformation, the more people want to put off making a decision. So I am totally cool with a no. I'm like a yes, but what no worky for me is a no response, right? So if I have 5 people on the call and only 3 people reach out for a T1, I'm going to reach out to the other 2 people, right? Say, hey, Bob, thank you for coming on the call. I had a great time, right? You're looking really well. Don't know how you didn't keep putting on 20 pounds during COVID, right? He's going to be like, hey, I had fun too. I was going to ask you about your thing, but I was doing something or whatever, right? Like whatever Bobs do, right? I was combing my hair or whatever, you know? So that masculine mojo, again, we've kind of got over masculine mojo. Like it's not 1 + 1 = 2, right? It's like 1 + 1 = 4, right? If he doesn't ask me, I might just say, Bob, are you considering at all like putting together $1,000, $2,500 a month recurring program with us? He might say, yeah, I'm considering it, right? And they have a little bit of a deeper conversation there, right? Or give him the love letter, right? Does that make sense? But I want to connect base with all of these people if I can, especially if I didn't purposely T1 them on the call, right? I might have had an invisible T1, like I did an invisible T1 on my last call. I just said, how many of you guys got partners, right? Raise your hands or put partner in the box, right? It's my invisible T1 because that's who I'm looking to work with, right? And then I can go back in and pull that out, right? Does that make sense? But I see a lot of people that need help that don't get help because we're bashful sometimes, right? It's kind of like being that tow truck driver. My example I always use is being the tow truck driver. And it's 100 degrees outside. You see somebody who's got a flat tire, but you're like, eh. And you're going by in your tow truck and you're like, eh. Like if they really needed a tow truck, they would have called me. So you don't even stop and roll down your window, right? And say, hey, it's hot out here. Would you like a hand, right? And everybody looks at me like, oh, hang on a second. I'm really screwing things up here. What am I doing? Here we go. Stop share. Everybody looks at me like, oh, Travis, I would never do that. But we do it all the time, right? Like we leave most of the sales that we could be making, right? Because we're bashful about being assertive, right? It's kind of interesting. Like I see people beating up on people that do outreach and stuff like that. Usually 2 times you do outreach. One, when you're just starting out, you really don't have anybody to work with. The next time you do outreach is when you have all the money that you want and you're being super fucking selective on who you want to work with. Like, I know this is what kind of the way that people run their relationships too. I think more men than women. Men just hope somebody likes them. And they just take whatever comes, right? And that it's kind of like, oh, that's good enough, right? I'm being facetious here a little bit, but kind of not really, right? But what I'm trying to get at is if we want to design our lives exactly the way that we want to, and especially if we're planning on working with people for a year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, Bob, been with me like Oh, he's gone now. Oh, there we go. He's still here. What are we going on? 8 years, Bob?
8 or 10.
Yeah. Like, you better like those people. Why would I leave that to chance? Right? It's kind of my point on that, if that makes sense, right? So we kind of back it out because I feel like I made this more complicated than it has to be. Like, we're just doing a Zoom for our past customers, a bonus Zoom call for our past customers. If all we did was say, hey, I'm doing a bonus call for you guys, just my VIP folks, would you like to be on it, right? That's going to move the ball closer, right? And then you just help them with whatever they're needing help with, right? And say, hey, if you'd like more help, reach out, right? Or even if you didn't do that, if you had 5 people on and just tapped them afterwards, like, you're going to do business. I guarantee it. Does that make sense? So I might be a little bit more complicated than it need to be, but it's kind of a double T3, right? You T3 them into the call. You T1 them, T2 them on the call, right? Optionally, right? And then they get the love letter, the T3 after the call, right? And please try not to crap your pants when you send out like 5 love letters and they all say yes. Or when you send out 10 and like 8 of them say yes, right? We've literally got like an 80 and 90% conversion rate on these. Like, I wouldn't say everybody does, right? But on these love letters, especially if it's recent, right? This moves the recency. If you haven't talked to somebody in 2 years, right? That's why we want to do this call. It's recency. It gets them, moves that ball closer back to the hole, right? That's all we're doing, right? They've already given you the money, right? So who's going to do the first one? I've got my young bucks here that, awesome, Nathan. That's great. And don't feel like if we don't do 100K, like if we did like 10K in 2 hours, would that be all right?
Love letter, I've tapped in a love letter. I might bump it up to 10K, and then I think I got about 35 people that I can probably get 7 or 8 of them that I would really, really like to work with. So
that's awesome. Yeah. And so yeah, you can just put them all on the same call, right? When they go over to the webinar Zoom or however you're doing it, some people have fancier funnels than I do, but you get all their email addresses, which you can upload to the autoresponder. So you just segmented them, right? So you can follow up till the cows come home, right? Based off the email, right? You can add these in just as bonuses to your program. Hey, I'm going to do bonus Q&A calls, right? If you don't have like a ton of customers right now, open up your hole on your front end, right? When they come in, say, hey, I'm going to do bonus Q&A calls. I'll do as many as I want, but those would be the bonus calls after they've gotten a result, but they're at the next challenge, right? And you can just keep moving those balls closer to the hole, right? Does that make sense? And you can do those bonus Q&A calls, right? I don't like to give a number, right? Typically, right? Just say we're going to do as many as I want, as many as I feel like. You guys make it fun and interesting for me? We'll do a bunch of them, right? But basically what I'm doing is I'm just going to keep doing them. If you have a rolling evergreen, just keep doing them, right? And when they come on, you tap. Come on, you tap. Does that make sense? Any other questions on this? And I'm sure a bunch will pop up once you get rolling with it. Go ahead, Jacob.
So obviously this is built for existing customers. To look at it from if you were using it on prospects for a second. So we just rolled out a new front end that I feel is kind of more ideal for the ongoing, gets them more ready and basically running, like a launch campaign on a new or kind of revamping an existing offer. I saw your post last night, and then I was chatting with the guy that I'm running it with. We were thinking as a monthly thing, if we just did a Zoom call with a few folks, maybe some, hyperactive people from the group or some good conversations that we've had that haven't jumped in, and just do a walkthrough of another offer that we helped somebody with that got a big result, just to show them an example of one that did X dollars,
Yep.
And then the pitch off the back of that could be, well, you know, do you want our help pulling one of these together for yourself and getting it kind of cash flowing? I think, you know, because there's the social proof element, as in you're not walking through one of our offers, it's clients offer. Do you feel like that would be a kind of enough of a challenge in that they see an example of one that worked and then they kind of go away and they're like, oh shit, how do I pull something like this together myself?
Totally, dude. I mean, the options are open with this, right? The big thing is understanding that one sentence, right? Get them a result, braingasm, run to the next challenge. Do they have another challenge? That's really the thing, right? So my AMA, my no pitch AMAs, those were all prospects. So I did $100+ grand, like with no pitch in there. I just gave them the replay, put the offer below it and sent everybody the replay, right? So that's how powerful understanding that little sequence is, right? I didn't even have the pitch. Lord knows what I would have done if I had to put a pitch in there, right? I probably would have made some more off of that, right? So it totally worked with prospects. One thing I'm trying to get across is like, why do we do all this stuff? I'm not basing on it. Why do we do all this stuff for our prospect, but then we never do anything for our customers, right? Like we got our past customers we can go to and do a special event, a customer appreciation event, right? I'm promoting keeping it small, right? It's super efficient because if you let's say you put 10 people in, let's say you don't do all that awesome, let's say you put 10 people in and you're only converting 40%. And let's say your thing is 20 grand, right? That's still 80 grand. Like, wouldn't you rather have 80 grand a month? Boom, 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 right? Then cram them all together, right? And just like take one bite out of the apple and throw the rest of the apple away. That's the biggest thing. That's what people do. They're like, in all four, they just take one bite out of the apple and they throw the rest of the apple away and they wonder why they're always hungry. Why can't I make this business work, right? Instead of figuring out, how can I convert everybody? How can I keep them with me for as long as possible, right? So yeah, it totally works on prospects too, right? Super intimate AMAs without a lot of big song and dance, and we plug in email follow-up and tapping to it, right? And if you plug in the group too, holy crap, that's really that's why, if you have a group, Zoom, email, and tapping, good Lord, like prospects or customers, it's just ridiculously powerful, right? But also understanding that Zoom, for prospects, is not a sales tool, it's a marketing tool, right? So you want to be moving them, right, and giving them that challenge. And if you put a pitch in there, you're going to convert a few, but most of the money's made on the follow-up, right? Everybody tries to make all the money on the pitch.
Yep.
Yeah, dude, it would totally work. Any other questions on this? Cool. I know we got some other questions. We can pop in back and forth too. Grayson,
Travis, what was you said you needed the webinar version of Zoom. What feature do you know is necessary for that?
Well, I don't 100% know. I know if you don't have the webinar option in Zoom, so when you log into Zoom, let me see if I can share my screen here.
I was just curious because I did something like this a few weeks ago, and I don't think I needed the webinar. So I was curious
it doesn't have to be.
I was just curious what.
Yeah, if you're
curious what something you're using.
If you don't have this option here, right, and you can do Zoom meetings too. But actually, you can do a Zoom meeting. But the reason I like the webinars is because then you can capture all their names and emails going into it, right? But there's other funnel options that you can do, right? But yeah, this is the thing here. If you don't have this option, then you're on the lower or free version still.
I mean, I was able to capture their name and email on the meeting version. So,
Okay.
Okay. I think I just want to make sure there wasn't something you were using that I was missing out on.
Yeah, I think the webinar has a little bit of different functionality. Some of it's a pain in the ass because like on a meeting, just you get to see everybody's face. On the webinar, like you have to make them a panelist, right, to get them to show up, right? So there is some jinky stuff, but I didn't know on the GoToMeeting, usually I just give people a link. Here's the link. Here's the password, right? So nobody really needs to sign like the way you guys come in here all the time. So I may be doing it differently, right? But
Got it.
yeah, I want to be able to capture that name and email coming in. Here's the other thing too, especially if you're dealing with somebody else's group, right? Right. This wouldn't be necessarily for your customers, but if you're running Zooms, if you're running basically Turbo Referral Mojo, you certainly want to make sure you can capture the names and email. So if I'm going to go to Alejandro's group and say, hey, dude, I'm going to show people how to make some sales. You would like to show people make some sales, give them some templates, right? I want to get all of Alejandro's people onto my list, right? And I can just say, hey, Alejandro, I'll take care of all the tech, right? Now, he may or may not like that, right? But most people are just like, oh, okay, that's cool, right? But then you get to develop that asset too.
Hey, Travis, does anybody ever get weirded out about you emailing their people after that?
I haven't had anybody, especially if they're coming from a Facebook group. You know, it's pretty like, even in the IM world, it's pretty like standard. Like if whoever's doing the webinar, you're going to send that over, and it, so I've never really, if they have a problem with it, you just say, hey, we're going to run the webinar on my webinar, right? Rather than your webinar. That's usually, if they'll tell you, if they have a problem with, that's usually what they'll do, right?
Right. Makes sense.
Otherwise, they kind of know what's going on. At least in the IM world, like in Irene's world or Rebecca's world, they would have no clue, right? If you went to the Association of Martial Arts Schools and said, hey, I want to run a free training on how the kids can, or your people can put more kids in their class, right? They would just send to that page. They would have no clue about it, right? So I wanted to prepare a little bit for this, but I didn't want to over prepare to kind of leave it. This comes really, really second nature to me. So I don't know, maybe sometimes what I think simple is not simple. So I kind of wanted to leave it open a little bit, but I'm going to share my screen. You guys see that? The one traffic source? Awesome. So obviously there's a gazillion ways to drive traffic, drive leads, and all this kind of stuff. I'm not against any of them. I think that once you've got, all of us here have some kind of seed audience already, so we don't even have to go out to somebody else's seed audience. But I've driven 30,000 visitors a day for years, right? Constantly look at my stats, right? Hundreds of thousands of buyers out of my customer databases. It's never going to stop working, right? These are all kind of things, and we can all do it. Even if we lost everything, we could get it started back up today. So today is kind of a case study of that. But the thing is, deal or offer making, everything is an offer. But I think we get hamstrung and think, well, offers are only for making sales, right? Offers and deal making are fantastic for driving subscribers, driving new members, right? Basically what we're doing is we're using our own audience database to grow the audience. Affiliate marketing, if you want, like affiliate marketing, they're just not doing it to promote your thing, right? It can be to promote your thing, right? But the other thing I really like about this is I don't have to be an expert in everything. I don't have to be an expert at YouTube or Pinterest, or like I can say, hey, do you have a YouTube following, right? And I can make a deal with them to promote me on their YouTube account. So I decided to put this together, this little recent case study with my new group here. I think when we're not running sales campaigns, and sales are going to be an effect of how big our audiences are, how much bonding we've done with our audiences, right? and so forth. So one of the things we can do is build our assets up in between it. And so we can run campaigns to build our assets up. And it's not even about subscribers only or members. I'm going to show that to you here in a second. But let me see if I can make this a little bit bigger. Oh, I can, but I give away the whole enchilada with that. Okay. Well, note to self. Can you guys see this okay? Basically what I'm trying to do is like we've got exactly 1,009 members when I did this. I started it, I seeded this group with 609 folks that came from my profile, some other groups, and some other little ways, but mostly from my audience. I use feminine mojo first, and then I use some masculine mojo, but 609 folks. They come in, they watched a couple of videos, right? I did some posts, right? I basically watering the seeds. That's step 2. I'm watering the seeds, giving them some braingasms, got them to take some small actions. Jeannie and I were kind of discussing this a little bit. And she's like, yeah, it's like you have to give them the goods, right? On some level. Like if you have a yard sale and you're promising Coach bags, but they come and they find out they're knockoffs from China, right? And the reason I'm using that is because people regurgitate information, or it's all the same. It's nothing new about it, or there is no braingasmic thing, right? It may not have the same effect. So watering the seeds is kind of important. And then once I look at, we're going to go into the group and look at, once I look at it, it's like, hey, are these seeds starting to take to root at all? Are they starting to sprout at all, right? Then I can do a multiply, right? Instead of asking folks with the right fruit on the vine to make a sale, right? I didn't finish that thought, I guess, to buy something. I made a different offer, a deal, right? Send referrals or traffic, right? This is called a gazillion things. Andy would probably call it JV traffic, but I think about it a little bit differently, right? And then step 4, repeat with bigger and bigger and bigger harvest. So we've all heard of compound interest, and has everybody not heard of the doubling the penny for the month kind of thing? You start out with 1 penny and you double it every day for a month. By the time you're like, you got $5 million or something ridiculous like that, right? 10 million bucks, right? This is the same thing when we double our group, right? Well, I didn't do doubles, but I'm going to walk through some of the numbers here, but we started with 609. We now have 1,009. That's 400 new members. So if you take 400 and divide it by 609, that's a 66% growth. Now, I only started this group like a month ago. And all I did to get this growth, I'm going to show it to you, is make a couple posts. That's it. So I didn't even put that much work into it. So could we get 100% growth? Yeah, I think so. I think it's a little easier to get those bigger numbers depending on what niche you're in, right? Obviously, if you're in the martial arts space, like you're going to cap out at a certain level, right? There's only 11,000 some odd people there, but it still works, right? So 66% growth, but what does that mean? So 609 turned into 1,009. If I were to run another one of these, it would turn into 1660. If I run into another one, it would turn into 2755, right? Another one, 4574. Other one, 7592, and then 12,604. That's just running the campaign 6 times. Now, how fast do I want to do that? How fast can I compress that? That's kind of up to me, right? You can probably do one of these little couple post ones every month if you wanted to. You could spread it out to every couple months, right? The cool thing is everybody has fun with it. And it's kind of like the old, none of us are 18 or under here. So, back in the day when you had the cereal boxes and they'd have those contests, hey, write in and tell us what you like most about Lucky Charms cereal, right? Or whatever, Cocoa Puffs, right? And win this prize. They were like killing a whole bunch of birds with one stone, right? But the big thing they were doing was increasing loyalty from the kids that are eating the cereal by saying what they like the most about it, right? So it's the other thing that's happening too. If they're recommending this group, or they're recommending people get on your email list, or recommending people follow you on YouTube, right? Whatever your thing is, then there's an implied bond there, and you're actually building that loyalty and authority, and you're getting spread out all over the place on this. So just for grins and giggles, I thought I'd carry this out a couple more times, right, to show you what happens, right? If you did this 4 more times, or after, then you got 95,000 at the end, right? There is again, it depends on your niche and where you're at, and it won't always necessarily grow like that. But when you're starting out, actually, I'd probably say, up to this level, like you could probably, in one campaign, if you tried harder, you could probably get it up to 45, 74, right, in one campaign, right? When you're starting out with your little saplings, right? So, and you can do some real fucking business with 4,500 people in a Facebook group and email. Not only that, all the people that are coming in gives you an opportunity to run some, ask them, hey, thanks for joining my group, right? Asking some questions, right? If you wanted to follow up there, right? So just making sense so far, right? And why this is always my go-to traffic source, right? This is like, if you can seed it, right? My first list was seeded from a paid forum because they allowed you to have signature files in the forum, right? So I'd make a post, I'd get some more subscribers, right? I'd get more subscribers from that. Then I used my subscriber list to build my subscriber list, right? In various ways. By the way, Lynn probably already knows this. He's the LinkedIn master here, but I just been playing around with some LinkedIn. My God, like they're way more ready to do business. But here's what I didn't know about LinkedIn. They let you, in all your comments, you can see your headline in there. It's like the old forum signature post. So I just made a couple comments, and of course my headline's pretty juicy, right? But I've got people in my DMs just from making some comments, right? They're like, man, that's the best headline, or they call it a headline in LinkedIn that I've ever seen, right? So, but anyways, what I'm saying is you can like go in these groups, none of us really probably need to do a whole lot of seeding from out there unless we're going into a brand new niche, because we already have this, right? But we can take this and ramp it up. So I want to show you some of these posts just to give you a better feel. And there's actually these 400 new members aren't even what I consider to be the biggest asset bump. And I'm going to talk about that here in a second. Can you guys still see? You should be looking at my group now. It's going to be a head shake yes if you can see it. Awesome. Okay. So I'm not going to go into all these, but here's the 2 videos I've got done so far, right? And these were meant to, actually, let's go ahead. I said I wasn't going to look at them, but let's go ahead and look at them, because I probably wouldn't do this until I have these set up, right? So you can tell I'm getting post reach. I've only got, when I started this, again, this is only a month ago, right? And so we've just added 400 members really, really quickly. So we've already got 690 post reach, 140 comments on this, 100 likes and 168 comments. And a lot of these coming off of here, Caleb O'Dowd. My connection's running a little slow with all the Zoom and everything. But I'm having them do my producer mojo is the main braingasm, have them tape it up so they're seeing it, right? Some people posted it just in the group, and that was cool too, right? But this is kind of the braingasm that I gave him there, right? So I wanted to have this set up because as the flow of traffic comes in, that's going to be the most important real estate when they come in, which I can eventually, if I want to, change this and put more stuff here, like, hey, do this first, do this second, do this third, right? Because this is pretty valuable real estate here. Reach out if you'd like, blah, 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 blah. Does that make sense? But I wanted to make sure I had this real estate before I started multiplying this. So let me go back here. Come on, baby. There we go. And there's another video like that. So this was the post that kicked off the little campaign. It was nothing really dramatic, but hey, you're doing freaking awesome. I'm about to serve up some of the meatiest meat I got in the Mojo Meat Shed. Here's what's cooking up. And so I just did some bullet points on what's coming up here, right? Here's the deal. I could pull out my price labeler and start slapping tags on the meats. I don't want to do that though. Here's my thinking. I'd love to get this group to 1,000 folks. Would you help me? That's all you got to do. Sometimes just fucking ask. Would you help me? I'm pleased so many of you have invited friends to the group from the invite feature in Facebook, but it doesn't work so great to actually get peeps in the group. What does work? And here's a tip, a recommendation or endorsement from you. So I'm feeding them how to make the referral and then give them a link to the group. I'll put the link in the comments. I could write out a post, email, or shout out for you, but I think it'd be more groovy and authentic in your words. I changed my mind on this after I saw the ways they were trying to endorse it, right? And I'll show you kind of how I pivoted from that. You can use the About section or any of the post videos as inspiration. I'd super appreciate it. It's my way of saying thank you. If you post a pic of your email, post, or shout out, I'm going to set up a group Q&A Zoom for everyone who pitches in, no charge. That was my only give here. And this, would love to get to 1,000 people before I start grilling again. That was a motivating factor too, and you'll see that here, right? Thanks kindly in advance. I put the link in the group for you below. Please send your folks there, post a pic of your shout out, and I'll get you into the free coaching mentoring, right? So deal making. I just made him a deal. I just made him an offer, right? Instead of saying, hey, pull out your credit card and give me some money for this, for something, I just said, hey, you'll pitch in, right? This is the official thread, right? So 59 likes. Here's all of the comments. I'm just going to kind of go through this so you can get a feel for it, right? These are people posting what they posted, right? You'll notice that at the beginning, I'm thanking everybody, saying, wow, why am I doing that? Anybody take a gander why I'm doing that other than just being gracious?
Reward mojo.
Reward, recognition. Like any offer is still functions off the timer. So many people would practically die for you for a little bit of recognition in this world, especially your smaller people. Your big people will do it too. But what you're really trading a lot of times is just some recognition, right? Crushed it with my affiliates because not only did I try to get the big JVs, but I got the small ones that would send me traffic on a continuous basis. They actually made me more business than the big JV that would just send an email one time, right? My people that would that had blogs, right? And would post 3, 4, or 5 times a month because of the recognition, right? It's huge, right? So huge that you recognize, especially at the beginning, you recognize some folks. And I actually made some posts where I come out right in the post. I said, hey, I want to give a hat tip to blah, 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 blah. And Ben Newcomb was the first one that did this, to Ben Newcomb for sending all these invites over, right? And that would get it more, because guess what they want? They want to be recognized, right? So what we're really trading here is recognition. It's a very, very important point, right? We're still giving them what they want. We're just trading some recognition, right? So, so here's, I'm like, oh, these guys, one of the things I'm going to help them with is how to do pre-sales, right? I'm going to look at this post here in a minute. So I actually had to give them some copy to use, right? So it wasn't just terrible on some of these. And I learned this doing affiliate marketing too, right? Like I didn't want everybody out there giving their own relationship advice. So I would have to give them the good nuggets of wisdom, right? And give them like a starter ingredient kit so they could go out there and put it together, right? So, but you know, look at that. Look at all this. These are all like audiences like I probably would never have got distribution to. And how many people are talking about the group or about me now, right? Just going, people start reaching, like PMing me, and like everything starts working better because everybody's talking about this, right? Arvel send out 1, 2, 3 of these, right? So again, a little bit of recognition. Ooh, what a man. Thank you. You know, just a little bit, you know, just keeps going and going and going, right? Let's go look at this post here. There's more, but they didn't all get on this thread. Actually, let me back up for a second. So remember 80-20, right? It's just like in any sales. 80% of the people aren't going to buy from you. So you're 20% of buyers. These are every person that posted. Well, maybe not every person, but these are my people that are doing it, right? These are my buyers. So, right. So I'm going to go in, I'm going to put a special list together. I'm going to thank them profusely for their help. Hey, I'm putting basically, this was like I did with my affiliate list, right? Hey, would you like to help me on some other promotions? I'll give you even better prizes and stuff. Well, yeah, right. So I'm going to put them on I'm going to treat them special, right? Because they're the ones that's going to go out and promote this again, right? So I can focus my attention on the people that are going to do it. Does that make sense? Just like you focus your attention on your buyers, hopefully, right? Like Rebecca, she had buyers that were 2 years old. And they're like, well, maybe not this much, but she focused on them, right? And brought them back in. Way more valuable to do that than go out and get 10 more new people, right? Does that make sense? That you don't know that will ever come down there. So every one of these is like Arvel Craig, man, like, whoa, like what's the value? If I can get him to do 4, 5, 6 promos for me, right? Some of these people will keep doing, like that's the value there, right? This is how we get to an infinite ROI on our stuff, right? Find 1 or 2 more utilizations for something, right? Instead of just thinking about a Facebook group or an email list as a way to make sales, right? This is how we get wealthy. We find 1 more utilization for something, find 2, and it's like game over, right? So let's look at some of this here. Come over here. So, hey, Superstar, here's some copy to share with the group. I didn't say you guys are doing a terrible job, but it also tells me like, hey, these people really need some help with some pre-sell stuff, right? Like, how do I pre-sell things, right? So I just gave them some copy to send out. By the way, anytime you make it a little bit easier, you're going to get a lot more people to do it, right? This really got people on the bandwagon to do it. Now, what I didn't mention here, and I should have, is I did later on down here, folks, please tweak this to match your voice. If you're a lovely woman from Sweden, you'll likely have a different voice than my copy. Because people were just copy paste, right? They weren't, you know, and it was actually, I don't want to call her out, but well, she did it herself. So just a sweet, sweet lady. And she's from New Zealand. Her voice is very different than mine, right? But she didn't change it at all. And she actually brought in some people, right? But hey, I copied yours and had friends after if I'd been hacked, right? So like, you know, and I know better, but I just got in a hurry, right? But you want to have them tweak those kind of things up, right? But there's a whole bunch more people. So great. I sent it, right? So more assets here. And then let me go over here. And there's one other asset that popped up. At least, sorry, it's not letting me do this very quickly. Oh, I'm getting my PC a workout apparently. Where it be? I know this is the most exciting thing. You can see me scrolling through comments here. Hang on one second. There we go. So this almost always happens, and the bigger your group gets, the more this is going to happen. Your people that really are fans or whatever are going to rise to the top, right? Don't fucking ignore these people. Like, I'm going to get with this guy and see if he wants to help me with more contests, right? I'll give him, like, these are your volunteers, right? I can have him be my contest guy, right? Or my helper on this, right? These are really simple. Like, hey, here's what I want to do. I want to give them I want to give the person who does the most referrals a gold coin, and the second prize a silver coin, and everybody else I'm going to give a free group coaching call to, right? And they can run with it. They can run with it on that, right? So your people are going to, I keep wanting to say rise to the top. It's not a top or bottom thing. It's just that, like, the people that are like really, really into it, right? And those kind of things, you're going to have those people rise to the top. And I view that as a superb asset, right? I'm thinking everybody that works for me on some kind of basis was in my audience at one point, right? So these are really super easy to get help with. And I really, again, you can see I didn't put a lot of work in it. 2 posts, right? Thanking some people on the comments, right? And then Ben went in, and this wasn't the first post. Ben did like 5 or 6. Guys, we only need like 60 more. Like, we get it going. Like, it was 60 more. Like, he was really, really, and other people were into it too, right? So that is pretty cool. So when you're not doing sales campaigns, do a little asset multiplier campaign, right? Super simple to pull off. People really dig it. Gets you out everywhere, right? Even this is just a teeny tiny group. How much do I get? 5,000 people, and I've got 100 people out there, right? Like, everyone's like, holy fuck, what the hell is going on? Right? Does that make sense? You guys want a cool little hack when you're seeding your group? It has to do with Masculine Mojo. Cool. So your Feminine Mojo is when you're posting on your profile or you're posting in your email list that, hey, I've got this new group, right? That's your Feminine Mojo. So everybody that likes and comments on it, or even sees but doesn't like and comment on it, doesn't mean that they don't want to come in, but they're probably just scrolling real fast or something like that, right? So we could look at all the likes and message them individually, right? And say, hey, like, thanks for the love on the post. I'd love to have you in the group. Would you like a link? And we do really, really good. But what's the problem with that? It takes a long time to reach out to all those people, right? So I've got about 5,000 people on my profile, right? I'm not saying all of them would be good fits, right? But it would take me a long time to go through all my 5,000 people and PM them all, right? The ones that would do that. But what you can do is you can go invite. And you need to do the Feminine Mojo first. This doesn't work as well if you don't do the Feminine Mojo first. So do your Feminine Mojo. Like, again, you got a Feminine and Masculine Mojo. So first, you can look for groups you already belong to. They'll let you invite friends to your group with groups in common. So you can do There was one, it was called Big Ticket. And this is my group, but here is a group I belong, almost named the same fucking thing, right? Do you think they might be interested? If they're in this group, they might be interested in my group, right? So you can click that, click apply, and it'll pull up all your friends who are in that group too, right? This can be in the hundreds or thousands of people. I went through, you can see all the shaded ones, the people that I've either invited, right? Or they're already in the group, right? But bang, 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 bang. Unfortunately, they don't have just the all button on these, right? But you can go through these and invite them pretty quickly, right? I was inviting like 300 people at a time and like boom, 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 right? Like you'll start seeing people come in there. If you do the feminine mojo first. If you don't do the feminine mojo first, you'll get very, very few people to accept your invites. I'm not saying you won't get any, but it definitely works better. But this is a way to, because what happens when you send them the invite, it shows up in their box like, oh yeah, I remember him talking about that, right? But it's not quite as masculine as if I would show up in their PMs, right? But it works pretty dang good, right? Just a little thing to help you seed from your list, right? So. Now they do, let me turn this off, the share, so I can see your lovely faces. I do almost everything ghetto, right? Because when I get bogged down in the tech, it hangs me up and I want to know it works before I put the investment in the tech. There is tech out there that you can take this to another level. One of them is called UpViral. I can't remember the gentleman's name, but it's called UpViral. And really all it is affiliate program software that's designed to help you with contests and stuff. So you can say, hey, if you like my post, right, then you'll get so many points and you get this thing and it helps you, you can build your list from those people. It gives you landing pages so they can send people to those landing pages, right? So there's tech on this so it can help you blow this up to another level even. And all it is affiliate program software, just kind of designed to be used for contests and sweepstakes and those kind of things, right? So just like with any campaign, there's 1,001 ways to slice and dice this campaign, just like sales campaigns. I could do a campaign just for email, right? Hey, if you have an email list, right? So I can get out in people's emails. If they have a YouTube channel, right? I could just do a campaign for YouTube. Again, this is why I like this so much. I don't have to master all these traffic sources, right? If they have a LinkedIn following, a LinkedIn group, Pinterest, right? I don't know, but all these different things that they may have, right? Post on their Facebook profile if you think that's going to be good, right? There's 1,000,001 ways to slice and dice this, right? You can give them something to give away, right? Just like anything. But instead of just thinking about our audience as an ATM, right? If we think about them as a way to help spread the mission and spread the word, right? This has never been easier than today with all the social media out there, right? And then our next sales campaigns do that much better, right? Because you have more people, and not only the people that are in there, if they've promoted you, I cannot stress this enough. If they've promoted you somehow, they've made an implicit decision, right, that you're worth promoting, and they're going to buy your stuff way more fervently, right? This is not some Arkansas boy telling you this. They figured this out a long, long time ago. With loyalty programs and getting people to refer and all that kind of stuff, right?
Implied endorsement is huge.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're really stoning 5 birds with 1 rock, right? Like getting 5 birds stoned with 1 rock with this, right? So, but we get too narrowly focused just on, okay, content so they'll like and comment on it, or content that'll make sales, right? What thoughts do you guys have? What questions do you guys have? The biggest thing I want to make sure is this is useful for you guys. Like, is this something you guys can go out and even on a small level start using like really quickly?
100%. I've tasked my team with growing the YouTube subscriber list to 100,000 within 18 months. I'm just thinking that this could accelerate that process without having to kind of do the normal stuff that everyone else does, right? So yeah, it's pretty cool.
You can do it, again, you can slice it a million different ways. You could say, you could run a campaign with email, right? Go from YouTube to email, like, hey, here's the email list. If you want to, I'm giving this away. You want to jump on the list and promote it, right? But eventually we want to take our assets off of social media and put them into something we have more control over, right? Almost nobody's doing, right? So that's another type of campaign, like, hey, get this free thing, right? And if you send people to the page, this is where the up viral and stuff will help you. And not only will you get the download, if you would send, 5 of your friends here, you get this many points, or how many, like, so you can, again, you can cut and slice and dice these so many different ways, right? Using other people's time, energy, influence, all these kind of things, right? Again, I'm not saying never to use another traffic source, right? But this is I could take anybody, right, that has some kind of brain-gasmic content. If they don't have it, I just find somebody with brain-gasmic content and you can put them together, right? But you can grow any of your audiences, right, by using deal making and offer making, right? Find something they want, and instead of asking for money, ask them for an action, right?
What I like about it is that it does tap into, the whole endorsement side of things. So if these people are posting things like that, sharing it with others, then those are seen as recommendations. And so if those people
That's
are
right.
interested in what they're posting about,
Yeah.
they're going to trust you intrinsically before they even come into the group. So
Yeah.
that's what I like about that. And then you also mentioned the just the simple process of thanking them, showing them recognition. I guess I wasn't even thinking about that today when during a reunion call, I was in the chat while we had a guest expert, Jason Fladlin, talking for close to 90 minutes about stuff. Well, actually over 90 minutes. And I was going back and forth having private conversations with people, thanking them, first of all, for just being on the call and just asking them. And one thing I learned from you was asking them about something that you already know about them. And so, I did that, and that encouraged a lot of conversation.
Yeah.
And it all started by just thanking them for being on the call, So
That's great. Your point about the implied endorsement or the endorsement coming in, you're totally right. Way better than cold traffic. Way better than even traffic that knows you a little bit. If they know you a little bit and get an endorsement from somebody, like, that's super powerful, right?
right.
I always used to say when I did webinars, Andy, I loved getting people. I didn't even care how many sales. I mean, I know the partner cared about the sales, but I didn't really even care about the sales because I would get all the registrations. And so I wasn't just getting their list. I was getting their most hyperactive people on their list and getting the endorsement from it, right?
Yep.
Which was more valuable than the sales coming out of it from my end, right? So just getting that endorsement from people, even if they didn't even show up to the webinar, Think about that. Even if they don't show up to the webinar, you're still getting that endorsement from them, right?
And you have a reason to
Huge.
follow up, you know, hey, we missed you.
Right.
Here's the replay, or here's
I'm
another
saying
one.
even if they don't register, right? They're still seeing my name, getting the, you know, say you promoted me, right? And they're like, they didn't take any action, but they still saw you promoting me, right? They're like, ooh, must be a pretty good dude if Andy the song's promoting him, right? Like, does that make sense? So
Yep.
those are some intangible assets that people discount, right? They're like, oh, I didn't make no monies off of it. Crap, right? Not realizing that money comes from assets, right? So we want to focus on the assets, and then we don't have to worry about the money anymore. That's the big thing. Lynn, you like you're saying, getting ready to say something smart, but maybe not. I don't know.
Did you say Len?
Yeah, I saw you.
No, you
back on the
got
screen. Like,
no. Well, that would be a great setup. And now I wish I had something really smart to say to. you know, you're making what you've made me think, and I don't know whether I'm alone in this, but I'm so guilty of continuing to do the same thing, email my list in a very similar way. And what you did for me today is I got to do things differently. And what I love is being able to take them somewhere, give value in exchange for them showing up, build that rapport in a way that I just don't think I have been, because I was able to get away with not doing it this way for such a long time.
Yeah.
And so today was great for a couple different reasons. So you got my head spinning, but that was great for me today. So thank you.
awesome, man. She jumped off the call now, but Irene's in the same boat. But Rebecca has purchased 6,000. She probably did some filtering on it. 6,000 snail mail addresses of all the martial arts schools, right? To me, if you get this thing working on a certain level, right, there's only 11,000 or 12,000 martial arts schools, right? But it almost, if you can, I told her mail 1,000, right? Send them, have her text them. Hey, text me. I'll give you a link to the group, because that'll automatically build an asset, a text asset for her. It almost doesn't matter. Like, as long as it's not a ghost town, like there's not, as long as it's not nothing, right? Even if she only pulled 10 people out of 1,000, the first 1,000 mailing, and got 10 people in the group, you can take that 10 people, right, and get out other places, right? Now, I think she'll do a lot better than 10 people, right? It might take a couple goes at it, right? But like free stuff and it written really, really personally, like you can get between a 7 and 10% response on some of these things. So best case scenario, she puts 100 people in a group, right? Kind of averaging probably 50 people in the group, you know, off of $700 spend on the mail, right? But she'll build other assets there too, right? But then you take that and circulate it and grow it, right? Then it's like, sheesh, you know, if one of those people buy something, that's going to cover her costs on that. But then we got all this growth factor that we can do as well, right? So.
Travis, I always appreciate that when you give us some specific example, like the thing with Facebook. That's so simple, but it's so easy just to go do that next week with the group I've already got. I mean, I love the idea of current assets, just taking those and using them versus, especially what Lynn said, versus just creating, you know, just creating something else or just staying in the same rut. But just that's a wonderful blend for me. And it's just like one step removed versus I got to create a whole new ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, like in yours, like it's probably some relationship advice groups, right? And you could go join those groups if you don't have, but you can join the group. And then then you can add your friends who already belong in those groups, right? And it just makes it easier. Again, do your feminine mojo first, right? But then you can say, oh, here's my friends that belong in these groups too. So they're more than likely going to be interested in this group, right? Yeah, it makes it a lot simpler. Hey, I wanted just to say thank you. I know we don't like these long ass welcome videos, but man, I sure wanted to say thank you so much for mixing Mojo with me, regardless of what level you chose. I had a good time coming up with those, by the way. I don't know if they'll work for anything, but they sure were fun. But no matter what level you decide to invest in yourself and with me, I can't tell you the amount of inner peace and security I've had over the years, just knowing I used to use Notepad, but I could fire up a Notepad, right, and stick that Notepad or that Google document or something in front of some traffic and have it convert into sales, right? So part of the magic is the offer. Part of it is how we do the document, right? But that's what I want to give to you, right? So if you just decided to go with the muscle car, turbo, Ferrari option, those are all going to be fantastic. I do want to let you know I've got a ton of surprise bonuses on the way. So keep your eyes open in the emails for me, and also inside of the check back, with your Kajabi log in on there, and new things will pop up. I'll try to let you know when those pop up. I will be doing some Zoom calls. I am going to deliver on the ones that were in the promise, right? But I usually do more. And I'll probably be doing some critiques and stuff like that. So just want to let you know that. If you decided to invest in the Bugatti level, you're kind of getting the grand opening or the pre-opening thing here. The best thing that you can do for yourself is to run some Google Doc or a 2-page Google Doc cash machines for yourself, right? And watch some of the sales come in. That's the best thing you're going to be able to do. But I want you to feel or know that, like, not just from my words, right, that what a value you guys are giving people. And when you resell this, of course, you get to keep 100% of all the funds that come in. As long as you're selling it for $99 or above, we're going to be good to go. You'll get access to all of the levels. Obviously, that there won't be live Zoom calls, but there will be the recordings in there. So you could sell it for $99, $199, $499, $999. You can bundle that in. You can package it in with stuff that you already have, as long as it's not a $7 ebook, and you got to be packaged in $99 or above. So if you got a $25,000 mastermind, obviously you can put that inside of your mastermind. I'm totally cool with that, or some group program, right? Any of those kind of things is going to be within that license agreement. So there's going to be some technical stuff, like how we're going to get you the access and how your people are going to get the access and everything, that I'm still working on. But I'll get that done pretty quickly. Again, the best thing you can do is be really familiar, not only from an intellectual standpoint on the product, but go through it yourself, right? And why not bring in 10 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand, right? Depending on how big your audience is, on what you're doing, right? On those kind of things. So again, I just want to say thank you again for mixing Mojo with me. I think it's super smart decision on that. Again, I don't know anything that's given me more peace, financial peace, than knowing I can go to a traffic source somewhere, whether I own it or not, and do a really simple, Notepad or Google Doc. I still say Notepad because I did so many of them back in the day, and just start bringing in, watching the PayPal, the Stripe, or whatever merchant account that I had at the time fill up, right? So that's what I want to give to you. That's going to be kind of my legacy to you, if you will. I'm super looking forward to mixing Mojo with you, and thank you again. How many guys would be open to learning some shortcuts and tips and secrets that's taken me like 30 freaking years to learn, just to sell the bejesus out of anything, let alone my stuff, right? As an affiliate, any kind of traffic source or anything like that, right? So this will be especially relevant if you don't consider yourself to be an amazing copywriter, I consider myself to be an okay copywriter, but I still like shortcuts. Please still give me a shortcut. So I'm going to give you guys some of the biggest shortcuts I've ever found so you can sell the crap. I would sell Enlightened Self-Interest. I want you to sell the crap out of my stuff, but it also be sell the crap out of other stuff. So I'm going to spend quite a bit of time on that. And then I'm going to show you how to apply that to the 2-page Google Doc cash machine, right? So you can sell a bunch of that. And then we're going to do some technical stuff where I take you into the Kajabi so you can see how to get your links and the materials that you have for all that kind of stuff, right? And of course, we'll have some time for questions and brainstorms and all that kind of stuff. I love hanging out with you guys. So sometimes I wear people out. I'm a little bit weird about it. I wear people out. Hey, Jacob, I see you. I'm going to promote you. So I'll wear people out. But usually we go until I have to go to the bathroom, which could be a pretty long time, or unless I get my feelings hurt, right, with your low self-esteem and everybody's like reading books and doing some other stuff. And then I'll just like, oh, screw it. Like, I'm done, right? So that's kind of how we roll here. So if you have questions and you want to put them in the chat, that's awesome, but I won't look at them, right? So if you want to come on, I might look at people that aren't coming on camera. I may look at it later, but like the best way is just to kind of raise your hand if you're on the screen, and that'll go in my queue. So I don't have a big formalized plan here, but I want to show you guys how to sell a lot of stuff, especially my stuff. That's my Enlightened Self-Interest, right? I didn't want to overhype this and the sales materials, but I really want to teach you guys or help you guys or guide you guys on how to sell a lot of this stuff, right? So I'm planning several training sessions. We'll have other products for you to sell if you want to go sell those things. I like to have competitions and just make shit fun. So like, we're in for a good time and a good ride here, probably way more than I put into the little Google document here, right? But I believe, and it sounds trite, but I believe in under-promising and over-delivering whenever I can. Plus, I love doing this stuff. So there you go. By the way, if you have kids in the room, when I get excited, I do cuss as much as I try not to. So you might want to have some headphones in or something like that. If I see a little toddler come in front of the camera or something, I do try to dial it back a little bit, but don't count on that. So let's get the show on the road. You're going to be selling my stuff as a licensee, right? Another way to think about it is like an affiliate, right? So we're going to be, and I cut my teeth as an affiliate, selling all kinds of products, all over kinds of different things, right? So what we don't want to do is we don't want to pitch product. I'm not saying you can't pitch the product, but usually the way most people's affiliate promotions go is like, oh, are you in this terrible pain? Well, you need to meet my friend Travis, right? And buy his shit. Like, I'm being a little bit facetious here, right? But if you look at most of the way people sell stuff, right, as an affiliate, it's like, oh, hey, if you have this problem, I did too. And then you should really meet my friend here. He has an amazing product, right? I always say it in my Southern way, ridiculously, so it sticks in your mind, right? But buy his product or buy her product, right? And not only is this, that doesn't work well for selling stuff, that's not yours. By the way, this will work great for selling your stuff, but it doesn't leave people with the best taste in their mouth, right? It's like, oh, they're trying to sell me a product, right? Does that make sense, right? So I'm going to show you guys a different way to do it. Almost nobody does it this way, but it's been the kind of like the secret to my success here. And I'm going to give you a tool to make it super simple too. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to pitch the product right away. We don't want to go from like, hey, do you have this pain? Buy my shit. Or buy this shit, right? Usually that's what you see in a lot of stuff. Hey, do you have this pain? And they try to grind it in, right? They exacerbate the pain, the problem, agitate, solution kind of thing, right? And it can work, especially for low ticket kind of stuff. But I'm going to show you guys there's a missing part in there, right? So any of my old Mojo people, what do we want to do before we pitch the product, if we ever pitch the product at all? What do we want to do before we pitch the product? Anybody have any clues? And by the way, I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to have you struggle a little bit. I'm not just going to spoon feed you. People get upset with me sometimes about that, but you won't fucking remember it if I do that. And I don't care about pleasing people. I care about serving you, right? And giving you guys tools that you guys can actually go out and use, right? So if we don't just launch into pitching a product, what do we want? What do we want to do? What's something that we can do?
You want to build a relationship.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Oh, point out the like the,
Oh, I can't hear you, dude.
like oh
Hope it's not me. Somebody else give me a sound check. Make sure it's not Carlos.
Can you hear me?
Oh crap! It is me. One second.
oh, you guys can hear me? Everybody can hear
Oh,
me?
I see that.
Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, right.
Absolutely. We
Okay.
can all hear each other.
We hear you,
We just
Carlos.
can't.
Oh, okay, cool.
There we go.
Awesome. Okay, go ahead, Carlos. It was me.
Oh,
There you go.
I was gonna say something to do with the problem or the symptom or symptom of a situation, like point out there's an inkling of a situation going on.
Okay, so they've got the situation. Then what? What do we do then?
You gotta-
Oh my goodness, Ann got it. Woohoo! We want to pre-sell the plan. And we're going to spend a lengthy amount of time on what the hell that means, right? But we want to frame, they're going to have a problem, but we want to put a different perspective on it. We want to frame it in a different way. And the way we're going to do that is what I call pre-selling the plan, right? I'm going to give you a lot of examples, but I got some more theory to go through, but I'm going to pop in a real simple example I always use all the time. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, right? If you ever saw him and saw his nose, you'd say it glows, right? What was Rudolph's problem? They laughed at him. Their other reindeer laughed at him and they called him names, right? What Rudolph thought his problem was his shiny red nose. He thought that was the problem. Because he thought that was the problem, it led him to do things what we're going to call the old plan or the current plan. And this, it wasn't in the song, but it was in the movie. In the movie, to deal with what he thought was the problem was his shiny red nose, he would put mud on his nose. That was his plan. That was his current plan. And there was problems with this current plan. Some of this I'm going to make up, right? But first you got to find the mud, then you got to put it on your nose. Well, how well do you think you breathe with mud on your nose? And you're going to sound funny. On the movie, he sounded funny, right? Hi, my name's Rudolph, right? So he sounded
the claymation
funny,
one, right?
What was that?
You talking about the claymation movie?
Yeah. Yeah, right. So he put mud on his nose, right? And what invariably would happen is the mud would fall off. And then what would happen? Then the reindeer would laugh out even more, right? They'd make more fun of him, right? So he went down deeper and deeper, right? His current plan kind of worked, right? But it had all kinds of issues that led to pain and symptoms, right? So if we just said, hey, Rudolph, you can visit my plastic surgeon and he'll remove that nose for you, right? Pitching the product, he's going to be like, wait a minute, like, I'm not sure about that, right? Like, hey, you need to meet my plastic surgeon friend, right? But what happens in the song and what happens in the movie is Santa comes up with a new plan for him. But before you come up with a new plan, we have to reframe the problem and the issue, right? Now, this wasn't in the song or the movie, right? But what was Santa's thinking about Rudolph's problem, the shiny red nose? What was Santa's, if you were Santa, what would the reframe be? Oh, I see, Rudolph, you think your shiny red nose is a problem. What would Santa's reframe be? Anybody want to take a stab at it? Go ahead, Carlos.
What if you could actually use your nose for guiding my sleigh.
What? And of course, in the song, it's like a minute and a half song. Rudolph just says like, oh yeah, sure, I'll guide your sleigh tonight. Sure. Right? But in the song, it even says, Rudolph, with your nose so bright. Right? He didn't just say, hey, Rudolph, guide my sleigh tonight. He said, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, which was the reframe, right? From pain in the ass to a reframe of, whoo, you've got a very bright nose. It's a foggy Christmas Eve, right? Won't you guide my sleigh tonight, right? Guide my sleigh tonight was selling the product, right? Come in and do this action for me. But the reframe and the new plan is, hey, what if we used your nose as a benefit? Does that make sense to everybody? If it's not making sense, let me know. We're going to go through some more examples, right? But this is what we want to do when we even sell our own stuff, right? Instead of saying, buy my shit, like we want to understand what is their current, how do they view their problem and what are they doing right now to try to solve that problem and why isn't it working? What are some of the symptoms of that? And then we're going to have a simple plan, right? I always think of it like the before and after, right? So the before is on the left hand side, right? And then the mentor, Santa, Obi-Wan Kenobi, any of these people are going to come in, they give a new plan to the hero of the story. By the way, we never want to be the hero. Who's the hero? Who's going to always be the hero in our story?
The client.
The client or the person we're writing to, right? Mm-hmm. If anything, we're going to be what? Who are we going to be?
Obi-Wan or
Santa. We're going to be the mentor saying, hey, what if we look at that like this, right? And we don't want to make Rudolph feel bad. I see this all the time. They try to shame people. They're like, oh, do you have that problem? Well, you know why you still have it? Because you're stupid and you're lazy. And like, I see this all the time. Like I just saw this in some copy. You need to man up, right? You need to man up, right? Literally saw that in some copy, right? And it does not work unless you're super, super skilled with it. There's a few people that can pull it off, but you have to go all the way in on it, right? You have to go all the way in on that, right? So yes, we want to give them we don't want to pitch the product. We want to pre-sell the plan. Now, here's the cool part. If you can pre-sell the plan, they're like, oh, they get it. Sometimes you don't even have to talk about the product. And I'm not going to ask you to press the I believe button on that, right? But if you don't want to skip that step. And if you don't know what it is, don't expect you to have great conversions, right? So you understand your Rudolph. What do they think their real problem is? How are they trying to solve that? I'm not saying that they don't even have a decent plan, but it's going to have symptoms that they probably don't like, right? And our plan needs to be clear. I call this a CDDP, a clearly different and desirable plan. So not only does it have to be clearly different, but it also needs to be desirable over what they've been doing, right? If you want fast conversions and a short sales cycle. There's sometimes people need to take a plan that's actually harder than what they're doing, right? But it's going to give them that outcome, right? So I'm not going to go too deep into that, but just kind of press the I believe button on that, right? We want it to be faster, easier, or simpler, or make them look better. I call these the timer issues. I'm not going to go deeply into that, but how is this faster, simpler, make them look better, right, over what they're currently doing, right? Rudolph's biggest issue was nobody would play with him. They called them names, right? At the end of the song, he goes down in history. All the reindeer are shouting his name with glee, and Rudolph goes down in history, right? See how much better that plan is than the one that he has, right? So I'm gonna let that soak in just a little bit. I'm gonna take a drink of coffee, and then I'm gonna try a little demonstration with you guys. Matthew Lee, I see you, sir. I'm going to bring you on. You guys are really, I must be learning how to multitask just a little bit because I'm starting to see things out of my corner of my eye a little bit there. So I just promoted you. Matthew Lee, if you want to come on. So this is not a trick. It's not a trick question, but I'm just using it for a demonstration. So don't think too hard about this, okay? But I want to show you something. Before I give you the theory on this, I don't know what's better, if I should give you the theory or do the demo. Hopefully you guys can see this, right? So which one of these would you rather have? Think about what you're thinking about there. Now, I'm going to ask you. Which one of these would you rather have?
If one is gold, I can't really see it between silver and gold.
Let me try it again because this is important. This is important. So let me change my background. I forgot about this old background thing, Roger. Choose virtual background. Of course, it's going to be slow. Let's try none. Let's try none. There we go. Okay, so let's try this again. There's no tricks on this, but think about what your mind does. Which one of these would you rather have? Are you decided? How many of you guys decide you know which one you'd rather have based off of that? Nobody, right? Now tell me on this one, which one would you rather have? Anybody make a decision which one they would rather have on that one?
The one in your left hand.
What happened? What happened there? What's the difference here?
Change in the color. There was gold there.
It's a big secret shortcut. It's a big secret shortcut for, if you guys aren't great copywriters, this will super, super help you, right?
You showed something that was clearly different and desirable.
That's right. Clearly different. You could, the brain can understand contrast in a heartbeat. Bam! So we want to try to demonstrate their current plan they're on and the difference. And the more we can do it, if we're going to use words, we want to do it in a way that's why I always use, you guys notice I use metaphors and analogies, right? But we want to position their current plan with the new plan. And it needs to happen just as fast as that, right? For faster conversions. If we do this, I'm not saying we can't get conversions, but we're gonna have a whole lot of explaining to do. This is a Canadian, it's 1.5 ounces of silver. This one is 1 ounce of silver, right? They're both 0.9999% pure, right? But it's harder for the brain to make a decision when we're trying to look at two similar items. So the more we can contrast these differences, boom, the faster people can make decisions. Woo! And especially if it's desirable, like, ooh, that's gold. Ooh, I know that's way more valuable than the silver. Does that make sense? Because if you can remember this, it's going to be huge, huge help. I'm going to go through a couple examples and show you how I've used it in different ways, right? But go back to Rudolph. Think of the example think of the example there, right? Instead of having this mud and have to cake your nose with mud, right? Thinking that your nose is the problem. What if we used it to save Christmas for billions of kids, right? Whew. Guide the sleigh one night. That's guide the sleigh one night versus the rest of my life trying to put mud on my nose. You see how that's clearly different and desirable? Oh, my low self-esteem's kicking in. You guys see that? Cool. So let's talk about some other examples. Let's use another story. Star Wars. Now, somebody goes, oh, you nerd. So if you're not into Star Wars, I got other examples we're going to use. We're going to get more and more into reality, right? But Star Wars, right? Luke Skywalker was the hero. What was Luke Skywalker? It was a classic tale of good and evil, right? But think about what George Lucas did. Who was the face? Who was the face of evil? The biggest face of evil. No Star Wars people?
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader, that's right. So he was the symbol for evil there, right? And so kind of he has to come along with it, but Luke Skywalker, this little farm town kid back in the farm town, desert farm town, right? He's got to go up against Darth fucking Vader, like the leader of the fucking evil thing, right? And Luke's like, oh, I don't know how I want to do this. Like, I'm just a dude. I'm just a kid, right? Like, you want me to go up against Darth Vader? Like, holy crap. But then Obi-Wan Kenobi comes with a very, very simple plan. Now, this one's probably not so desirable at the beginning, right? But what is Obi-Wan Kenobi's simple plan? What's the whole plan through the whole series?
The Force.
Yeah, that's right, Brian. Use the Force. And of course, Luke doesn't just buy, because again, that's what I'm trying to make to you. It's like, oh, it's clearly different, but it's not so desirable at the beginning, right? So the whole series is about him learning to trust the Force, right? Him with the blindfold, with the lightsaber, trying to hit the orb, right? And all these kind of things, right? So, but finally he starts to trust the Force, right? And the story kind of ends happy depending on which series you're watching, right? So let's take this down to affiliate marketing, pre-sale marketing, and everything. So this was something that really amazed some affiliates when I did this, but back in like 2006, I was in the weight loss market, and I was selling as an affiliate something called Hoodia. You guys ever heard of that? Hoodia Gordoni, right? It was in a liquid form at this time. And I've always used Gitto landing pages, right? Notepad files, like this one was actually done on a site called US Free Ads. It was just a classified ad site is what it was. But I wrote this little piece of pre-sale content on US Free Ads, and I just ran traffic to it. And I was making $300, $500 a day just driving traffic to this little Gitto landing page, right? With the Hoodia Gordoni, right? So a lot of the affiliates had these, or even merchants that were selling it had these big fancy pages with like reams and reams and reams of great copywriting and how Hoodia Gordoni worked and all those kind of things. And I don't know what all their sales numbers were, right? But I approached it from a very personal, just regular, everyday kind of guy, right? And I absolutely crushed it, right? Back the movie, the TV show that was really big at that time was Lost. I don't know if you guys ever watched Lost, right? I like to watch TV. I know that means I'll never be successful, but I do like to use it in my copy, and it works out pretty good. I just told a little true story, right? When I'm sitting around watching Lost, I get the snack attacks. I freaking get snack attacks, man. Like, and I've tried diets before, but like, what good does being on a diet do if I'm just gonna like snack watching TV? And I'm like, no matter how much willpower I try to use, like the little snack monster gets on my shoulder, and see what I'm doing? I'm putting a face like Darth Vader. I'm putting a face to the problem, right? We want to get outside. We don't want to blame them, right? I just didn't have enough willpower, right? How many other people try to use willpower when they're watching Lost to try not to eat that snack, right? I'm like, damn it. That snack monster always kicks my ass. Like, maybe some people can do it, right? But not me, man. It just kicks my ass, right? But then I found Hoodia, and Hoodia helped me kick the snack monster's ass, right? It made me so I didn't feel hungry, right? And then I can explain a little bit about what it was. It was a root that back a long, long time ago, hunters, when they had to leave home for like their cave for 2 or 3 days, they would put this root in their mouth. So it was an appetite suppressant, so they wouldn't get hungry, right? I'm like, I don't know all about that, but I just know that now I can get through an episode or two of Lost, and I don't have to pull out the Doritos or the chocolate donuts, right? Absolutely freaking crushed it, right? Because I'm just getting a common enemy. What's their current plan, right, for dealing with that common enemy, right? And then I'm giving them a new plan, like, you know, so whatever you do, you got to find a way to slay that snack monster, right? I'm sure there's other ways to do it, right? But this Hoodia Gordonia sure worked great for me, right? Then I did a little bit of stuff on there, right? Because this was actually a liquid, right? I said there's tablets you can buy and everything, but I need this to work now, right? Like, you know, I need it to work now. So the liquid absorbs into my system faster, which means that I can slay the snack monster before the credits start to roll, right? Like on those kind of things, right? And just absolutely fucking crushed it, right? This is the same way I still try to do stuff now, right? You can write like a 6th grader. What we want to do is we want to understand, how can we contrast their current plan with a new, right, clearly different and desirable plan. So I'm going to pause a second. Is anybody having any light bulbs come on here? So I want this light bulb to come on so you can sell the shit out of my shit, right? Right? Even though the guy isn't getting 100% on it, right? It's still going to behoove me. The more you sell, the more you're going to promote it and all those kind of things, right? Does that make sense to you guys? So I'm going to give you guys some more examples. So this is a product that I sold myself, but I also helped affiliates sell it. You guys may or may not have heard of it, but it was in the relationship advice arena. It was called The Magic of Making Up. It was one of the first products on how to get back together after a breakup, mostly for people that weren't married. People that were married purchased it, right? But there's a lot of long distance relationships and everything back in that time, right? But I had a video, and it's probably the worst video that's ever been done in the history of YouTube, but it got like 1.6 million views before one of my competitors like got mad and ended up somehow getting it banned or taken off, right? But it was so bad, right? I am not good on camera. It was bumbly as fuck, but there was clearly different and desirable plan shift for them, right? So when most, and I'm just going to kind of roll it out to you, right, just for the examples, but when most people break up, if they didn't want the breakup, like if they were the one that got the Dear John letter, the first thing they try to do is disagree with the breakup, right? Or apologize for whatever they did, right? Which the symptoms of those are, and I don't know for sure, but I think I coined the term text message terrorism, right? So they start texting the shit out of them, drunk, I didn't admit drunk dialing, but, right? So and these are all things where they're disagreeing with the breakup. So T-Dub, that was my pen name, T.W. Jackson, which is actually my birth name on my Travis Wayne Jackson. My mom got remarried. I won't go into that long story, but that's the name on my birth certificate. But T-Dub's simple plan was agree with the breakup. Whoa, right? And then I gave him a simple letter, right, that they could write and send to their ex. That was all in the free stuff, right? But as soon as they could imagine themselves doing that or did that, right, sold millions and millions and millions of dollars based off that. Not so much pitching how awesome this product was, but by saying, here's the plan that you have, right? Here's the things that you may be doing, right? The real problem is, like, you agree with the breakup and you change your tactics, then they'll give them some space where they can pursue you, right? So just trying to show you guys how simple this thing can work, right? So there's probably a bunch more examples that we could go into, but what do you guys think? And I don't know what all you guys' audiences are, but we want to think of the people that we're going to be pre-selling the plan for the 2-page Google Doc, right? What is it they're trying to do, and what is the current plan that they have? We don't want to make their plan wrong or bad. It's just a different tool. Does that make sense? Right? It's just a different tool. So I'm just going to present an idea here. I'm going to let you guys play with it. But let's say that your audience was a bunch of coaches, and one of the plans that they had was to run these $37 challenges, right? Is everybody familiar with what I mean when I say challenge, what that means, right? So if we were going to try to do this, like what's clearly different between $37 challenges, right, and a 2-page Google document, right? What's some things that we could pre-frame?
Challenges are hard work.
Yeah, like how long? That's it. So how long
Especially those
are the
5-day
challenges,
ones.
right? A lot of hard work, right? What else do we got, right? What else?
Challenges take up a lot of time.
Take up a lot of time, right? Some of these challenges, I'd say 3-day challenge, 7-day challenge, right? All those are in the days, right?
Simplicity and convenience.
I love it. That's the other side of it, right? It's the simplicity and the convenience. That's the, right, 2-page Google document, right? Seems a lot simpler, right, to put up, right? But simplicity, you're right. Complexity, complex, takes a long time. Simplicity, right? And people like simplicity, right? What about not just for them, but what about for their people they're trying to sell, right? What could be the difference there, right?
Do you mean like a shorter time to market kind of thing?
That's right. Like how many people, like, so I hope you're crushing it with $37 challenges, right? Over a week, right? But do you ever get the feeling like maybe not everybody can follow along in a 7-day challenge.
Yeah.
Like how many sales would come in if you just bite-size the offer down and put it in a Google document, right? So keep on doing your challenges, right? This might be a great follow-up after the challenge, right? The people that can, does that make sense? So I'm giving them a new bolt-on add-on tool, right? What else? Let's go a little deeper here. Just like, this is kind of what I do, right? I'm constantly thinking like, because a screwdriver has a gazillion uses, right? I mean, obviously it's to turn screws, right? But maybe your door is loose, or maybe your cupboard's loose, or maybe you want to win some points with the wife, right? So you're going to go around fixing things, right? You know, whatever the thing, like there's lots of different, or maybe you got to pry the lid off a paint can, right? There's all kinds of different uses for stuff, right?
So the format becomes the tool, becomes the new opportunity thing, becomes the new frame.
Yeah. Once you run a $37 challenge, is it, even if you run another challenge, it's still a lot of work, right? So ooh, that worked good. But if you want to run another one, it's still 7 days. Now I'm sure there's ways to make it easier, like have the recordings, or but it's still going to take 7 days, right? But get your 2-page Google document figured out. It's easy to rerun that campaign. Right? Does that make sense? So we just want it to be clearly different and desirable, right? And we want to pre-sell that plan. So I'm going to give you a little phrase. I really think this is the magic in between this. I'm not saying that this is the way you're going to sell it, but I think you guys want to be clear on it. So how many of you guys have heard the saying, money loves speed? Right? I don't know if the money really loves anything, right? It just kind of sits there, like it just kind of sits there, right? But I think people love speed, right? And they're the ones that whip out their wallets and put their credit cards down on there, right? So money loves speed. But here's another thing you can do with your content is a side bonus. Like you have a good known saying that helps your case, but if you can add on to that, so I'm going to give you an add-on here. If money loves speed, what does speed love? How do we make things fast? Right? If money loves
Decrease
speed.
time.
What was that, Carlos?
Decrease time, compress time, or
that's speed, right? But how do we get there? If money loves speed, what does speed love? Boom! Who said that? You win the SMART award for the minute. Awesome. So if money loves speed, speed loves simplicity.
Yeah. Agree.
Right? So if you want to make a lot of money, make things simpler. Right? So, but it's something that this is really the overall plan, right? Basically our tool is simplicity. So we just want to find all the different, whoever our person is, we want to find out where they have complexity, right? And offer this as a tool to make it simpler. Does that make sense to everybody, or am I using too abstract terms, right?
Oh, makes perfect sense.
Perfect sense.
2 pages, right? Seems a lot easier than a webinar, right? Or a VSL, right?
Even a landing page. It seems a lot easier.
Even a landing page, right? So sometimes you're going to get pushback, right? But this is why I use the terms like bite-sized offer. Like the reason, why do you think there's half an hour-long VSLs? It's because they're trying to give you a miracle cure, right? Like, does that make sense? You don't have to do that, right? I sold millions and millions of dollars of Magic I'm Making Up, right? But what I wasn't really even selling was them getting back together. I was selling them not feeling rejected anymore and opening up conversation back again, right? And the only way they're going to do that is by agreeing with the breakup and not being so, I didn't tell them that like this, but not being so needy, not being like like an addict, right? Like, but that was the big thing. And that also gave it the best chance to heal itself, right? But the reason, like, we need this big, long ass VSLs because we're like, I'm going to show you how to lose 20 pounds in 20 days and keep it off. And then God's going to love you. Everyone's going to love you. And like all these kind of things, right? So they're trying to make this huge ass promise, right? But if we just make a bite-sized offer, right? Then we can wrap it in a 2-page Google document, right? And it can be 3 pages or 4 pages or whatever, but it does seem a lot simpler. Does that make sense? Does it give you guys, so you guys want to look at your audience and who you're selling it to? What does Rudolph think his problem is, right? And you don't have to beat up on what they think the problem is, just give them that new plan, right? What's their current plan that they have? And what are some stuff that they don't like about that plan, right? Henry Ford did this, right? He first called it a horseless carriage, right? He didn't call it a car, right? He called it a horseless carriage because there's a lot of problems with horses, right? I never owned one, but I've known people that own them, right? But like, you got to feed them all the time, and they're pooping all the time, and they get sick, and they have vets, and they don't really run very fast, right? Like, so it takes a long time and all this kind of stuff is what Henry Ford said. If I'd given people what they wanted, I would have given them a faster horse, right? Or one that didn't eat so much, right? Something like that. But he gave them a very clearly different, desirable plan, which wasn't a car at the time. It was a horseless carriage, right? Without the horse, until they adopted that step, if that makes sense.
Travis, I won't throw you off if I interject here, would I?
No, you won't, sir.
Yeah. I'm changing my business model. If you see all the ads and you see everything that's popular right now, like how to make $100,000 a month or how to do this big grandiose ideas, and just dumbing down some of my offers and just get a person to the next step. Right. So instead of making $100,000 in real estate, how to do your very next deal, right? And then bringing a crowd a little bit closer to the hole, as you were using your analogy with the golf stuff, and stop trying to give everybody everything at once and eliminate doing the long webinars. And the Google Doc makes sense because you're just giving them the very next thing that they need to succeed on their path to whatever their end goal is. So I'm restructuring a lot of my stuff now.
That's awesome, man. Yeah. That's been worth millions and millions of dollars to me, understanding that, and happier customers.
Yeah.
Right. They actually get the thing, and you don't have to solve all their problems. If you just show them where you're at, like phoneless sales machine. I don't say I'm going to show you how to make gazillions of dollars and scale your business from 6 figures to 7 figures. I was like, no, I'm just going to show you, like, if you're on the phone now, right, I'm going to show you how to make some sales without the phone call, right? As soon as I do that, they're like, whoo, right? And then I'm like, then I can say, hey, a challenge a lot of people have is like, they just need more recurring income after, but they're so I can step them along, right? But they're happy because I delivered on that thing, right? On that. So you're exactly right. So this is inside the old Kajabi. You guys don't have to send me any nice notes about my design skills and shit. Like, I know they're beyond reproach. But so don't be dissuaded by that. But this is what you kind of got right now. So this is the welcome video. By the way, there's going to be a lot more stuff coming for you guys, a lot more tools and everything, because I want you guys to, obviously, for the selfish side of me, I guys want you to really crush it with this. But here's what I want to talk about here right now. This getting started mojo. So I put affiliates in quotes, but this is where you're going to sign up as an affiliate. And this is a really, really important concept for you guys to get, is that you will be taking your own payments through PayPal, through Stripe. You're not going to come me and then me pay you. You're going to be taking your own payments through that, but you'll still need to sign up as an affiliate so that you can get your links, which are still going to be affiliate links technically, but these are going to be where after they purchase from you, you're going to give them these links so they can get their product without a lot of hassle for you, right? So once you sign up as an affiliate, here's your sign in, but here's what your dashboard is going to look like. Kajabi is kind of lacking in what I can put in here. So all the stuff that you're going to have as tools is going to be inside your Bugatti little membership area, if that makes sense, right? But if you sell the special muscle offer, this will be the link that you send them. I'll just kind of show you what it looks like on that. I'm not going to do it for every one of them, but I'll just give you the idea. So they're going to get this, right? Fill out the form and get instant access. As soon as they fill this out and sign up, after they've paid you, then they'll get delivered their goods through the old Kajabi magic, however the little guys or little gals are working inside of there, right? So if you're just selling muscle, then you'll deliver this one. If you're just selling, I wouldn't just sell these separately. Like I wouldn't just sell, and you don't have to label a muscle or turbo or whatever. You can do anything that you want to on that, right? But these are inclusive. And what I mean by that is if they get this offer, they also get this one. So you only give them one link, right? Depending on what they purchase. Probably what most of you, I'm assuming, and sometimes my assumptions are wrong, but you'll probably just sell this Ferrari offer, right? Where they get everything, right? Or you might sell it, like you might just keep the page like I have it, and they'll either get muscle, turbo, or Ferrari. Either way is fine, but then you want to deliver that, right? But again, Ferrari is inclusive of turbo and muscle. So you don't give them, they're only going to get one link. Let me pause for a second. Does that make sense to everybody?
Perfectly clear.
Who takes the payment?
We get the payment.
We do.
You take the payment, right?
Yeah.
Perfect. So what that means is this is going to be you guys' I'm going to have several versions of this document in the future, right? This is the version right now. So I put in green, right? You want to take this away. This is what you can start with right now, right? Change your links and the payments below. And you guys can change up this page. I'm going to give you some caveats here. You can change up this page if you want. This one's already been tested, though. But you guys can change this if you guys want to do it a different way, that's fine. But make sure you change these links down here. I'm not going to do a big technical thing on how to change links and everything. Use Google. Google's smarter than I am, right? So if you don't know how to change links in a Google document, just Google it, right? I just Google everything because I'm dumb. So I just Google everything. There's a reason why I have this ridiculously stupid picture here, right? What I'm doing is what I'm calling pre-selling my personality, right? And of course the personality's in here too. At some point, I'm considering, I'm going to wait until the volume gets up there, but I'm considering saying, hey, do you have any questions? Send me a text, right? And I'll have somebody on the team helping close any questions that they have. But in the meantime, you guys can put something down here if you want, right? Hey, if you have any questions on this, email me or text me, right? Usually the questions come back, they're just real simple, right? And then they close right away from that, right? But I'm really not talking to anybody here, but anybody watching this video so much because I kind of know everybody here and I trust everybody here. But if there's anybody going to be watching this in the future, don't do stupid shit, right? Use common sense, right? Don't start trying to jack up these numbers or say shit that's not true on these kind of things, or make a bunch of promises that are, outside the scope of this, or add a bunch of bullshit testimonials or those kind of things, right? Just use some common sense on that. Deliver your product, right? Like after they buy it, have a way to deliver the product, right? They will get in touch, If I find out, again, I'm not talking to so much anybody here, but if I find out somebody's not delivering product or being a douche, like I'm going to kick them out like in a heartbeat. So, if you just want to sell this as the one Ferrari for $99, I'm cool with that, right? Just don't sell it for less than $99, right? That'll screw everybody, right? You can put it in membership sites if you want to, like if you want to take these links, like Dennis Becker has a membership site, right? It's like $49 a month. So people are they're going to stay on there, right? For a while. So I'm cool with that. If it's like $1 a month, so I'm cool with it. If you're in question about it, just reach out. Like I'm pretty flexible and stuff with this. That's part of the reason I want to do this as a licensing thing, so give you some guys some more flexibility on that. But this is the version 1 of that. And then you're also going to have, I think I already pulled it up here somewhere. Maybe I didn't. Yeah, let me go back here. This is a starter kit here of, you can use this in yellow, there's change copy and put your links in when there's yellow highlight, right? So you can use this as email copy. I'm going to give you some posts and stuff. By the way, any of the posts that you guys see inside of the Big Ticket Super Affiliate, if you guys want to use that, that's fine, as long as, again, use common sense. Don't say, I sold this, right? If you can use the post, right? Tweak it up to make it yours. I don't have a lot of that stuff here, but you can use this as email copy or any type of copy, or pre-sell GDoc landers. And what do I mean by that? Like, you can take this and put it in a GDoc, because sending people directly to the 2-page GDoc, right? You might want to do some pre-sell first, but these are some pre-sells. By the way, this one worked really, really well. A 5-figure, I don't have time to run a campaign, right? It actually, this made more sales. The open rates are about the same, but this one made more sales than this one did, because this is Hell Island, pain symptom. This is Heaven Island, right? But I've kind of changed this up so it makes sense coming from you. You'll notice some places, I left it in there, like this. Jeannie is having a big health challenge right now, which is true, and I'm protecting my bandwidth for her as much as I can. Obviously, you can't say that. You're not married to Jeannie, more than likely, right? But putting your own time or energy challenge in here will be very powerful, right? If that makes sense, right? So make sure you change these links, right? So you can use these either in your emails and take them to the GDoc, or you can set up another GDoc or a landing page or whatever. Like, I would probably use Google Documents to sell this, right? Since it's, it always shocks me when people are saying like, hey, don't use webinars anymore, and they're on a webinar selling the thing on the webinar, right? Like, webinars are dead, but they're on a webinar. Like, I'm being a little bit facetious there, but there's a lot of examples like that, right? The big one is like, paid ads are dead, right? And it's a Facebook ad. Like, well, what the fuck? You're like using a paid ad, right? Like, so those kind of things, right? So I have some copy here. This one is actually, I started as a, this would be great for coaches, right? This was actually a lander that I did that I turned into an email, right? And it's a little bit longer. I do a big pre-sell. You'll notice I'm pre-selling plans in there, right? So I'll be adding to this, but there's just some stuff that you guys can run with. Again, anything you guys see that I use in the groups or emails to promote this, you guys are welcome to use, right? Just apply the common sense cool factor to that, right?
Hey, I wanted just to say thank you. I know we don't like these long ass welcome videos, but I sure wanted to say thank you so much for mixing Mojo with me, regardless of what level you chose. I had a good time coming up with those, by the way. I don't know if they work for anything, but they sure were fun. But no matter what level you decide to invest in yourself and with me, I can't tell you the amount of inner peace and security I've had over the years, just knowing I used to use Notepad, but I could fire up a Notepad, right, and stick that Notepad or that Google document or something in front of some traffic and have it convert into sales, right? So part of the magic is the offer. Part of it is how we do the document, right? But that's what I want to give to you, right? So if you just decided to go with the muscle car, turbo, Ferrari options, those are all going to be fantastic. I do want to let you know I've got a ton of surprise bonuses on the way, so keep your eyes open in the emails for me, and also inside of the check back, with your Kajabi log in on there, and new things will pop up. I'll try to let you know when those pop up. I will be doing some Zoom calls. I am going to deliver on the ones that were in the promise, right? But I usually do more, and I'll probably be doing some critiques and stuff like that. So just want to let you know that. If you decided to invest in the Bugatti level, you're kind of getting the grand opening or the pre-opening thing here. The best thing that you can do for yourself is to run some Google Doc or a 2-page Google Doc cash machines for yourself, right? And watch some of the sales come in. That's the best thing you're going to be able to do. But I want you to feel or know that, like, not just from my words, right, that what a value you guys are giving people. And when you resell this, of course, you get to keep 100% of all the funds that come in. As long as you're selling it for $99 or above, we're going to be good to go. You'll get access to all of the levels. Obviously, there won't be live Zoom calls, but there will be the recordings in there. So you could sell it for $99, $199, $499, $999. You can bundle that in. You can package it in with stuff that you already have, as long as it's not a $7 ebook, and you got to be packaged in $99 or above. So if you got a $25,000 mastermind, obviously you can put that inside of your mastermind. I'm totally cool with that, or some group program, right? Any of those kind of things is going to be within that license agreement. So there's going to be some technical stuff, like how we're going to get you the access and how your people are going to get the access and everything, that I'm still working on. But I'll get that done pretty quickly. Again, the best thing you can do is be really familiar, not only from an intellectual standpoint on the product, but go through it yourself, right? And why not bring in, 10 grand, 20 grand, 50 grand, right? Depending on how big your audience is on what you're doing, right? On those kind of things. So again, I just want to say thank you again for mixing Mojo with me. I think it's super smart decision on that. Again, I don't know anything that's given me more peace, financial peace, than knowing I can go to a traffic source somewhere, whether I own it or not, and do a really simple, Notepad or Google Doc. I still say Notepad because I did so many of them back in the day, and just start bringing in, watching the PayPal, the Stripe, or whatever merchant account that I had at the time fill up, right? So that's what I want to give to you. That's going to be kind of my legacy to you, if you will. I'm super looking forward to mixing Mojo with you, and thank you again.
Honey, go ahead. What questions do you have?
Hey Travis, the first thing is the sign up page that you showed. The button on that sign up page had sign up for free as a text.
I can't change that, but up there it said get instant access. I tried to change it; it won't change, right?
Okay.
But they're already have taken their payment.
Yes, so it can make them feel bad. But, I'm charging them for something that is free.
Yeah, so I've got get instant access up there. I can probably modify that, right, and say get instant access. You've already purchased, right? Something like that, right? So let me put that in my notes.
So that would be better.
I did try to change that, and Kajabi is kind of limiting on that.
Okay.
So so I can just say thank you.
Thank you for your purchase.
Your purchase, yeah.
Get your access here, something like that.
Yeah. Cool.
And another thing is that when somebody signs up through that page, do we
Hang
have
on a second. My computer fan's kicking on, and I have southern ears, so my southern ears can only understand words so fast. So if you'll help my ears and like,
I'll speak so. When somebody signs up for through that landing page, through that sign up form, do we have an option to verify if they have paid or not? Because the link that you are sharing, it's the
Yeah.
same link. Anybody who gets access to that link, they can just sign up as many people as they want. So how
you only deliver that link after they pay.
Yes, but let's say that I sold to X person and he shares that link with a lot of people. How are we going to tackle that?
Well, that's a good question.
Yeah, Honey's right. I've seen this before happen. That sort of made products as well in the back end. People just took the link and just shared the thing, So
You can use something like a URL redirector that'll only work for good for one use or whatever. Just
exactly.
That's the point. Yeah.
There could be a single use group.
Yeah, I think Kajabi will let me do that. It'll let me limit the amount of time on that too. So
I think the thing, Honey, you've been in this game as long as me. It's always going to happen. Somebody's going to try and get on the back door and try and get in there.
Like, I get it. I'm not trying to say it'll never happen, but
yeah,
like Walmart knows that there's gonna be shoplifters. I'm not saying that I don't try to eliminate some of it, right? But yeah, I think I have to look at Kajabi, but I think there's a way I can give them a one link access or something like that. So we can limit it.
That would be better because if somebody is getting access for free and somebody is paying for the same access from me, they are paying me for something that somebody else is getting for free. They won't feel good about it.
I think
that's the whole point.
I'm not 100% sure, but you can use a link show in there like Genius Link, and it gives you the attribution from that link, no matter how many times it gets shared. I'm not 100% positive, but you should look into taking Travis Link and putting it into a software like Genius Link, and there's a couple of them out there, and it gives you attribution to anybody who signs up from that specific link. It tracks it. So try to look into that.
Yeah, we had the same. Same thing. ClickBank products. If somebody knows ClickBank, they just use their own affiliate ClickBank. Like there's literally like you can try to stop some of it, but like, I would say if you're putting it out to a bunch of people that you think will probably do that, don't sell it to them. Right. I've given people products. I'm like, here, just use it. Send me money after you use it. Pay me whatever you either will agree to a price or pay me whatever you want afterwards. Right. That's the kind of people I deal with. Right. So, my stuff's out there on the free rip-off report site, not rip-off, but the free download sites, right? If somebody's got that mentality, they're going to go get it from there. I don't really care. Like, I don't want them as a customer anyway. So I'm not going to say I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm going to look at it, right? But like, it's a never-ending thing, right? It's like you're always going to find loopholes somewhere. Carlos, what do you got, sir?
I was just wondering, first off, thanks for making the opportunity available. And are you going to be, are you considering are you available at all for like interviews to help promote this stuff, perhaps?
That's a great question. I've actually got some content, like the Tom Curtis interview. I'm going to put in the thing so you guys can use that kind of stuff. So I'm going to be coming up with more stuff. But yeah, I'm totally, as long as you guys are willing to share it with other people, right? That would be awesome too. But yeah, totally open to doing interviews or anything like that that'll help you guys sell more of it too. Yeah, totally open to that.
What about the community? I mean, you look at the guys I see, I don't see competition. I see people like myself, everybody trying to help each other. The work that you're giving as well, Travis, working together to try and just get the message out there and support each other.
Yeah,
some of the guys in here have got more technical skills and more knowledge and experience over the years where we can support each other. So,
as we grow a little bit, I might put together a little group, right? And we can all come in together. For right now, we're going to do some Zoom so we can have some Zoom chats or whatever, right? Which is totally cool, but I love that idea. Collaboration is way more powerful than competition for me, right? Collaboration over competition, right? It's one of the things that make the relationship advice space great. When I was in there, everybody wanted to collaborate rather than compete with each other, right? So we'd find little things in one program that would be great, right? We collaborated. There's some programs aren't like, some niches aren't like that. They view everything as competition, and they're leaving half of their, or they're only getting a portion of the pie they could be getting, right? But that's a great point, Phil. Chance, go ahead. You got your hand up there.
Yeah, as far as the delivery of the product, do we have to deliver it through Kajabi? Or I've just noticed like there's some download links and you're talking about including it in membership sites and stuff like that. Can we deliver it another way to them? Like have it in behind our own paywall or in a Facebook group or something like that? Or do we have to direct everybody through Kajabi?
I'm open to some stuff. As a general thing, I want it to come through me. For one obvious reason, I'm capturing the names and the emails and the snail mails, right? That's my benefit for me, right, for helping you guys and sell a bunch of it, right? So if you're driving a lot of traffic though, or something like that, like I'm open to other stuff doing that, but I think it's probably going to be, as a general rule, for 99% of the people, it's going to be easier just to get the links and deliver it through the Kajabi. Plus, I'm going to be adding to the product, right? So when I add to it, it's going to be a whole pain in the butt. Like, hey, if I have 10 people, I got to say, oh, I just added this new thing to, right, or whatever. So.
Yeah, I guess like kind of one way I was thinking about doing it was just delivering it through, like to get around like some of the issues. So I have a course hosted on ClickFunnels, a couple of courses hosted there, and that's kind of the same issue that Honey was talking about there, where it's like there's just one link, everybody registers through. It's not really that big of an issue, but one way I found to get around that and group all the students together is to host the course in a Facebook group and then just have like links on a Google Sheet basically that lay out where the modules are, where they can just click that and it will take them right into the Facebook group if they're in the group. So nobody can actually view the stuff unless they're a member of the group. I was just curious, but I understand the benefit of driving everybody through Kajabi for you as well.
Yeah. I've been around the block a few times, right? And these things, I mean, yeah, it's going to happen, but it's, to me, like just investing too much time worrying about that stuff, right? Like it's just not a good use of time is what I've found out, right? If I'm in a market that does that all the time, like I really believe in loving the people that I serve, right? So if I don't love them, what the fuck am I even doing in that business, right? Like to me, that's the way I feel about it. Like if I feel like all my customers are going to rip me off, fuck that. Like I'm not going to be in that business, right?
Yeah, 100%. And that's kind of secondary to me. I don't even go through and like check my ClickFunnels ever to like, I've never done it to even, I'm like, I know there's more people in there than I've sold, but I don't like go kick people out. But I guess the primary reason is just like, you can have them, they're just more actively like in that group.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I did a lot of for ClickBank, I don't know that I was the first affiliate ever to do this. I think I was one of the first affiliates for big ticket stuff to ever do this. But I always gave bonuses. Send me your receipt afterwards and I'll give you a bonus, right? And I would always say, you can buy this from anybody, anywhere, right? You can even buy it through your own link, right? If you want to save some money. But if you support me and purchase it through mine, I'm also going to give you this bonus, right? So that's another way you guys can add some value. Of course, you're going to be responsible for delivering the bonus right afterwards, right? But you guys can also see like who's coming in, right? And deliver the bonus after that. Or you guys get your Zapier geniuses. You guys can figure that out too, right? But adding bonuses is probably the way that I got around most of the adding more value, got around people purchasing from their own links or just going out and getting it for free. or something like that. So just something for you guys to.
The customer appreciation Zoom would be a big bonus, right? On the back end of it. Do it with the
Yeah,
people.
that's great. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm going to come up with some bonuses you guys can give too, because that's one of the things I used to do for my affiliates. I'd like, hey, if you give them a bonus, right, they're going to be more likely to buy from you. So I'd give them bonuses, but most people wouldn't talk about it. I got a gazillion tricks under my sleeve, but I used to sell a lot as an affiliate because we'd run them to VSLs, but most people wouldn't even make it to the point where all the bonuses were. Right? So I would just use their own bonuses. Like, hey, if you order through this link, you're guaranteed to get this bonus, right? Right? That's the way I would say it, right? You know, so I would just use those bonuses that were already there, right? But so there's just lots of ways to do that in really cool ways. But that's probably what I would do is like, hey, send me your receipt. I'll give you a bonus, or send your helper a receipt, right? You could even just give them an email and say, hey, here's the email, send me your receipt afterwards, right? You can have it auto set up. Most people won't fake a fake receipt. Like if they're going to go through all, I mean, again, you get around every goddamn thing, right? You know, I used to set it up and it looked like it was fancy, but I would set up a landing page. I'd say, put in your receipt number and then click submit, right? Of course, it didn't check because I wasn't smart enough to figure out how to get the check, but I just like put your receipt number in there, right? They could have put in screw you, Travis, and it would have worked, right? But it was good enough, right? Like if that makes sense. So
Travis, if I remember correctly, there was some person who used Google Docs for the physical products as well, right?
I didn't get it.
You mentioned somebody in the group who used Google Docs for physical products, to sell physical products.
Yeah, in the past, yeah. There's Gary Bensavinga sold his house through a Word document too, right? So I was just kind of using that as an example, right?
All right. I thought somebody took your program and he sold physical products through Google Docs, and I wanted to interview him for my community, so I can use that as a bonus.
Yeah.
I messaged you for that as well.
The key thing to understand is like, you can use, if you're an affiliate, if like all your people are affiliates, you can use the Google document. The tool is how to pre-sell. It's like I showed you how, like I pre-sold using Get a landing page on US free ads, right? But you can pre-sell that in a Google document. It's more powerful in a lot of ways than sending them to a website. I'm not saying it's always the right tool, but imagine I would have had a real fancy website for that Hoodia thing, right? It's going to seem corporate-y, right? And so there's a reason why very personal and sometimes ugly works, because people want to buy from real people, right? You know, I've seen people make posts that are very personal posts, and they send them to a website and it looks all corporate-y. Well, they're not going to sell. Like, they're like, there's a disconnect there, right? So there's a real, that's another hidden benefit, right, to that personal doc. So yeah, it can, I'm thinking of a person that sold stuff, but I don't know that he wants to share all of his stuff on that, right? But yeah, I mean, it's pre-selling anything. It doesn't matter if it's a Hoodia liquid or a watch or whatever, right? You're still, every product's going to have a plan inside of it, right? Like I'll give you a great example. This is one that we did. It was I forget the name of the problem. Is when you have itchy, dry eyes and it's flaky and stuff. There's a name for it. I can't remember the name for it now, right? But there's lots of cures out there for it, right? But they usually, like, you go to their page, it's all this technical babble, right? But basically what causes the irritation in this particular case is something called the Dermatex mite, like a real like bug mite, right? And so it's these Dermatex, that makes a great enemy, doesn't it? Right? Here's why everything's not working for you. They're not killing this Dermatex mite, right? So we we need something that'll kill this mite, right? And this has been, helps. It doesn't actually kill them, but they hate it, right? And it keeps them away, right? So that when you use this, the Dermatex mites go away, and then you get your normal life back, right? What am I doing? I'm just pre-selling the plan. I'm not telling them how, I can't even remember the name of the product, but if they go, I get, the mites are my problem, right? Not whatever they thought the problem was, right? It's like, ooh, now they know what to do. They're gonna want to kill those mites themselves, right? So like, it doesn't matter. People get too hung up on, I'm selling a digital product or I'm selling a coaching. It's all the same shit, right? They have a plan. It's not working for whatever reason, right? There's got to be a new, clearly different and desirable plan that we want to pre-sell them, right? It's like, did you know clothespins used to be round? Way back in the day, clothespins used to be round. And they work great until you drop one. Then it like roll off, right? And so when they come up with the modern clothes, like anybody use, I don't know how many people use clothespins, they still sell them, right? But it was like, hey, now you don't have to go chasing after your clothespins anymore, right? They're pre-selling the plan. It's like, hey, wouldn't it be great if you didn't have to chase it? You drop a clothespin, you'd have to go crawling after it and go find it and stuff. Yeah, right? Boom, they're pre-selling it before that, right? So it's the same concepts, whether you're selling financial products, digital products, right? E-com products. That's kind of what everybody to get this, because there's a lot of opportunity out there in e-com space too, to do a good pre-sell on these things. Carlos, what you got, man?
Just for the sake of clarity, we're selling the frameworks, right? We're not, we bought the rights to the framework and the license to sell it, right? So we're basically just selling the framework itself, right? They're not getting, or just to clarify.
You can sell the muscle car, the turbo, and the Ferrari, right? But what you can't do is you can't say you can sell this.
Right. Okay.
Right. So you're going to get, here's how we're using 2-page Google documents and bite-sized offers, right? You're going to get everything up. You can sell the muscle, turbo, and Ferrari, right? But they're not going to get, hey, you can't sell like, hey, you're going to be able to sell this yourself. Does that make sense? A good question. Does everybody understand that? There's some technical terms for it. I don't want to get into it, right? But it's called sub-licensing rights or master resale rights and all those kind of things. Dennis is probably more familiar with those kind of things than I am. He's super good with all that stuff, right? But yeah, so you can sell all that stuff. You just can't sell the rights to resell it. They're not going to have a product they can go out and resell. What else, guys? Let me tell you about what I see you, Carlos. Let me get this thought out of my head, otherwise it'll float away. Here's probably the best thing that you can do to sell a bunch of this stuff, right, is to actually use the product yourself, right? Go out and sell some stuff using it on your own, right? Because this will give you real experiences, even if they're not huge, like, hey, I had a little group, whatever it is, right? But just your sense of confidence, right, on using it's going to come through in your pre-sales and stuff, like that Hoodia look at I was talking about. Like, I had a picture of me holding it, right? So, and I did use it, right? Like, I did use it for exactly the thing that I had, right? So it comes out and it comes through, and you're going to see breakthroughs that is going to be valid for you that maybe I didn't see, and it's going to be valid for your audience, right? So that's probably the biggest thing. Like, go out and use it, go sell some stuff, right? Like, on your own, right? Go ahead, Carlos. I just wanted to get that thought out.
Yeah, I hope this is not a super ignorant question, but do you have any suggestions on ideal target market attributes that are, like one of the things that I was thinking of when I saw, thank you for breaking down the Tom Curtis breakdown, I was like, wait, so Tom sold the frameworks, right? The how to sell this stuff using docs and stuff like that. But how would he turn around and sell? See how sometimes I get a little jumbled with how
he didn't sell. He just sold this thing. He sold the roofer's toolkit for getting.
Okay.
Yeah, but he wasn't selling the Google document. He was selling his own thing, right? So like if you had a copywriting course, right? How to write great TikTok ads, that's what I would recommend you sell, right? Before you sell the 2-page Google. You don't have to. Like some of you guys came in and you don't have a product, so you just wanted to come in and sell that. And that's awesome too, right? But like a screwdriver or a hammer, there's a lot of ideal markets out there because what we're really selling is simplicity, right? But I'll give you some areas that this is already sold and why it's sold. One of the things, especially in the big ticket space, right? I don't know if you guys are in the big ticket space or not, but anybody that's been selling big ticket, it's awesome selling big ticket. It really is. But it also means you got to do some coaching and mentoring and lots of these kind of things. But after you've been doing it for a while, you kind of build up some content. Like I have 7 years of content, right? So it just sitting there in my Kajabi isn't making me any money. But if I can pull out bite-sized pieces of it, right, and sell that for $99 to $1,000, right, and it's delivered and it's done, right, it just has another way for me to add an income stream, right, when I want another payday, right, that for based off of work I've already done. Does that make sense? So there's lots of people that have shit ton of content they're sitting on and good, if it's good, I don't want to get into a big conversation about what good content is, but if it's good content, having it just sit there is like having money in your bank account doing nothing, right? So it's a way for them to, any asset needs circulation, right? So it's a way, that's kind of what I'm doing now. Is I'm taking out pieces of the 7 years of stuff that one of the things I'm doing is putting it on Kindle too, but putting that information out in the flow, right? One of the things that I'm going to do is put it out there, test it, and then give it to you guys if you guys want to sell it for 100%, right? So I've got one called, I'm working on right now called the Fans and Fortunes Formula for Fabulously Regular Folks, right? It's how to build fans and fortunes if your face doesn't cooperate when you're on camera like me, right? Like it makes weird gestures without my permission. My tongue trips over even the simplest words, right? And those kind of things, right? So I can give that to you guys and sell that too. But yeah, so that's one area. But the big thing is like, how are they selling now and where is it complicated, right? So that's a lot of people right now, right? That's a lot of people that have very complicated ways of selling stuff, right? I've got a girl in the Mojo Mastermind who's using this for her cold traffic, and it's working great so far. Like we don't have enough data on it, right? But she's buying lead ads, right? And then she just texts them. She's in the she shows martial arts schools how to fill their classes, right? But she sends them a little text, genius text. She says, I'm trying to remember it. Hey, if I showed you how to get 7 to 10 students on a Saturday training, would you give me less than $200 for it? Question mark. Anybody says yes, she's got an auto trigger. They just get the Google document, right? And then they purchase, right? So I think she's, the last update I got on her, she spent like $100 and got like 7 sales already at $187 a piece, right? So it's another, will it work if she said like, hey, I'm going to show you how to take your martial arts school from 6 figures to 7? No, it's going to be too big, right? So it's just like one of those tools, which is great. It's multi-purpose. That's a great thing, but it's also like, who's it going to be best for? It's going to be best for somebody who's got a complex sales system or selling big ticket or something like that, where, you know, $1,000 a day sale, right? It's pretty good. Like, I don't care who you are, extra $365,000 a year is pretty damn good, right? You know, where they have big customer lists or any of those kind of things, you know. So Brian, I see your hand up, sir.
Yeah, so I'm in the mix of launching a real estate investors association. And I know you said that you want us to sell this for no less than $99, but my initial concept for the association was to launch it something like $89 a month.
Totally cool with that. As long as they're not getting it for like $7, right? No. So so totally cool. If they're getting, you know, if your thing's $89 a month, right? I'm just going to figure like, hopefully they're staying longer than 3 months, but you know, 3 months on average, right? That's going to be like $270. So I'm cool with that. You know, if it's like $7 a month, well, 3 month average is like $21. I'm gonna be like, no. Does that make sense? You know?
Yeah, I was going to do it. So if they didn't take the initial whatever price, if it lands on, if I'm getting enough traction at $89 a month, I will offer them the downsell would be a free trial, but then the upsell, if you take either one of those options, would be to pay in full for the whole year, right? So I'll do a 50% discount at whatever that is. I don't know, 400 something bucks, $500 if you pay in full for the whole year. So do you think it's better to just only give the bonus to people who pay a year up front? Or is it, and again, you said yes to the $89 a month. So if they take the either or, you find what, if they take the monthly trial or the pay in full?
Dude, I'd be super happy with that. Yeah, that's fine, dude. Yeah.
All right.
Yep. Let me check my Q&A stuff. My chat, just because I know some of you guys are having bad hair days or whatever is going on. Jacob broke his camera. Oh no, I need to hop on the other. My camera broke here. Man, I've had those days, man. I feel you. But, so I don't have any questions there. You guys got anything else? Want to do some brainstorm? Go ahead, Matt.
Appreciate what you're doing, and really has been helping me out a lot. So I love that just offer you just talked about, where immediately the lead ad comes in, immediately followed by text. Like, hey, if I could do this and help you do that for under this price, you know, would you be interested? From there, is that when she directly sends them over to the Google Doc?
Yeah, she has it automated. So if they say yes, if they text yes, I don't know exactly how she got it, all the details, but then it sends them the Google document. Yeah. Okay. So it's kind of a combining tapping without the T2 and the GDoc, right? Which you can totally, that's how I started out. Like, I didn't sell big ticket stuff, right? And I used to have a email list. Like, we're probably going a little bit deep, and maybe it'll be useful for somebody, right? But I had a lot of people that have purchased relationship products from me, but I wanted to test out other offers, but I didn't want to write a bunch of shit and find out the offer wasn't going to work, right? So I would, like, for my relationship advice offer, I might say, hey, I know you just got through a breakup or a divorce. A lot of times our credit suffers from that. If I can show you how to lower your credit or raise your credit score by 50 points, would you give me $99 for that, right? If nobody raised their hands, then I wouldn't go do more work on the offer, right? But what most people do is like, oh, I'm going to go find a offer. Then they write all the pre-sales and all that kind of stuff. They don't know if it's going to work to begin with, right? If that makes sense. So But yeah, it's just another way, like, that you can see if the offer is going to work. If they do raise their hand, then you can just do the pre-sell. If you're doing it as an affiliate, you can do a pre-sell on the 2-page and then send them on to whatever the sales page is, right? Or whatever, if that makes sense. But yeah, that's what she's doing. She's just selling her own thing. So yeah, they're saying yes. Then she sells them her $187 thing in the GDoc, right? And her next thing is going to be to sell her, she got a $1,500 a month thing, right? So that's going to be her upsell plan on that.
No, that's great. Another question I have. So you built a long track record of executing these strategy or campaign strategies with potential affiliate partners. So I'm going in, doing a coffee date, but I'm pretty comfortable in my own skin in terms of those conversations when it comes to that. If somebody's meeting you with some, resistance where you think that there could really be an opportunity, 20,000 person list, 30, 40, 50, but for whatever reason, they're really just like, asking for more proof or something like that. I'm just asking you more from me to you, if you were in my shoes or situation, even though I know I generally just go, it is what it is. I don't have it. Now, again, I would say the best way to handle that is let's do a small test and let me show you what I can do. If you're comfortable, great. If you're not comfortable with that, I understand too. And I can just come back to you because I got quite a few people lined up who are already, looking to get started. So maybe I'll get some results with them and I'll come back and show you some of the results I got with them. Now that's kind of how I would do it, but I'm just curious if the Sage, Travis, would do anything different, or am I on track?
So I like what you're doing. And you're close to what I would do. And I've done it that way. I'm going to show you what I do that I think would be less stressful for you. Just so everybody's clear, he's asking me kind of an off-topic-ish question on Beamer stuff, but that's totally cool. But this comes up in anything that you try to sell, right? So I think the truth works best, right? So when somebody says, well, hey, like, how well do you think we're going to do? Or what do you think the results are going to be? Or have you worked in this niche, or blah, 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 right? First thing I'm going to be like, it's like, that's a great question. Maybe I'm not being clear on what we're doing here, right? I've done email campaigns we totally bombed and we've made 0 sales, right? Or direct mail campaigns, right? We've made 0 sales. I've also brought in 120 grand off of less than 3,000 letters sent. Your results will probably be in between there, right? Somewhere between 0 and there, right? Where would you like, is that good? Where would you like to go from here? Are we done? Like, those are the kind of things, right? If it's the first, I almost wish I could do this all the time, right? When somebody's like, well, how many of these have you done? I'm like, well, hey, I haven't done any of them. Like, you're going to be a guinea pig, right? And I understand that doesn't work for you, right? But here's why it might be great for you is like, one, like, I'm not going to charge you 10 grand or 25 grand up front, right? As an advance deposit. I'm just going to do it. I'm going to fund everything. I'm going to do everything on my own, right? Knowing that I might fail on this, but you're not going to feel any of the economic heat from that. That'll be all on me, right? But I really want this to work, right? So I can use you for other people, right? But if, like, you don't dig being a guinea pig, I totally get it, right? Because you have your value prop, like, there's not people coming to them. Again, who's coming to you saying they're going to take all the risk? If somebody's willing to take all the risk and do your campaign and hire the salespeople and do all that kind of stuff for you, I'd say go with them. But nobody's coming to them. Like, they don't have, nobody's coming to them with that, right? Does that make sense?
I also want to say I appreciate you kind of going off topic for that. And I hope everybody can see context to how that even relates to the Google Doc too. Because I think you made a great differentiator. And when you can say to somebody like, look, I can show you how to get the same result that this, I learned in a high-end mastermind and charged me $50,000. I can show you that, for less than $100, would you be interested? And I'm giving you 100% money back guarantee. So if you can't get the result, I'll give you every single nickel back. So I love it.
Awesome, man. What else, ladies and gents? I don't know when the next call is going to be. I kind of let that be on you guys. Like, if nobody's doing shit, then I'm like, probably longer. If you guys are getting after it, right, and invariably, everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the mouth, right? I'm going to be in the ring with you guys, right? But I kind of leave it to you guys, right? If I see you guys doing stuff, right? You guys know how to PM, right? I'm not going to put a group together or whatever. I'm not saying I'm going to spend hours and hours on the PMs, right? But if I see a bunch of questions pop up, let's do a group. Let's do a Bugatti call, right? And we'll get together. Carlos, I see your hand up there, sir.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's brilliant what you're doing, man, getting everybody else to do the traffic for you. But do you have any input or suggestions on unconventional or very little talked about paid traffic resources that you might recommend or that you're playing with at all that you might share, or any insight there?
It just depends on where you're going. Who your people are is going to determine where they're hanging out, right? I don't know that selling this to a bunch of BizOp people is going to be great, right? So, I mean, you can do solo ads, right? But I don't know that selling this to a bunch of BizOp people is going to be too awesome for you. I'm just trying to think in your context, right? But, putting a group together or any of those kind of things, like email lists, right? Like you could split the commission with somebody else, right? You got 100% commission. You guys can do whatever you want. So you can give some of it away to piggyback on some other people's stuff. You don't have the big audience, right? If that makes sense. So that's more the way that I think, rather than like, hey, let's fire up a Facebook ad, right? And sell us. I mean, you obviously could do that to like coaches and experts and anybody who's got a lot of drama in how they're selling things now, right? Because the big thing here is we're selling simplicity, right? We're contrasting complexity versus some simplicity, right? So first place I would do it is on your own traffic that you already have. Like most of you guys, I'm just looking at most of you guys already have profiles, right? Social profile somewhere, right? Some of you guys got Twitter, some of you guys got Facebook profiles, right? I'm not saying you have to sell from your profile, but you could easily say, hey, you put them on your email list or put them in a Facebook group. Like, hey, again, pre-sell it first. Like there's a lot of complexity out there, selling challenges and webinars and all that kind of stuff, right? I'm going to be sharing some insights, right, on how we can do this with simple Google documents, right? If you'd like to know more about that, right, then you segment off those people either into a group. Like if you don't want to sell on your social profile, right? If that makes sense. Some people it doesn't bother; they just sell on their social profile. But some people have families and stuff they don't want to sell on.
Travis, any other examples? I mean, I know you're going to ask some in the membership area. We seen like you pre-selling some of this stuff. Like I'm in, I think like 3 of your groups, $1 million offer. The $1 million tapper and the super affiliate, but yeah. I'm trying to like kind of reverse engineer like some of your posts and how you selling stuff, trying to get a better feel about how you actually do stuff. And I might be making it harder than what it actually is, but for me, I like to do that kind of research to see, how you've been pre-selling some of your other stuff, some of your other offers, and try to incorporate that in what I do. Outside of those 3 groups and the stuff that you want to add on, do you have any other resources for us to kind of investigate?
I don't. I think that too, the challenge with what you're going to see is it depends on who you're selling to, right? If I have a Facebook group on ham sandwiches, like you're not going to sell that to vegans, right? So you have to understand what you want to, who you're selling to and pre-selling it, right? See, I see people like all the time, they take copy, like, ooh, this copy looked really great, but they give it to somebody else and it doesn't work, right? Because it's not the same. It's not the same person, right? So the key thing is like to let your market tell you what to do, right? And very often I get it wrong, right? But I can see I can see the comments, or I can see the sales. I can see, I'm like, oh, there it is, right? Or, oh, that one's not it, right? But the key thing is to understand your Rudolph. And what does Rudolph think the real problem is, right? And because of that, what they think the real problem is, how are they handling that, right? And that, if you went to Rudolph's house, I'm looking at Matthew Lee's bookshelf, but if you went to Rudolph's house and you looked at the books, it's probably like How to Cover Your Nose, right? Five different ways you can hide your bright, shiny red nose, right? Like you can tell by what they're purchasing, what they think the problem is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, like, use anything in those groups and really is great, but just make sure that it applies to the people that you're selling. Probably what would be better is like if you shot me a PM or on one of these calls, you said, hey, I want to sell it to this group, and then we could go look at that group and see what they're already buying, and I can help you come up with a pre-sale plan. Like, what are they already doing? What I think the real problem is, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah. So I got 2 markets. I have a watch business, a luxury watch business, and I've been in real estate investing for a long time. So those are like, I have affinity in both of those markets.
Yeah.
And I never like sold an information product or try to put a coaching group together, stuff like that. But now, I'm starting, obviously, like I just talked about the Investors Association. So those are my 2 primary markets, the one that have most, familiarity with, and I'm starting with the real estate investor market.
Yeah. So I don't do houses, but I do land, right?
Yep.
So I'm getting ready to do some content, and I'll probably give it away. But there's a lot of survivalists, and they want to buy raw land to have some place for bug out stuff. But most of them don't even know like some of the resources out there, like Land Watch, right? So again, this is just an example of what they do. So this Rudolph, the survivalist, he goes to Zillow and he looks for land on Zillow or whatever the big sites are, right? Realtor.com or whatever. And he sees all this land that he can't afford, right? And what he doesn't understand is these are on market deals. They're on market. So I'm going to come in, I'm going to say, here's the new plan. Get off market, right? And I'm going to show him a site like Land Watch, where all he has to do is click a button that says off market deals. And all of a sudden the whole world's going to fucking open up to him.
Yeah.
Right? Because he's going to see all those, oh my God, like these are way cheaper, right?
Or even better, what I do is we buy the list of the distressed landholders who haven't paid their taxes in years or going through.
Well, that works great for an investor, but not like a survivalist is just looking for a piece of land for himself, isn't going to go mailing 100 people or 1,000 people, right? But if I can show them in 10 minutes how to see all these deals that are off market, right? He's going to really, really love that. Whether I charge $99 for that or give it to him free, he's going to have another price. As soon as he sees those and he sees all these available, right? He's going to know, how do I contact these people and how do I get the best deal? Well, I can sell them that, right?
Yeah.
Hey, I've got a standard 3-word sentence, right? Or 3-sentence thing on how I can get 20% or 50% off of these pieces, right? That could be the $99 thing or whatever, right? But kind of what I'm going to use it for is to liquidate building my land buyers list, if that makes sense, right? But same thing with luxury watches, right? Like how are they going about finding luxury watches right now? What's the pain in the ass shit about it, right? And then I'm sure you have lots of experience on how you could do that, right? And you can put that in a nice $99 kind of thing, right? Especially if they're, how to know if a Rolex is real or,
Right. Those are the most common questions. How do I know if it's real? Who I'm getting it from? Yeah. Or like what's the market value on it? So most people go to Chrono24 or they use eBay, and I have access to wholesale pricing. So that, you just opened up an offer for me just now with that.
Yeah. So and it's a great value prop, right? If you're buying a Rolex for 10 grand, and you find out it's not a Rolex, you just lost 10 grand. Right.
It's quite pertinent now as well with the crash of cryptocurrency. That Rolex and Patek Philippe have dropped massively in price. So there's a bit of there used to be a waiting list for these things now, but it's dropped. So there might be something there as well. That's relevant news. That's just happened the last couple of weeks.
Yeah. But I like that, Brian. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to give Derek a chance. I see your hand up, Matt. I don't know who was first, but Derek hasn't come on yet. So I'm going to give Derek a chance here.
Sure. No, I appreciate it, Travis. My partner and I actually sell high ticket programs into professional coaching, trainers, speakers, that kind of thing. And I appreciate what you've shown. I'm looking forward to actually trying some of this into that market because it's a tough market to sell into because they're really jaded for the most part, because everybody's trying to hit them up for lead gen and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think I can see a lot of ways to potentially apply this and as an approach to selling into that market. So thank you. Look forward to trying this out.
Oh, you're welcome, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. Okay. You didn't have a question. Just wanted to give me a pat on the back.
Just wanted to give you a pat up.
Dude, I appreciate it. My self-esteem is just a little bit higher now, man. I appreciate that. Matt, what do you got, man?
Is this, I looked at the strategy and kind of looked at it from your perspective, and I think it's amazing how you're using an asset that you have to get almost like a perpetual traffic machine. Do you think that this would be a strategy that we want to apply with clients that have their, virtual assets and help them create a package like this too, to offer to people on their list that would want to make money offering their products for sale?
I mean, it's worked great for me, but I mean, that's kind of up to you. I did this. Part of the reason why Magic I'm Making Up, I get a little braggadocious about this. But it was more to do with my affiliates, right? I was a top 10 ClickBank, not top 10 in my category, but top 10 on ClickBank for 5 years running, right? And they were my, like you said, perpetual traffic machine. So I put a lot of energy and time into giving them materials, and I would give them videos, and I'd be out on 300 different places, right? I'm just going to do this on big ticket stuff now, right? It's you're kind of the guinea pigs on that, right? On that. But it's worked for me. I mean, if you want to do that, I mean, that's cool. I'm obviously jaded. Like for me, my thing is putting out, I'm better at putting out insightful breakthroughs with insight that changes people's behavior, right? And I can drive media. I've driven millions of dollars worth of media, but it's always been the bane of my existence, right? For me, putting out content and doing this is like a 9 or a 10 on my Mojo scale. Doing media is probably a 6 on the good days, right? And on the bad days, a 3 or a 2. And training people to do it was even worse, right? And then once you finally got them trained up, like then they go leave you, right? That's, so I'm gonna, once they figure out how to run the ads on their own, and because it's really all about offers, it's not about ads, and have enough lifetime value, right? Then they leave you. So It just worked out better for me. I can't be in all the places, right? But like if Carlos is on TikTok and you're on YouTube and Chance has got a subscription site, I can be everywhere all at the same time. I don't have to master TikTok and I don't have to master YouTube, right? I just have to give you guys the pre-selling plan and the nuggets of wisdom, right, to put out there, right? And I'm happy to give you guys 100% of that, right? And devote my time and energy into helping you guys sell more on that for my own enlightened self-interest, right? At least that's what I'm going to call it. And by the way, if you guys know anybody that like would be a great licensing person for this or something like that, like I don't want to do a bunch of work before the deal, right? So don't come to me like, hey, like what's all the details if I did this? But like if you come to something like, yeah, oh yeah, I've already talked to this person, he'd be open to it. They got 20,000 people. Like I'll cut you in on the deal or pay you for the intro or whatever, right? Or I'll give you a limited set of sub-licensing rights on this where they could sell it and you get a sub-license out of some of it, right? So, or they could become an affiliate. So I'm open to those kind of things, right? But not because I'm not trying to be a dick, but like I only work 3 days a week, right? I don't quote unquote work, right? So I don't want to like have 50 million hypothetical questions, right? If you got a deal, that's awesome. Well, we could talk about it, right? But like, I'm looking for people that can, if we're going to do that, that you can, it's kind of pre-packaged with a bow on it already, you know? Derek, do you have another question or is your hand still up? Or another pat on the back. I'm ready. Like,
no, actually, just
my
hit it by
self
accident.
seems already like depleted since you gave me my last pat on the back.
On your last comment, I actually do have a potential opportunity, so we'll talk separately about that.
Cool, awesome.
Yeah.
What else? What should I have talked about that I didn't talk about? What do you guys, is there anything?
I'm just wondering about the collaboration stuff that you're talking about. Like all of us on here are all, potential partners. I would imagine, unless people, certain people hate each other or something. But is there any of that that you might offer? Do you know of anybody that are any situations where you've seen productive collaboration going on that you might recommend people consider that we may not be aware of? I don't know.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head, but I do like the idea of you guys collaborating, right? I've got sometimes a crock pot brain, but let's do this. Let's get some sales in the door, right? I might even do that. Like, let's get some sales in the door, and I might do it like, hey, if you make a sale, I can do competition and fun competition, but if you make a sale, I'll put you into a Facebook group where you guys can all collaborate, right? That way, like we have a bunch of action takers in that Facebook group, right? And I'm saying this off the cuff, right? But that might be something cool. Like, hey, make a sale, put you in the Bugatti Facebook group, right? Or Bugatti group, if that makes sense. You guys kind of know who's here too. So, I mean, you obviously could go do that yourself too. So
I'll just put it out there. If anybody's open for collaboration, for exclusive content to make this stuff better, hit me up, friend me on Facebook.
I think the big thing, and I'm not trying to beat up on you, Carlos, is just to take what you have right now and run the fucking shit out of it. I think so many people wait. Like, I don't have, it's like the scarcity. I'm not saying you particularly, but they're like, oh, I don't have a thing that I need, rather than taking the stuff that we have, right, and going and doing that, right? So my thing, if anything, is taking the resources that I have and saying, how can I use them one more way, right? Obviously, I can just sell a bunch of shit to you guys all the time, but one of the things I'm doing is like, how can I take your geniuses and stuff that I'm already training you with and help and give you value to where we can all work together, right? Then me saying, well, maybe I should go do this, right? So I think the biggest thing is like, take your GDOT, go make some sales with it, right? And use what you've got, and then things will break through from there, right? So, and what do you got? We'll get the females, the female brains
Travis.
on this. What's up?
So I attempted to do my own 2-page Google Doc last week before, and it bombed completely. I didn't get any sales. Are you open to taking a look at my doc and helping me?
Absolutely.
Or pointing out what I could have done better?
Absolutely. If you want to do this, I can give you the cheap version, or I can do an in-depth version. If you want to do a cheap version, like, you can tell me about it now. If you want to do the in-depth version, send me a link to the Google document and I'll do a Loom for you. Would you be open to me sharing that with the group?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Perfect. Then I will do an even better job on that, right? Sharing it inside the group, right? So yeah, just send me a link
and then
to
I'll
it.
And then I'll rerun it and then do it.
Perfect. Most of the time what the problem is this isn't present, right? But yeah, send it over to me, right? And I'll be happy to look at it. I'll shoot a Loom and then I'll give it to you, and I won't beat up on you too hard. But then we can share it with the group.
Thank you.
And I just want to say, awesome, you did something, right? That's great. Like I was like, you guys don't know, like a lot of my shit fails, right? Now I kind of do it like, I'll put an offer out there and nobody will respond back to it. So I don't put a lot of effort into it, right? A lot of times, like, until I get some feedback, right? But like a lot of stuff that I do fails. I'm not smart enough just to sit down, go in a corner somewhere. There it is, right? You know, I wish I was, but I get close sometimes and then I can dial it in on that. But
well, that's one of the things that most of the successful marketers out there don't tell you, how often they failed and how badly they failed, and they all have.
Yeah, I just like, so and the big thing is I don't even consider it a failure. I'm just like, oh.
No, it's a learning experience.
Right, I can steer, right? I can steer from there. Like, oh, you know, like I just had it's the smallest thing sometimes, right? Like, and I don't want to like put people into classes of people, but like newbies talk about product, right? They come to me like, hey, I'm really having a hard time figuring out a product, right? As they start to advance a little bit, they start talking about offers, right? It's just a different like kind of understanding that that's an offer in their audience and matching an offer and an audience, right? That's why I have $1 Million Offer Mojo, right? It kind of weeds out the newbies because like they're talking about products, right? Even on another level, I notice like when 7-figure and 8-figure companies reach out to me, they have certain language and they want somebody to look at their offer. They say, I need a second pair of eyes on my offer, right? Because to them, there's a big risk. If they have an 8-figure company and they're planning on doing, they have to make sure it works, right? So they're trying to get insurance on that, right? But for somebody it's really not going to, like, if it doesn't work, it's going to just be like, oh, on to the next thing, right? The second pair of eyes isn't as valuable to them, if that makes sense, right? So just listening to how people say things, right? Then you can start dialing in stuff. But yeah, very often I'll get the wording wrong, right? But just in me stumbling around, they'll help me out with the wording, right? If I'm open to hearing it. Go ahead, Carlos.
Yeah, I was just gonna. I noticed like this is one of those peripheral thoughts, but like one of the things like the things that I see you do a lot, and I use it in when I'm working on behalf of somebody else. But I just don't. I can't figure out how to bring it more to the front. Is like I don't know, like the affinity segue, if that makes any sense. Like I'm not sure if you, because I don't know how you do your research except to listen to how people reply to you on like Facebook or email, what have you. But one of the things you did, for example, was the I know you love Breaking Bad. That's one of the things I was like, I love that shit too. It made me feel so much closer to you. But I'm wondering, some of this stuff I nerd out with some other, quote unquote guru types that are, and that has brought me closer to them. And or if I'm working on behalf of somebody, figuring out what those things are and tying it into their marketing somehow. I might be bouncing around. I'm not too sure whether or not this is making sense.
I'm following your coattails there.
How, if at all, could you leverage this as like a oblique angle approach cold? Like do you like, cause I know you try stuff and you just, as you said, throw spaghetti at the wall and then just tend to throw more of the ones that stick or whatever. How, if at all, can you leverage this on a broader scale to get quick, rapid rapport affinity going? If my question makes any freaking sense, man. I don't know.
It does. I call it one of the 5 Ps of pre-selling. It's personality, right? But we have to put it in the context. I use the sales sandwich as a analogy, right? So what's the most important parts of the sandwich? The bread and what's in the middle, right? So the top piece of bread is usually the pain, right? The present pain that they're in. The bottom piece of the bread is the price. And it's not the price of the solution, it's the price of keeping that pain, right? And that's what you always sell against. The middle part is the meat, right? Or if you're vegan, the tofu, right? Or whatever's in the middle, right? But that's the meat part. And guess what the meat is in the 5 Ps of pre-selling? We've been talking about it this whole time. What's the meat?
The plan? Oh, no.
Plan. The plan is the meat. And so most people are making sandwiches with no meat in them, and they wonder why they have a hard time getting people to sell them. Now, what they do, like in the middle is personality and philosophy. And these are the condiments in my imagination, right? So not imagination, but in this analogy, right? So what a lot of people do is they have a sandwich with no meat, but lots of mayo on it. Especially charismatic people, right? They just slather on the mayo and the condiment. So I think that, a sandwich with no condiments on it is kind of dry and hard to go down. So, but I just want to put that in the context. I don't think we need as much affinity and personality as people think, right? So I just want to put that into like, yes, does some have it? Awesome, but really sells it is like, what kind of sandwich is it? What kind of new plan? I'm giving you the secret to converting cold traffic is understanding what plan they're using and giving them a new, clearly different and desirable plan that they can get right away. Like,
I got, okay. So basically what I'm understanding you saying, because I always got to try and, you give me a lot of brain work. Sometimes when you say stuff, I'm like, hold on. So like the mayonnaise would be the affinity stuff.
That's right. That's a personality.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thanks. Oh, so missing the plan is probably the biggest thing. Sometimes they're like, well, I don't see what the hell you're, how are you going to feed me? How are you going to nourish me or whatever?
This is, I want you to understand. If you have the understanding, like, so there's principle, strategy, and tactics. Most people are too focused on the tactics. If you understand the principle, that's why I use, like, if you understand, like, oh, it's a big breakthrough. It's like, yes, having your personality can make the sandwich taste better. But like, how many of you guys know Tim Cook? How many of you guys love Tim Cook? I don't fucking know him. I don't even know if I like the guy, but I've got a gajillion of his products, right? because of the plan behind it. So we buy stuff all the time from people we don't know, but then we get hooked into this idea that like, no trust, right? And I'm not saying there's not some truth to that, but it's not really have anything to do with converting cold traffic. They think, oh, well, I can't convert cold traffic because they don't like, know, and trust me. That's bullshit, right? And I'm not saying it won't help, right? But it's more like, what's the sandwich you're asking them to eat, right? It's like, imagine like going into Subway, right? And you get to make your own sandwich, right? And so what's their conversion rate? Probably really, really high. You walk in to the sandwich shop and you get to choose your own pieces of bread. You get to choose your own meat, right? You get to choose your own condiments. You probably have a pretty high conversion rate going through that. But imagine Subway said, you know what, we're not doing that anymore. We're just going to pre-make the sandwiches. We're going to put a wrapping on it and put it in the refrigerator. Right? And even they said, oh, ham sandwich. Well, what has it got on it? Like, you see it? So your conversion rate's probably going to go down, right? Even though it's the same Subway, right? Does that make sense? So
absolutely, yeah.
The secret to converting cold traffic isn't so much about authority. Authority is a great thing to have when you have it, right? It's not the only card in the deck, right? You know, I've converted a lot of cold traffic, but I was very, very aware of what they thought the real problem was, the pain, what their current plan was, and the pain of that current plan. And then you know, like, so they're trying to disagree with the breakup. Then I say, I give them a new plan, which is agree with the breakup. Bam, converted cold traffic. And I try to put a little personality in there. So part of what they wanted personality-wise is they didn't want a therapist. And I use that. I'm like, if you want a therapist, I didn't have any degrees after my name. So I'm like, if you want a therapist and you got deep issues you need to resolve, I'm not your dude. But most of them didn't want that. What they really wanted is everybody's telling them there's other fish in the sea. Their best friend, their brother, their mother. Like, oh, she was no good for you anyways. Like, or he was no good for you anyways. There's other fish in the sea. But they got tired of hearing that shit. What they wanted was just somebody to kind of wise to the world. They didn't care if there's any degrees after their name, to listen to them and say, well, you know, here's what I would do, right, in your situation, right? So that personality kind of went in there a little bit, right? But it was more about the whole sandwich, right? If that makes sense.
Yeah, thank you.
Honey, I have to say, that is one hell of a good looking picture. I don't know why you're in internet marketing. You should be in movies somewhere, man. You're very photogenic. It's amazing.
One more really quick question. Oh, sorry. Did I step on Phil?
Yeah, I got you. I'm going to do Phil first, and then we'll run over to you, Chance. Phil,
I'm fine. I was just going to let him go. I was going to let you go, Chance. It's up to you. I'm quite happy to sit back.
Oh, you're good, Phil. Go ahead.
All right. Fast start guide. Where do we start to get results fast? If we're starting from zero, what would you recommend our next step should be? The next three to 5 steps.
Use what you already have.
Yep.
So if you have a personal profile, I would look through your past products, right, that may be relevant right now, right? And I would put together a 2-page Google document and sell your own thing. That's the first thing that I would do, right? If you don't have your own thing, then you can sell this, obviously, right? But I would use what you already have rather than go out and look for something that you may not already have, right? So Like you have an email list or Facebook profile or any of those kind of things, that's where I would start. If you don't have anything, then go find somebody that has those things, right? And that you may know, right? And make an offer, right? Say, hey, I've got this product, right? I'm getting 100% commissions. I don't have an audience. I'll do all the work, right? And handle everything if you would like to provide the audience, right? So one of the ways, I don't have my deck of cards here, but one of the ways I think about it, I'm trying to get back to principle, right? Because you're asking for a tactic. There's nothing wrong with that, but I want you to get where the principles are, right? So if we're in a poker game, the highest hand is a royal flush, right? Ace, king, queen, jack, 10 of all the same hand, right? What most people try to do is they try to go out and get all those cards themselves, right? And this can take a long time, a lifetime. It's way easier to understand what card you have, like I'm a 10 of hearts, and go find people that already have those cards and understand deeply that without your 10 of hearts, even though it's a lowly 10 and they've got an ace of hearts and a king of hearts and a king of hearts and a queen of hearts, but without your 10, their odds of winning go way, way down, right? And if you look at video poker, like your payoff for a royal flush is like 5 times more than the next hand beneath it, right? So sometimes we get too, especially if you have low self-esteem like me, we just like, oh, I'm just a lowly 10. But we don't understand that we can take that 10 and make somebody else's hand 5 times better. And then we could split the pot 50-50, right? And then there's another level of understanding that we don't even have to have any fucking cards. If Carlos has got a 10 and Chance has got an ace and Carol's got the rest of the cards, we just have to put the pieces together. And this is where, like, we don't even need money anymore, right? It's kind of what I do in the land business. Like, I use my own money in the land business, but I don't need my own money. If you have the ability to find the deal and get it cheap, people are happy to fund it. There's a big thing, and I'm kind of getting really, really deep here, but it's a big thing that people understand about money. They get too focused on money and not about how to produce value, and that the value doesn't need to come from them. All the value doesn't need to come from them, right? And so we can just produce that, right? It's like, ooh, if somebody doesn't want their land anymore, I can offer them cash, but it doesn't have to be mine, right? To get it at a great value, right? And then I can go find somebody that has a list of buyers, and I can go take it to them, right? So we become, I call this producer mode, right? What does a producer do in a movie? Does he act in the movie? Not typically. Does he hold the cameras? Not typically. Does he write the movie? Not typically. Does he even fund the movie? Not typically. Well, so what the fuck does a producer do? He understands the big picture and which pieces need to come first, right? And I'm not in the movie business, but this is my understanding. You need to find a good script first, because a great script attracts the right actors, and the right actors attract the money, right? You say Tom Cruise is going to be in my movie, then you can get the money pretty easily. So that's really, the producer just understands the big picture and what pieces need to go where, right? So I know I really went really, really deep on that. It's just kind of in my nature. But start with what you got. That's going to be your fastest path, right? If you don't have anything, like I can't imagine you don't have anything, Phil. Like, you know, you're pretty well liked. You got people that know you. I've known you for years, right? Like there's other people that know you, right? So just figure out what cards do they have and how can I add one simple card that would give them a way better hand, right? Is where I would go with that. Carlos, I love how your brain bubbles up with questions. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I hope I'm not annoying you or anybody else on the
No,
call.
dude, no, I wasn't being facetious. I do love it.
No, yet you're the thing about the producer mindset, because I've done a lot. Like I feel like I've done a lot of middlemanning stuff. Like but I find myself scrambling when I do that, and that's an opportunity. Let me go find some people that that I can bridge this opportunity to, that hopefully will allow me to take part somehow. Is there a more elegant, perhaps, way to so it doesn't seem, I don't know, so it doesn't come off as like all of a sudden in like how do you secure the deal so that you're not just quote unquote scrambling, if that's how it might potentially come off, or if that's how you perceive it? Do you have I guess you have agreements that you have already laid out? Or
I do, but that's not, it's like a marriage certificate. That's not guaranteed to keep your marriage together.
Right.
So everything I view in the aspect of relationships, right?
Yeah.
So my first thing is like get on a coffee date with somebody, and then we do a first date, and then we do a marriage after that, right? Most people, like, when I see them scrambling a lot, they're not turning short-term relationships into long-term relationships as a typical thing, right? So like for all this here, like some of you guys have purchased stuff already, so we're kind of on our first date or second date, right? Like Matthew, like I kind of really dig him a lot, so I'd be willing to, like if he said, hey, I've got this great deal, right? I'd be willing to do more of a going steady kind of thing with him, right? So the big thing is like, just take it like back to affiliate stuff, right? When I notice an affiliate made a sale or two, what most people do, what do you think most people do when an affiliate makes a sale or two? Nothing, right? And I won't say that every person that's ever made a sale got a congratulations from me or some kind of recognition from my company, right? But making a couple of sales is a big deal to me, right? So if that person can make a couple sales, they can probably make a couple hundred over time, right? So I would give them recognition for that. What people think that money operates off of money, or people think that the whole world operates off money. It operates off recognition. Why do people want money to begin with? They want recognition, right? But when somebody make a sale or two, I'd go find out about them, what they're doing. Like, is there any other way? How can we turn this into a couple hundred sales, right? Or somebody looks for promos. Hey, can you promote my offer, right? And they promote it once, and you never hear from them a fucking again until they want you to promote their shit again, right? But I never want people to promote my shit. I want to partner up with them, right? Like, hey, if this works once, right, how can we turn this into a longer term relationship, right? So with that said, I usually try to start out with a really easy, small, bite-sized, risk-free test, right, on anybody that I'm going to, because it's all about offers and risk reversal, right? So the challenge that I have is we're always talking in hypotheticals, right? But if you said, hey, I got to know a guy that teaches people Facebook ads, right, that I think this might be a great product for, right, because they're running all this traffic, right? I'm going to talk to them about the problems that person has and that their people have, right? Hey, does any of your people have trouble converting their Facebook ads? Yes. Does anybody of your people have trouble converting the leads once they get the lead? Yes, right? I have something that might help. Would you be open to discussing it? Does that make sense? So it goes back to that sandwich. What's the pain that they have, right? What's it costing them problem? What would the new plan be? right? Here's what most people do though. Hey, dude, I have something that you can pitch to your people. It'd be really fucking awesome. Give you 50% commissions. Does that make sense? So it's a matter how we approach that conversation. What's missing from their hand, right? And it's going to usually be around a present pain or a present problem that they're currently having. I don't know if that helps at all. It was pretty principled. That's the thing though, but we won't have anything specific we're going off of.
Yeah. No, it was helpful though, from a conceptual standpoint. To that end, there's a book called Produce Yourself. The guy who wrote it was the guy who produced Duck Dynasty.
Yeah,
Duck Dynasty. Yeah. And long story short, I reached out to that dude to see whether or not he might have a potential opportunity. So anyway, we're in talks, but that book is a good descriptor of what you were laying out in a little bit more of a I don't know, detailed.
Yeah, and I get this from Jim Camp. The easiest place to start a conversation with somebody is in their own world of problems. That's not usually where we start the conversation. We start with our vision, right, for what they can do if they just do what we want them to do. Right? Neil Rackham talks about this: situation, problem, implication, need, payoff. You start with a situation first that they can point at it, and then the situation, I call it symptom, right? So, like for my fans and fortunes formula for fabulously regular folk, right? I started off with my story. It's like, I'm not charismatic. I don't know about you, but my face contorts and does weird shit without my permission, right? I stumble over the tiniest words, the simplest words, right? Those are symptoms, right? And then I can kind of lead them down to the problem, if that makes sense, right? So there are some weight loss offers that I was helping some folks on. And it was during when COVID was really happening, right? So everybody was on Zoom. What do you think? So there was relevance there. Like now everybody, like, I don't think guys worry about it. I don't want to be label male, female, right? But like guys will just show up like they show up. I think sometimes women like care about it more, but there was a like, ooh, how am I showing up on camera kind of thing, right? And just tying that in. It's like, oh, now we got all these Zooms, right? Like, and all that issue, right? It's symptomatic, and it's a different way to approach it, right? What else, guys?
I just have a quick question about the Bugatti part of the offer. Is that still, I mean, I know you said you're going to entertain like sub-licensing deals and all of that on that, but is that offer completely closed off to just the general public right now, or is that still open?
No, it's still open. I'm raising the price. Every 20 people that come in, I raise the price. Okay. At some point, I'm going to kind of see how it goes with you guys. So I haven't quite decided how many people to put in there yet, but yeah, I raise it every 20 people or so. I raise the price on it.
Cool. Yeah, I just asked because I'm going to definitely like do some JV partnerships and team up with some affiliates, but there's a couple that I'll wait till it's a little higher, so they're less likely to go buy it and then just cut me out.
Yeah. Here's the thing, if you do all the work, they won't give a shit. That's really the big thing, right? If you can do a lot of the work, most people are more time and energy starved than they are anything else, right? So you just say, hey, I'll put it all together, handle everything, manage everything. You just sit back. If you just provide this one thing, the traffic or whatever, right, then that usually works out pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. And there's just like one real go-getter that I'm like, I know.
I think people, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but I think people think I'm more famous than I am. Like most people don't know me. Like I mean, we're just in the circle, so it seems like everybody knows me, but most of the world don't know me.
He introduced me to your stuff. That's
okay. Well, he might know me then. Yeah. But the big thing is like too, like if you can take time and energy off their plate, that's really the big thing, right? People will happily give you more money if you can just take that time and energy off their plate. But yeah, I haven't decided when I'm going to close it. So, well, awesome, guys. I'm about to that point where my eyes are turning yellow. So, and send me your GDoc, and I'll take a look at that. Probably won't be till next week, but I'll take a look at that, and we'll everybody will get some benefit out of that. I just can't tell you, like you got a lot of you guys aren't new to me. Ed and Phil and Matt and Ann and Brian. Like I see what Brian's doing. He's amazing. Dennis, old friend, Honey, all you guys. So I'm just like thrilled to be mixing our mojos back together, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we can do on this and see where we can take it. So thank you so much. Have a great weekend, you guys.
You too. This was awesome. Thanks.
Awesome.
Thanks, everybody.
What's cooking good looking? I have my BFOT. I want to share with you today. I think it's going to make a huge breakthrough for you. It's my buying frenzy offer tool, and it's for non-creative people, right? So, there's all kinds of ways to do offers out there. They have big ideas, and I think the kind of the drawback, especially for bigger offers, is you got to kind of be a clever and creative person, right? So I've been doing offers probably 20 some odd years, and I've been teaching. I've been looking for offers for myself as an affiliate, right? So I need to figure out what is a good offer, number one, right? And so that's the way I started out. And then once I understood like what I could identify good offers and I could make them, right? So, but I started out with lower dollar stuff, right? So it's different informational product like we're working on, right? $99 to $999 is more informational than transformational most of the time. And it should be sold that way too. But I've been teaching people how to do their offers, right? Or looking over and helping people do their offers. And sometimes they get it and sometimes they don't, right? Especially if there's the creative side to it. So I wanted to boil this all down. And I've been showing this to people probably for the last year to 2 years or so, somewhere between a year and 2 years. And I've never seen them come up with offers that work as reliably to spit out sales as soon as they put them out there, right? So there's kind of one big secret to it, but I kind of put this in a grid so to make it super simple. So, but it doesn't rely on a lot of creativity, right? We don't need to be strokes of genius. We don't need to be the creative genius for it. This is best for informational rather than transformational offers, right? And so we talked about that a little bit in the last training or the first training that we did. But we have to be more informational because they're more than likely just buying an informational product without a bunch of transformational coaching and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying there's not some range or gap in there that this tool wouldn't extend for, but to keep it safe, and of course it could be less than $99, right? If you can bench press 99 pounds, this will work for $49 things. It'll work for $9 things, right? But we're kind of looking to shoot for the $99 to $999 thing. So I'm going to go over this tool. I'm not going to do a lot of examples right now. I'm going to wait and do this in another conversation and video with you, just to keep it short and focused on the tool, and then I'll show you kind of the use on it, right? But ultimately, what we're trying to do is, and this is an older tool that I use to kind of test my offers out in my head, right, before I put them out there. But we want it to be, give me blank and I'll give you blank. And the first blank is the investment in money, time, and energy, right? What investment are they going to need to make?
in money, time, and energy. A lot of times we don't take into the factor the time and the energy in these things, right? And if we're doing informational products, most of the time this is just going to be give me a dollar amount. I'm not saying you say this in your copy, right? This is just something for you to look at. All in all, what am I saying, right? If I say, give me $99 and I'll give you a 2-page Google document, right? That a 2-page sales template, right? That will make sales for you from $99 to $999, right? It's like, oh, that's kind of an easy yes on there, right? Here's a new tool. Give me $99. I'll give you a new tool, right? That you can make sales from $99 to $999 without DMing, right? Or commenting or getting on the phone, any of those kind of things, right? And you just want to be like, yes, yeah, I would be in for that. Now, doesn't mean they don't need more details, right? But this is kind of just when I'm looking at my offers or other people's offers, I kind of do this, give me blank and I'll give you blank. What is it in there now? Don't laugh. But what most people do wrong here, when you look at their offer, and they may not be using this tool, is why we have the tool so we don't make this mistake. But it's usually like, give me $99 and I'll give you 6 videos and, a one-on-one call and a Facebook group, right? And they don't want those things, right? So they don't want the deliverable. So the first blank is the investment in money, time, and energy. The second blank is the return or the reward in terms of time or money, time, and energy, right? Later on, I'm going to do one more. There's another thing that you can really add some heft to this, but I'm not going to worry about it right now. But this is what we want. Give me blank, and I'll give you blank. Give me $99. Here's an old example, right? Clothespins used to be round, right? Back in the day, back in the early 1900s, 1800s. I don't know when they came out. I'm not that old. But clothespins used to be round, right? The problem was that when they're putting their clothes on the line, they would drop them, right? Or they'd be in the house and they would drop them on the floor and they would roll under a table or something, right? So they come up with the square clothespin that we have today with the spring and everything. But basically it was, give me, I think they were like 2 cents more than the regular clothespins, right? But give me 2 cents more for a clothespin, right? And I'll give you, this was kind of without, and I'll give you hung clothes without having to chase your clothespins underneath the table, right? It's like, ooh, 2 cents extra, right? But this is just a tool. We do give me blank and I'll give you blank, right? So now how do we get there? How do we find the things in that blank? That's where we're going to go here. So again, like I've been using this for a long, long time, but what goes in the blanks, right? What goes in this last blank is super important, right? And that's kind of where everything goes to hell in a handbasket, right? So here's what I've been sharing with folks over the last year, 2 years. I think it's been almost 2 years. I don't know. But here's what I've been sharing with them. And man, they're just popping these suckers out, right? These are actually bigger ticket things too. So it'll work in a lower ticket thing, right? Because we want to find out what is on their to-do list or their worry list, right? Literally, like what is on folks' to-do list. And if you can help them cross something off their to-do list, right? Or their worry list, right? It's like one of the easiest things, like, ooh, like my phoneless sales machine, right? My phoneless sales machine helps them cross off having to get on sales calls either every day or every week, right? It's been a very, very successful offer. Again, I don't want to go deep into examples right now, but here's the thing. You want to make sure it's something they can see, hear, feel, taste, touch, or smell, right? We don't want big generic things that we couldn't draw a picture of, right? So if you can't draw a picture out of it, it's probably not a good starting point, right? So I see so many of these, I'm going to help you improve sales or increase profits, right? And these make really
hard offers to convert, right? Because you can't draw a picture out of it, right? So there's a few other factors. I used to call this niche factors, right? Again, when I was an affiliate marketer, I wanted to go out there and find those good offers, right? But what is a good offer, right? And these are what I came up with. It works amazing. I just did really, really well as an affiliate, did really, really well creating my own offers and these kind of things. But I wasn't starting out with this to-do list, right? And it's really helped folks. But we want to come up with what's on their to-do list, right? So like, again, I don't want to get a whole bunch of examples, but phoneless sales machine. The thing would be making sales calls, right? That would be on their to-do list, right? So let's kind of go through these, right? And I think you're going to see how this works out, right? So let's just go, let's say this one is sales calls, right? Again, I'm not going to go through a whole bunch of examples. I'll do some more examples later on. But to-do list, is it on their to-do list, right? And this DWMY means daily, weekly, monthly, yearly, right? So there's a new drop down feature that we can do on Google Docs now. And so we want to think, how often does our avatar have this on their to-do list, right? Now, this is really interesting because some people that call themselves coaches or whatever really don't do a lot of sales calls, right? Because they're just kind of coaching word alone, right? But, you know, let's say if they do it, is it on their daily to-do list? Is it on their weekly to-do list? Is it on their monthly to-do list? Is it on their yearly to-do list, right? So these are actual, I've coded these by color and also by points. So if it's on their daily list, right, they're going to get 3 points. It's going to be green. If it's on their weekly, it's going to get a little less green, but still green and 2 points. Monthly, 1 point. Yearly, half a point, right? So sales calls, let's say for our avatar, this is something they do daily, right? So they would get 3 points for that, right? Mind share, what is mind share? This is kind of like the worry frequency. How often do they worry about this thing, right? This is the thing that's on their to-do list, but how often do they worry about it? Like your sales call, something they worry. Do they worry about how they go? Do they worry about doing well? And how often a day are they worrying about it, right? So again, if they're worrying 3 times a day, they're going to get, or plus, and you can actually weight this, right? Like if they're worrying about it like 6 times or 10 times a day, I would actually probably give that a 6 or a 10, right? But I didn't have a whole bunch of options like that, right? But if they're worrying about 3 times a day or more, they're going to get green and 3 points. If they're worrying about 2 times a day or more, 2 points. Worry 1 time a day, they're going to get 1 point. If they're worrying less than once a day, I would just say half a point, right? On this, and that could be they worry about it weekly or monthly or just when their taxes come due. This is a good reason why it's better to talk about sales than profit, right? How often do people worry about profit? Well, they don't think about profit a lot, right? They might think about it, you know, once a month, right? When they're doing their books, right? But how often do they worry about sales, right? So much better to talk about sales because they, you know, I know some people that check their sales like multiple times a day, right? They, you know, especially when something's going on. So this is kind of what we want, right? We want this worry to be 3 times a day, right? And they'll get 3 points. Emotional temperature. I got a little guide over here, but emotional temperature is how intense, how crucial is this worry that they have around that, right? So I always say, like, you know, I think about brushing my teeth, you know, 3 times a day. I think about, you know, going to the urinating 3 times a day, but it's not a whole lot of emotional temperature for me. And if there is, like if I brush my teeth and there's pain or you know, then the emotional temperature goes up, right? But basically we got high fever 3, warm 2, lukewarm 1, and cold is 0, right? So we'll put that in there. Tie, right? This could be a good tiebreaker is one of the reasons why I put it like this, but do they want to, if you got multiple things here and you want to figure out what to put, what your offer should be about, and you can cross off more than 1 or 2 things. Your offer can do that, but usually for like a $99 to $1,000 offer, all we really need to have is one good thing, right? If you can cross off more, that's even more, they give you more points, right? But do they want to talk about it? What does that mean? That means that they want to, like a little bit of a key for you. Or do they talk about it, about the thing in groups, forums, comment, or on book reviews, right? So in other words, are they talking about it? Do you see it? Are they talking about it in groups? Do they talk about how to handle objections or sales calls in groups? Yes, they do, right? They totally do that. If it's something they don't have enough emotional temperature about, all these kind of go hand in hand a little bit. But if they're not talking about it a lot, like I see people doing offers all the time that people just aren't talking about that much, right? They're like, here's how to be in alignment with yourself, right? And you just really don't see a lot of talk about that, right? Like, hey, you do every once in a while, but it's not a common thing, right? About it, right? So basically you have a yes or no option here. One, are they talking about it? Go to groups. Are they talking about these various things? If there's any forums. Now forums today, there aren't as probably as they used to be, but there's still Reddit, right? And various things that are forum-like. Do they comment on book reviews? Like if there's books about it, right? Are they commenting and talking like, hey, I had this problem, right? And this really helped me, or hey, this, what have you on that. So we're just looking, do they talk about it? And this one's a biggie on this hard to find solution. So how hard is it for them to find the solution to not doing sales calls anymore, at least, or even reducing sales calls, right? When I first came out with Phone the Sales Machine, like it was the only thing, right, available, right? And there's still not a lot, right? Most people are still, the way they're doing direct chat sales or just kind of winging it, right? But I wouldn't say. I would say it's probably medium now, right? There's some people that are talking about it, but it used to be hard, right, to find a solution to that. So how prevalent are the solutions? If you're just going to say, hey, I'm going to show you how to tie a tie, right? Well, they can just go to YouTube for that, right? I'm not saying it'll never work, if they can go to YouTube for it, right? But it's going to be pretty easy to find how to tie that tie, if that makes sense, right? So I've done various different ones, so you can just kind of see. And I wanted to do color, and I wanted to do points too, just depending on what kind of brain that you have, right? But if you see green all the way across, right, you're going to pretty much be good to go, right? So your biggest points are 13 to 10, right? So buying frenzy is likely, right? If you can cross one thing off their to-do list or their worry list, right, it's got 10 to 13 points, right? More than likely, unless we miss something, you're gonna have a buying frenzy on your hands, right? 7 to 10, sales can be okay if this solution is hard to find, right? If it's not, I would kind of question if the solution's not hard to find. 7 to 4 is going to kind of be a gamble, right? This is kind of what 7 to 4 would look like here, right? You got some green, you got some yellow in there, right? But I might try to find a different thing to position on, right? In there, if that's to make your offer around the give me blank and I'll give you blank thing to make your offer around, right? So, and of course, 4 to 0 is going to be kind of a dud. Now, I didn't talk about it here, but again, if you can cross more than one thing off the list, right?
As long as one of them is 10 to 13, right? These are going to be bonus points. Like if you can cross off, follow up, right? If they're doing follow up, a lot of follow up, or you can make that process easy. If they're making sales calls, if they're using the phone to do follow ups, right? And we can eliminate that or at least reduce it, right? Then we got extra points, right? In there. So I don't want you to overthink this, right? I don't want you to be like, oh my goodness, I only have a 9, right? It's not a 10, right? Or I wonder about this. This is just kind of a gauge, right? But the big thing is like, is it on a to-do list? These are kind of the biggest. I kind of have these weighted in an order of importance, right? Is it on their to-do list? Is it on their daily to-do list, right? What's on their daily to-do list? They would just be happy to give you money to take off, right? How often do they worry about it, right? Emotional temperature be after that. Do they talk about it? Hard to find solution. And I kind of, here's the problem, here's the solution. That's why it's set up here, right? So hopefully that's helpful for you. We're going to come in and talk about like more examples, but so sales calls, right? Here's the thing that we want to get off their list, right? So I've sold this up to $10,000, right? But give me $2,000, right? And I'll give you $2,000 to $50,000 sales without any phone calls, right? Just using chat and Google Docs, right? It's like, right? You see, like there's a kind of a visceral, I would do that, right? And that's kind of what we want, right? But that's how we get to this gimme, right? We got to find those things that we want to cross off their to-do list or their mind share, right, list. We want to be able, we want it to be finger pointing, right? It's something they see, hear, feel, taste, touch, or smell, right? Can they draw a picture of it, right? There's an offer. Somebody was talking about, he's helping restaurant owners, and it was like, here's how to improve your profits by 30%. That's going to be very, very tough to convert because you can't draw a picture of it, right? So I'm like, well, what's on their to-do list, right? Especially now after COVID, right? Well, it's really hard for them to hire staff, right? So hiring, right? If they could help with that, right? That would be food costs has gone through the roof. So they're trying to lower their food costs, right? So any of those kind of things would be much better than, and it all comes to making 30% more profit. But the thing with profit is like, how many of us have increased profit on our daily to-do list? Not much, right? How many of us think about profit, right? 3 times a day. I'm not saying we don't think about how can we get better margins, right? But we think about sales, right? Does that make sense? So we want to kind of go into profit. Yeah, it can be high, right? If it's not going right. So it can be high emotional temperature, right? Do they talk about it? Most of them you don't see, you don't see people in groups talking about like, how can I increase my profits, right? They talk about how can I increase my sales, lower my cost per lead, right? Those kind of things. So they're not really talking about profit, right? Is it hard to find solution? Yeah, it is kind of hard to find, right? At least a specific solution for that, right? So that just kind of gives you an idea. I don't want to run through too many examples, but profit, it's hard to draw a picture of profit, right? So you're going to get this document, right? A different unfilled in document, but it'll have all these drop downs and everything for you. But hopefully that will help you get to this buying frenzy, right? A lot faster and without any creativity needed, right? We just want to go out and find out what people
what our avatar, if you want to call it an avatar, I don't like to think of avatar. I just think of people. I always see the person, or Joe or Jane, right? What do they have on their to-do list that they would love to get off of their to-do list, right? What are they worrying about? They would love to get off of their worry list, right? It's been the easiest hack for creating offers that just get sales right out of the gate. So super excited to get this to you. I would love to know your initial thoughts on this. Post in the group what you think on this training. You're the first person to see this type of training and this grid and everything. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Even more than that, I'd love to hear your results and your feedback on that. Talk to you later. Can you guys see the grab your multiple streams of income taster thing there? So this is the actual 2-page sales letter. End result, we did 139 sales over the weekend. The big strategy on this was just to pull buyers off of my Facebook group so I could get stuff off of Facebook and that kind of thing. So the meta strategy to this, and I don't think people get this, and we use, like a lot of us were in transformation, we sell information things with transformation tools. And we try to sell transformation things sometimes with information tools, right? So let me kind of give you an idea. So information, basically, it doesn't have to have a certain dollar amount to it, but it's going to be something that they can make a decision on fairly quickly. For some markets, that may be $100. Some markets may be $500, right? But information is different than transformation. And here's the thing, webinars, if you're inviting somebody to a webinar, that is a sale. You want to sell that the same way as if you're asking $99 for it, but as an information sale, not a transformation sale. Most people do webinars as a transformational thing, or they're just like, oh, it's my webinar. Of course, everybody's going to want to come, right? So we're going to talk about that a little bit here, right? Getting somebody to read your whole email is an information sale, or read your whole post is an information sale, right? So let me just cut to it here. The two big things you sell information with is self-interest and curiosity. Most information products are just making you super curious. The way I view this, I'm gonna use a couple different metaphors here, is like horses and salt. They say you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. I say bullshit. You just have to give the horse enough salt, and self-interest and curiosity is how you salt that horse all the way to your webinar, and to get them actually to show up to the webinar and then drink when it's time for the webinar, right? Or whatever information product that you're selling, right? This is different than transformation. I sell all the time T3s where it looks like it's a sales letter for an information product. I'm going to show you how to, you're going to discover this, right? Which is not what you want to do with transformation. Transformation, you're going to have, that's when the horse gets to the water. Now where are you going to go, right? Which is going to require a different, you have to make him confident that you get him over the bridge or whatever that thing is to get him across the water, different type of sale. But for webinars, for information products like this, what this was this weekend, self-interest and curiosity are the main things. And then we want to be the only place to quench their thirst. So if I salt the horse and he ends up at my pond of water, but there's 3 other ponds of water, like I'm going to have a harder time convincing him to drink from my pond of water, right? If I'm the only pond of water in a desert and I give him a salt, it's almost a foregone conclusion that he's going to drink from that, right? And when he gets up to the water, if it looks a little funny, you know, maybe it's a different color, you might have a question on it. So we still want to use some timer risk reversal, right? Time, identity, money, energy, reputation, risk reversal on it. Does that make sense?
But this is how I've sold, and I know it's not braggadocious, but I've sold tens of millions of dollars worth of information products. I've seen even more than that being sold, and all the big companies, Agora, all that, when they're selling newsletters and information, it's all based off self-interest and curiosity. They get you so curious about what stock could it be? Oh my God, it's getting ready to explode. Like, what stock could it be? Right? Like that is what's selling the product. And if they make a mistake and go over to the transformation, their refunds are going to be horrible. If they say, hey, we're going to make you a trader, right? And they start going over that, hey, there's going to be a transformation here. They're going to end up with refunds, unhappy people, and it makes it harder to sell, right? Plus, they're going to get in trouble with the FTC, all kinds of stuff, right? So super important that we use the right tools for the right job, and things get a lot simpler. So now that we have the theory here, let's talk about this for 1 second. And then I'm gonna go look at the 2-page sales letter, quote unquote sales letter, right? But here's the interesting thing too, Meta. I rarely get 139 comments, let alone likes, right? So I rarely get 139 likes or 139 comments on my posts. But I made 139 sales. What's the implication here? What's the deeper thing on this? Anybody want to?
Yeah, but just because you don't feel like you get a lot of love in your groups or whatever, that doesn't mean to say that they're not buyers in there.
That's it. So good. Yes, you would be gobsmacked if you knew how much money in your own groups on your own list they were spending. Right? And you're just not getting it because you ain't asking. Right? You say, oh, well, gosh, like only 10 people like this post, so certainly nobody will buy it. Right? No, like I had people buy this. I'd never seen comment or like anything. I'm like, who the hell is this? Right? Which is great. That's exactly what I want. Right? So the big thing is people like to buy, right? And especially if you're selling information, like if you get them thirsty and you're the only pond that can quench that thirst and you remove some of that risk, you will get people to take action, whether that's sign up to your webinar, come to a live, all these kind of things that are actually information sales, right? Rather than transformation sales. But we just want to salt the living shit. Like we want to if we lose them after a while, we want to back up and put some more salt out. We want to salt them all the way, right, to the pond. So when they get there, they'll drink. So I know it's the most boring thing in the world to read copy through. So I'm just going to cover the highlights here. And then if you guys want to back up and talk about this, I'll give you this copy too. But grab your multiple streams of income taster, right? So what do they want? Multiple streams of income. Taster just means, hey, this is not like a full-blown transformation thing, right? Going there. So just a little reason why I didn't say marketing test. I just did it in my old junior high vernacular. But here's the thing. If you notice this makes a Z, and I'm not saying you're going to destroy your conversions if it doesn't do that, but your I pattern typically goes knit, 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 right? So this kind of makes the Z, and I want to trigger that dopamine and that and that thirst right when they get there, right? So what do they want? Multiple income streams. What you say next after the "whoo, I want that" is super important. If it sounds fucking anything like something they've heard before, you're going to lower your conversion, right? Again, this is part of having the different water. Like nobody's talking about cloning assets, right? I'm the only bucket full of water in the desert right there. Does that make sense? So then I go a little bit more just into solidifying this, but not much, right? But then I get down here and here's a contrast, a value contrast. And instead of paying $48,000 to get it, access to it, I'll have Annette send you the recording for $99, right? Now I'm going to salt some more. This is appropriate use of bullet points right here, right? Don't use a gazillion bullet points if you're trying to sell $25,000 transformation packages, right? I mean, you could say, here's what's going to happen. And you want to be walking them through a plan, not salting them with how to, right? Because now they're going to be like, well, how is this different than a freaking $9 Kindle book, right? Like, so I just do this in a very, these bullets in a very conversational way. By the way, we talked about some extra goodies on the call too. One of my Mojo women, this was Kirsty, is converting cold traffic for a physical product with my little super fast Google Doc method, right? I mentioned her at the beginning of that call and just kind of laid it out a little bit. She hired an agency that blew through 5K for fuck all, as she would say, right? But this also gives like a 5K value without me saying, oh, this is a 5K value, right? If that makes sense, right? But this is basically a bullet point. How I'm using cloning multiple income streams method to crush my land business, which is not a land business at all. I'll explain why. So because one of the things that they is this going to apply to me? Well, shit, like how does it work for the land business? My goodness, like that's pretty interesting. And then how we solve our lead and traffic problems permanently. There's a heap more too, but I've slept since Thursday, right? And this is just adding a little drama. So this is doing double duty. One, I did cuss a lot in there, but two, it adds a little drama in there. Like, hey, this might be kind of fun if somebody's cussing, right? So there's all the self-interest and curiosity right there, right? And the only place that you're gonna get it, right? So here's a really important part. I also love hanging out with my customers. So let's hang out, brainstorm, and I can answer any questions you've got about adding an income stream or two. I'll put on a live Q&A over Zoom for you. I'll comb my hair and everything. Why do I add this in? What am I doing by adding this in?
Is it like an objection handler because you're
good. You're good. I thought people were saying, oh, adding value, but that's exactly it, right? Hey, if I go through this, I wonder if I'm going to have questions, right? Because the big thing is like, hey, is this going to apply to me? But that's exactly why I did it. From a copy standpoint, from a strategic standpoint, I'll probably get a lot of these people on the webinar and I'll have an upsell for them, right? I'll T3 them.
Yeah, you're also overcoming that risk, right? Of like,
that's right.
You know, what if I don't understand all of what he's talking about? You know,
that's exactly right. So here's all you got to do to come out and play. Hit the link below. It's only $99, but save your receipt, right? And here's where I'm just going to make it like, oh, what? I actually feel like I'm coming out ahead money-wise. I'll give you $300 in Mojo bucks you can use any time for future purchases, right? Now, it does two things for me. One, it makes it like, okay, it's almost free now, right? It's almost free. And it puts $300 in their pocket to spend with me on something in the future. We already sold the phoneless sales machine. I said, I want to use my $300 on phoneless sales machine. So I had to come up with a link real fast, right? To do that, right? So this works if you kind of have a following already and you already got some stuff. I used to do this as an affiliate. What I would do is I would bundle some stuff together, like coupons or stuff like that, to basically X out whatever they were spending on that, right? So I say, hey, I found where you can get 3 places where you can get a month's trial or something, this kind of value, whatever they were spending on it. So all I'm trying to do is like balance that just to make it the no-brainer, right? On that. So, and then I just carried some over from the post with my ridiculous picture there. And I use this picture on purpose for the original post, and I'll tell you why here in a minute. But that was it. This took me like 10 minutes to write, and I did tweak and edit it after it was already live, right? I'm just like, fuck it, let's get it out, right? Like, let's do it. I was in a little bit of a rush because I knew Jeannie was getting up, so I was trying to get it done with my coffee before she got up so I could get it rocking and rolling. But I want to look at these posts real quick. So I wrote this, and this is the post that started it. This is all I put. This weekend, what we got cooking in the Money Mojo kitchen, which is self-interest and curiosity. The reason I use the face pic is because I'm pretty sure that Facebook likes those a lot better, and they show up in people's, and I had several people comment. Jeannie was one, Ron Lynch was another, like, you just keep showing up in my news feed, right? So I use this face pic purposely, and of course it's ridiculous, so it kind of grabs attention, right? But and see, like, got 154 comments, but I almost made as many sales, only 55 likes, right, on this. And I did use it as an anchor post, so I sent other posts to it, right? But here's another concept, macro concept I want you guys to get to. Don't view these on the success of one post, right? It's kind of like, have you guys ever pushed a bunch of kids around on a merry-go-round? So the first push is the hardest, right? And it might move a little bit, but the more you push, pretty soon the merry-go-round goes by itself. It's exactly what I've done. So many campaigns, I realized not to be too freaked out if it's a little bit slow getting rolling, right? So the reason I put these is like, I just wanted to put these in here because the biggest comments we got was like, this is a no-brainer, right? No-brainer, right? Quick buy. That's why I'm called the no-brainer campaigner, right? We just want to make that offer so it's just like, whew, I'm thirsty. It's a no-brainer to do it, right? For information products, right? So, and here's the weird thing. I didn't ask anybody to start posting their screenshots.
Yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. Like, why are all these people posting their screenshots?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I think a couple people started doing it, and they're just like, you know, I think part of it may have been because they wanted to prove that they bought, so they get the $300 bonus, right, or the 300 Mojo bucks. But that was an odd thing. I'm like, I don't know why everybody's posting. I mean, and so sometimes, like, you can get the best sales letters that you never would have come up with on your own. I view the comments and everything as the sales letter. It's not just the post; it's what happens down in the comments, right?
Yeah, it's the proof and the
and you'll notice I'm thanking everybody, right? And I don't know that has a big effect on the sales, right? Part of it, I just like to thank people that buy from me, right? But I think they'd see the first few things like, ooh, he's thanking me. They're getting, what are they getting? They're getting reputation from, like, ooh, you know, it's just a little way I can give them a little attaboy, right? On that. So those are that.
It's their own little 2 comma club there, Travis.
That's right. So those just those things, you guys, just no-brainer kind of stuff. Very curious to watch this, right? Again, I'm just pointing back to, this is all about self-interest and curiosity. That's how you sell information. Self-interest, curiosity, be the only water in the desert, right? And then reverse any risk that you need. You'll sell all the information products. You get all the people on the webinars that you want, you know, with that, and use the multiple strategies. So this did okay. But then I started a fire. I just started a freaking fire. So I wrote this specifically like this because I didn't want to say you will do this, because this is an information product. I didn't want to make this them to get the transformational feeling, because one, it's going to hurt conversions. 2, it's going to make people mad because it's not a transformational product, right? You know, so I wrote it specifically. I'm semi-retired at 38 years old. I didn't do it by saving millions. I'm too impatient for that. I did it by taking a non-traditional asset. Again, curiosity. What the fuck is a non-traditional asset? And figured out how to pull not one income stream, like most of it, multiple income streams in the same asset. continued in comments, right? And then I took a snippet from the letter itself, right? Because it's already done. This is just me using assets and energy leverage, right? And then put the Google Doc down here. This freaking crushed it. This was done Sunday morning. And there's minutes like 3, 4, 5 sales would come in a minute on this after.
Was it in the same group as well? It was all in the same group.
Yeah. So this is for you going to your webinar thing or anything you're inviting to somebody, like realize that it's just a merry-go-round. If they don't come at first, keep pushing. And even the people that register, right? This is also like why they should show up, right?
Yeah. That's what I was asking about in the group. It's these guys have already registered, so I just want them to show up, and Tony's trying to help me with that.
So you can do double duty, right? On this. If people were getting real, oh, I'm in. I'm so excited about this, right? I'm getting ready to like consume that content. I'm like, hey, Annette can't get it out till Monday, right? You know, so this started the fire, and then there's just more. Here's some more no-brainers. Big people too, right? Ed O'Keefe, Harlan Kilstein, right? Ben's joking around, right? But these are things I can't write into it, right? So this whole thing, I can reuse as a sales letter, just like this, right? Like on those things. And then the barn caught fire. It just caught freaking fire. So here I added some clock to it, right? This took me about 5 minutes to post, and I did this in the evening about 6:13, just before or just after I ate dinner. But it took me literally like 5 minutes. And so I just did ending, arrows pointing down, and then I used my fire starter, copy, down here, little arrow pointing down, ends at high noon tomorrow. And I did close to 30 sales overnight by the next morning on that. And then I had a final notice one. I had a couple more on that day, but like I think most of the people had already bought. That last hour, the last final note, I think brought in like 15 or 20 more people on that. But this was the barn burner. Barn caught freaking fire right here. 139 people already up leveling. I did want to talk a little bit about the post campaign. There's a couple of reasons why I'm doing a post campaign in the same group. Anybody want to venture some guesses?
Post campaign. You mean like explain? I'm confused with the terminology.
So I just didn't say, okay, it's over.
Oh, right. Like, well, more proof or whatever, you know?
Okay.
To encourage consumption of the product so that they will attend your webinar / brainstorm.
That's part of the reason. And they're getting actually instant access to the video and then the webinars to be determined. But yeah, part of it is they get that consumption. And there's another long-term strategic reason I'm doing it.
And demonstrating that when you buy from Travis, you probably get even more. Travis doesn't even share everything you get. So the next time he tells you you get ABC, you might get DEF too.
That's exactly right. And this is kind of Machiavellian, to make the people that didn't buy sad that they didn't buy. So the next time I come up with an offer, you'd be like, holy shit. And so I'm getting a bunch of, I just put this down here. So they're like, oh my gosh, I missed the deadline yesterday, sad face. And we've had people, hey, can you squeeze me in? I'm like, no, I'm not going to squeeze you in.
And if I can interrupt you for 1 second, another thing you're doing is you're showing when you have urgency, it's real urgency.
That's right. Yep. So I've done a couple of these unannounced bonuses. There's another reason I'm doing it too. That's kind of below the surface. And part of it is the way that I structured the technical part of this, because and that doesn't work the weekend. So I just had to go straight to a PayPal account. Well, dumb me didn't think that when people use their PayPal address, which is great, but a lot of people use old PayPal addresses. So all these access links are going to address they don't check anymore. Right. So part of the reason I'm doing this is so anybody that didn't get it will reach out or post. But I just want to say, hey, I totally fucked up, but I might. If you haven't gotten access yet, right? So I'm also doing it for that reason, like just again that consumption, right? Oh my goodness, where's my link on it, right? So, but that's why I'm doing the post campaigns, right? If I do limited spots, like if I have a 10 or 20 limited spots, I always do a sold out post. Hey, we did it, sold out, right? I want to show them how fast we sold it. Sometimes I've sold out on limited spots before I've even opened up. So I'll just take the people that commented and I'll use some masculine mojo, right? So I'll tell like, hey, sorry, people reached out, right? And sometimes people reach out. This is sold out before I even opened it, right? On limited spot kind of things, right? So, now again, my main strategy wasn't to make $1,400 on this, is to pull. I'll make a fortune off having all their mailing addresses and the up levels, and I basically cloned like the main idea. I know people who are interested in multiple income streams, right? This whole group is about offers, but this is about multiple income streams, right? So there are lots of ways I can monetize that. Any questions on this? And I can move away from the copy so I can see all your lovely faces. But if you guys got questions on this copy stuff.
I know you meant 14,000, not 1,400, by the way.
Yes, 14,000.
Yeah, I was like, did I do that math wrong? I'm really bad at math, so.
Yeah. I'm just going to stop this share.
I do have one question.
Yeah.
You did a Google Doc. I know you did it quick and dirty. Do you think that the nature of sending them to a Google Doc frames this differently a lot than a conventional lander?
We've had really, really good luck with Google Docs, and I can change it because it seems more intimate with it. Now, let me tell you the real reason why I use the Google Doc here, though. I was just going to put it in a post, but Facebook thought it was a sales post, like a marketplace post. They tried to tag it and approve it and everything. So I'm like, fuck it, I'm just gonna put it in a Google Doc and get it done. But can I take this now and put it on a landing page? Absolutely, right? And I can put all the screenshots in. And the last one, it can make a sales letter. I probably won't do that because I probably won't run this again, I'd run a different angle or something on that. By the way, this is like, I'm just reusing an asset that I already have. I've got 7 years of these kind of trainings, right? I'm not saying all 7 years of them are good, right? But I could literally like do this, but just for full transparency, this is not the easiest way for me to make money, right? It would have been way easier for me to come out with a $10,000 thing and sell 2 of them or 3 of them, right? But my main goal was to pull these buyers off of Facebook and develop that other asset. There's other ways to do it too. I mean, it is kind of fun to watch your.
It's like you wanted a dopamine hit yourself,
Yeah.
You're
giving all these rational reasons.
I had a good time, like conversing with everybody, and I wanted to give people like a taste. This is a sampling. If they're going to get a sampling of what goes on in the groups, right? They're going to get a sampling of my leadership, for better or worse, right? And when we do the brainstorming stuff, right? And then I'll T3 them. I'm like, I've got this, and the way I'm going to probably structure that, though, when I T3 them is, we can do it in the Mojo Dojo, but look what they bought. They bought 1 training for $97. So I can say, look, come in for 2 months right, and do Mojo Dojo, and you're gonna get 7 years of trainings just like that. I'm not saying they're all good and you'll have to fast forward through some of them, but they're all labeled pretty well. Right. And you can binge on them, right? You can binge on that, right? So I'm just tying into what they've already purchased on that. Go ahead, Oliver.
One more, your 300 Mojo bucks, how does that work mechanically? So you captured via PayPal, you told them keep your receipt.
Yeah.
So how do you concretely deal with these people? Not like a 2-hour CRM discussion, but I'm curious, how do you generally do that to keep track?
Yeah. So if they buy something, they're going to remind, hey, I bought that thingamajigger from you. And I probably won't even ask for a receipt. You know, okay, cool. So let me give you the $300 credit.
So just it's incepted in them. They have that feeling of discount, and you're not segmenting them, or you're not doing any fancy stuff. Okay.
No, I mean, my main thing is I want to set it up so it's like a no-brainer, and 2, put some money in their pocket so they want to buy the next thing from me. I did this about 2 years or a year and a half ago. I did an auction inside, and one of the things I did with the auction, I said anybody who bids over a certain price is whether, because there's only one person who won the auction. And all
didn't they pay like $7,000 for it or something crazy?
10 grand. Yeah. But what I did was everybody that bid a certain amount, I gave them Mojo bucks for it. And so I made way more giving them the Mojo bucks just for participating in the auction. Right. Because like, hey, thank you. What did I do at the end? I was like, thank you for bidding in the auction. I had a lot of fun. Right. You got 1,000 Mojo bucks. And then I made an offer to them. Right. Which
I was just thinking, do you think it'd be a good idea? I know you'll just say, we'll just fucking test it. But with the live webinar, if I say, hey, you know, turn up to live, if we ever work together, I'll give you some real dollars to spend.
Yeah, I like it. There's a couple little weird things I did when I was doing a lot of webinars that works really, really well. I used to have a program that I don't know if Adobe, you can still do it with Adobe without the big full blown thing. But one of the things you can do, and I learned this in mail order, it used to be back in floppy disk days, you could send somebody like a floppy disk, and you'd write a sales letter with self-interest and curiosity. They get so, you say, you already have the product, but when you put it in, it's going to require a passcode. Right, because part of the thing in the mail order is like, hey, if I give them money, are they actually going to send it to me? Well, you already have it. You just need the passcode. So I used to do that, and with the webinars, I'd be like, hey, you should see this niche that we found, right? I'd get them all jacked up on the niche, right? And I wouldn't tell them exactly what it was, but I would get them on the webinar. Like I already dug up the 5,000 keywords that are low competition, right? Matter of fact, Abarber used to let you send attachments. I've attached it to this, right? You'll notice it's password protected, right? If you come on the call, I'm going to give you the password and unlock those 5,000 keywords. I will delete that from the recording though.
Yeah.
So one of the things you can do is you can set up that self-interest and curiosity in your webinar, right? So anybody attends live is going to get this, right? If you don't attend live, it's going to be out of the recording.
Yes. Gotcha.
So it's usually just an easy edit job that even I can do, right?
Yeah. Or me. Yeah, I like that. Brilliant.
Of course, one of the problems, and this is the way that I combat it, I'm not saying for everybody to do it, but it worked really, really well for me, is I never ran free replays. Well, I would say at a certain point, I just realized everybody's just showing up to the replay. So I said, if you want to get on free, right, come live. Otherwise, you're going to pay $7. I've tried all different ones, but mostly if you just like any dollar amount, they would rather just show up live, but I would sell the recordings. I'm like, cool, sorry, you missed it, $7. And people would pay the $7. Like I would make I mean, I didn't make significant money off the $7, but I mean, people would pay the $7 and they actually converted better. But I was building a buyer's list too. And I stopped that habit of people just, oh, if I could just wait till the recording. Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I like that. No, but this was great. I can see it definitely how certainly I can use it a lot. The strategy that you've just shown, because I know that we've talked about this before, but there's a bunch of people that want to buy stuff. They're just not ready for the big thing, right? And if I can get them even that really small result, but pay for my ad costs as well that I've already spent, then that would be awesome as well, right? And like you say, it gets people off. I mean, are you expecting a lot of conversion? I suppose you won't know until you do it, but when you say get them off Facebook, what do you mean? Like just kind of lounging around on there and not doing anything? Is that what you meant?
No, I mean, if I ever lose that group.
Oh,
right,
gotcha. Yeah.
Right. But it's part of that cloning assets idea, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is a whole nother asset that I can use. People don't mind. I can do 2 offers at the same. Sometimes I run concurrent offers in different groups, right? They're part of one group, but they don't mind. Like, oh, this is this. So I can like come at them with different directions, right? You know, so part of it is we can just clone, right? If you have a Facebook group and you have an email list that you pulled from the Facebook group and a direct mail list, everything works better.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden, like I didn't have it opened up. I've been saying this for 3 months now, but like 3 months ago, Perry Marshall sent me a direct mail letter, and I hadn't opened up an email in a long time from him, but he sent me a direct mail letter. Now I started opening his emails again, right?
Mm.
It's a whole new monetization path, right? But it also, you know, if Facebook ever gets mad at me or I, lose that thing. So I'm always trying to convert short-term assets into long-term assets. Facebook group, Facebook, all those are short-term assets, and I want to convert them over to more long-term assets if I can.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, it opens up a lot of ideas for me, because I've got a lot of, I've kind of figured out with the webinar stuff or just anything is like, I think some of what you said is like show them a tool. So then for my people, I kind of came up with like, show them a tool, a tactic, or a template, right? And if you can do one of those 3 things, the little bite, right? Just what you gave them, like, hey, we're going to clone assets. So I have all these, assets from clients, myself, other stuff where I had my, the Lawton Childs inner circle for, a brief amount of time. It was very good, but highly selective. And so, but I had to create all this stuff for those guys. Right. And it's all, templates that have made money, and sometimes some of a significant amount, or it's like a tool, or it's like a shortcut or something like that. And like, that's all people are looking for, obviously they still want the leadership aspect of it. But as far as like front end stuff, that stuff can be recycled because I have so much of it,
Yeah.
So yeah, man, it's pretty inspiring to kind of think like, okay, what can I pull out of the drawer that still works good? It just needs a fresh coat of oil,
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. So there's 2,800 people in that group, and on good posts, I might get 1,500 distribution. It shows you your distribution on that.
Oh, the 1.3K.
Yeah, and I don't know if I would have had, if it was just been a 1.3K email list, if I would have made that many sales, right? Because they don't get to see.
Yeah, you wouldn't have. I mean, you wouldn't have, because you.
So that's why I love to combine the two. If you have you can send your email traffic to the post, right? And then you got everything working for you, right? And then you get more say, like, it's not just 1 + 1 = 2. It's like 1 + 1 = 3, right? And if you get more people going to that post, then Facebook says, oh, people are engaging with it, so they show it more, right? So
yeah, I mean, the more comments that you can get, I mean, that's what I think Justin was telling me they shut his post down at like 700 comments. You know, he did something and everybody was commenting, and then they were like, stop this now. You know, like, whatever you're doing, we don't like.
He was probably PMing them all.
Yeah, and they were like, whatever you're doing, like, we don't like it. And this was probably after like 500 people, but I mean, they that's what they want. And I mean, obviously we're not creating content just for the social engines, but all those people posting all those little, you know, things and all the little comments and things like that. I mean, yeah, people can't see that on an email list, as you know. And so I think both works. Yeah, whatever assets you have. But then I also like where you did the post and then you're like, hey, you circled them back to the main post, right? You were like, hey, more details down here. And then that pushed the traffic back to like all the little posts.
So I said, hey, if you type it like social, I didn't say social proof, but like, here's the post. And then they can go and look at all the people that already purchased.
Right.
Right. So it becomes like a sales letter, right? You get the main point. Here's a letter. Here's what people are saying about it, right? And the kind of the reviews or whatever it's going on down there, you know.
The reviews.
Yeah, that's kind of what it is. Like, hey,
I mean, it is. Yeah. It's like, this sucks or this is great, you know.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
And of course, I'm going to take this now and turn it into a product. Not maybe the one I did today, right? But this will be a product on its own, right? How to run a 30-minute no video, no brainer campaigner, right? Right.
So the social engineering hack that, you know.
Yeah. Those assets just keep on giving. That's why I want to work for the assets.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You said TBD date for the brainstorm.
Yeah.
What are you thinking in terms of, I assume while they're still kind of hot, is it a 7-day, a 14-day?
Whenever I feel like it. It's like, it'll probably be on a Tuesday or something like that. I don't know. I haven't decided yet.
And I guess you'll do a post of, hey, those of you who bought this offer, check your email. I just sent you an invite, and then that kind of brings more FOMO.
Yeah, I may do that. Yeah.
I love it.
I'll just pick a day where like, oh, I don't have much on my calendar that day. Let's do it, you know. My main thing really was just to pull those buyers list and I'll probably mail them a physical thank you letter. I call it a thank you campaign. Hey, thanks so much, right? You got a sample of what it's like in there, right? If you'd like me to help you with your offers, right? Something like that.
Would you put them into like, I guess maybe and again, like the price doesn't really matter. Would you put them into like a 5 or 10K, like 60-day try out the dojo, and then if you still like it, like continue on or something?
I could. I mean, it just depends on who it is. I mean,
yeah,
like, you know, somebody like Ed O'Keefe, Harlan Kilstein, like, you know,
probably got too much going on or whatever.
Yeah, with one love letter, right? Like, they're gonna make their money back in the whole year, like. So, you know, it's really that's kind of the way I look at it. It's like, what kind of assets do they have?
Right. Makes sense.
You know, yeah. For me, like, they have to bring a lot of assets lately because I just don't feel like working that hard. I've got this brand new offer. I'm trying to build my list.
Travis, I think it's a real good idea.
Okay, so maybe our timing's off here, right? I'm seeing you and your list a little bit bigger, you know.
I don't have any gasoline. Maybe we could use your spit to put some gas in the tank.
Yeah.
I reckon there's a lot of people there though that have wanted to work with you, but they're just, it's not that they're not sure, but they're not fully like, want to put the money down yet.
Yeah.
They want to get a taster. So I reckon,
That's
you know it. Yeah. So
Yeah.
they'll just like, fuck yeah, I'm in. Yeah, $97. They're having a laugh. Even though they probably don't even know how much your other stuff is, but they'll probably think it's really, really expensive.
Yeah, I do frame it all the time. Like I just put it out there. I usually just say 48,000, right?
Yeah. So they're thinking, oh shit.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and people that reach out that I don't want to work with, that's how I do my offer too. Ooh, can you tell me a little bit about your mentorship? Sure, let me get it at the price out. If I don't want to work with them, like get the price out of the way. It's 48 grand. Like, do you still want to continue the conversation? And every once in a while they'll be like, well, yeah. I'm like, oh shit.
Oh yeah. But unless you go, yeah, it's 48 grand up front.
Yeah. So I get rid of people like that somehow. Sometimes, so.
I'm definitely going to use that because you can tell straight away, can't you? Yeah. But I like to, I still like to be nice.
Yeah.
But that's a nice way of doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, if people are rude, like there's no reason to continue the conversation, really.
Be kind.
Yeah, like, hey, cool. Why are you this way? I got other people I can talk to, Gotta go.
That's another thing too. This just happened. I'm not gonna mention his name. He's not a bad dude. He's just a struggle bunny. And I ain't got time for that.
Yeah.
And so this was on an old program. We reached back out today, and I probably shouldn't talk too many details, but part of the reason, like, even if you don't want to work with somebody coming through a first date, like, it's better to make them a stupid, like they're never going to take it offer. That way they say no, because that cuts you off from the first date. If you don't have that, and this is exactly what happened with him. Like, I reached out like after our first date, and I'm just like, hey, I'm not sure if it's going to be a good fit for us, right? You're a very, very analytical person, and I just drive people like that crazy, but it's like 37 grand or 35 grand if you want to do the next thing, right? And he says no, which is exactly what I wanted. But now I'm done. Like, I'm going to keep supporting somebody, but you kind of want that no. So that first date, hey, remember 3 years ago we went on a date, and now I like a continuation of that date. Like, no, thank you. Right. No, I remember we kind of said, hey, this wouldn't work for us in the future, so.
Yeah, like what's changed?
Yeah.
Travis, do you have any plans to make this evergreen? I know I saw some comments that you shut it down, but like, do you have any plans to put this out there as someone can buy it whenever they want in your group, or is it a one and done thing?
Yeah, one and done. My main goal is to, if I have one that just totally rocks it, and I might, right, yeah, if one of them does really great, I might make it a cold traffic lead gen, right? Maybe change it up a little bit, right? But my main thing is like, so now, I did 139 people with this slice of pie. If I change up the angle a little bit, I get another 139 people. If I change up the angle a little bit, I'll get more. So pretty soon I got everybody in the group, right, on my email list or my direct mail list. So that's really is the primary strategy on it.
I might have missed as well when just a couple of minutes late, but what is it? Is it just like a coaching call or something that you
I'll give it to you guys. Yeah. It was just it was a fuel up like the one we just did, but with the Mojo Mastermind.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So that's all I did. I just edited out the sensitive parts and the Q&A and everything. I just did the fuel up part, just edited it. And so it was literally just like taking a chunk out of one of these calls, right? And gave it to him, which again, I have 7 years of that. Right.
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
So
brilliant.
And now this can be like, just like you've got the Rainmaker campaign or things that you want to tease that they get or give access to. You got stuff like that. You know, you've got this now. You can add a new repertoire, so to speak.
Yeah. And I think I'd rather do like these little training like that, just one time. You buy it, you got one opportunity to buy it, right? Or it's done, right? Again, because of the strategy, right, of it. You know, I've sold fullness sales machine now for years, you know, which is fine. I'm not saying, again, the right tool for the right job, right? My main thing is just, this is just a way to pull people off. What I'm actually going to do, I don't know if it's going to be this one or my next one, is I'm going to do a pay what you want, and I'm going to mail it to them. So it's going to be a pay what you want. I'm going to mail it to them. But when they get it, there's going to be different levels. Like if you pay $100, you're going to get 300 in Mojo bucks and this. If you pay $500, so I'll set up levels for them. So they can, if you're going to pay less than 10 bucks, just keep it, right? But here, so I'll just set up levels and do a pay. So I'm not going to do a free plus shipping and handling. I'll just mail it to you free. Right. I'm going to mail it to you free.
Would that be on cold traffic or to your warm group?
Well, I may run it to cold traffic too. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's like once the big thing is not to worry about your CPAs, right? I mean, worrying about CPAs is like junior league stuff. Like we want to worry about how do we monetize it in so many ways that we have an infinite ROI. It just doesn't matter what we're paying. And that may be not even doing our own offers, right? It might be splitting it out, selling somebody else's offer. You know, I'm not saying to be promote everything under the sun, but usually there's 3 to 5 core offers, right? That we usually recommend to people anyways, right? So we want to get to that, or figure out a way to recycle for referrals, right? So when I built my affiliate list, right, it was to sell them affiliate products. And then I'm like, well, a better use for them is to have them actually sell my shit, right? And then I couldn't even calculate the ROI on it anymore. I'm like, I don't even know how to calculate the ROI on it because it's infinite, right? So then I'm like, who cares I would buy solo ads. I would buy, and they're like, well, it's this much. I don't care how much it is. I mean, it's like, that's kind of the place that you want to get to, right?
Well, yeah, because technically, if those people were only in your Facebook group and they were not on your email list or your direct mail list, there is no CPA because they paid you to get on those lists.
Yeah.
That's the way it's done right there.
Yeah. It's like Cole Gordon. He was in the Mojo Mastermind for a year. He started out with me at $30,000 a month. By the time he was done, he's up to $500,000 a month. He's like at $2 million a month now. But yeah, you see his ads all the time because like he's got an infinite ROI on it. It doesn't matter how much it costs, right? And that's how you kind of explode everything, Cut My Teeth is an affiliate selling all kinds of products, all over kinds of different things, right? So what we don't want to do is we don't want to pitch product. I'm not saying you can't pitch the product, but usually the way most people's affiliate promotions go is like, oh, are you in this terrible pain? Well, you need to meet my friend Travis, right? And buy his shit. Like, I'm being a little bit facetious here, right? But if you look at most of the way people sell stuff, right, as an affiliate, it's like, oh, hey, if you have this problem, I did too. And then you should really meet my friend here. He has an amazing product, right? I always say it in my Southern way, ridiculously, so it sticks in your mind, right? But buy his product or buy her product, right? And not only is this, that doesn't work well for selling stuff that's not yours. By the way, this will work great for selling your stuff, but it doesn't leave people with the best taste in their mouth, right? It's like, oh, they're trying to sell me a product, right? Does that make sense, right? So I'm going to show you guys a different way to do it. almost nobody does it this way, but it's been the kind of like the secret to my success here. And I'm going to give you a tool to make it super simple too. But what we don't want to do is we don't want to pitch the product right away. We don't want to go from like, hey, do you have this pain? Buy my shit, or buy this shit, right? Usually that's what you see in a lot of stuff. Hey, do you have this pain? And they try to grind it in, right? They exacerbate the pain, the problem, agitate, solution kind of thing, right? And it can work, especially for low ticket kind of stuff. But I'm going to show you guys there's a missing part in there, right? So any of my old Mojo people, what do we want to do before we pitch the product? If we ever pitch the product at all, what do we want to do before we pitch the product? Anybody have any clues? And by the way, I'm going to ask you guys, I'm going to have you struggle a little bit. I'm not just going to spoon feed you. People get upset with me sometimes about that, but you won't fucking remember it if I do that. And I don't care about pleasing people. I care about serving you, right? And giving you guys tools that you guys can actually go out and use, right? So if we don't just launch into pitching a product, what do we want to do? What's something that we can do?
You want to build a relationship.
Go ahead, Carlos.
Oh, point out the like the
I can't hear you,
like
hope it's not me. Somebody else give me a sound check. Make sure it's not Carlos.
Can you hear me?
Oh crap! It is me.
Oh, you guys can hear me? Everybody can hear me?
I see that. Yeah, we hear you.
Oh, right.
We can all hear each other.
We hear you, Carlos.
Just can't.
Okay, cool.
There you go.
Awesome. Okay, go ahead, Carlos. It was me. There you go.
I was going to say something to do with the problem or the symptom or symptom of a situation, like point out there's an inkling of a situation going on.
Okay, so they've got the situation. Then what? What do we do then?
Pre-sell them on the plan.
Oh my goodness, Ann got it. Woohoo! We want to pre-sell the plan. And we're going to spend a lengthy amount of time on what the hell that means, right? But we want to frame, they're going to have a problem, but we want to put a different perspective on it. We want to frame it in a different way. And the way we're going to do that is what I call pre-selling the plan, right? I'm going to give you a lot of examples, but I got some more theory to go through, but I'm going to pop in a real simple example I always use all the time. Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, right? If you ever saw him and saw his nose, you'd say it glows, right? What was Rudolph's problem? They laughed at him. The other reindeer laughed at him and they called him names, right? What Rudolph thought his problem was his shiny red nose. He thought that was the problem. Because he thought that was the problem, it led him to do things what we're going to call the old plan or the current plan. And this, it wasn't in the song, but it was in the movie. In the movie, to deal with what he thought was the problem was his shiny red nose, he would put mud on his nose. That was his plan. That was his current plan. And there was problems with this current plan. Some of this I'm going to make up, right? But first you got to find the mud, then you got to put it on your nose. Well, how well do you think you breathe with mud on your nose? And you're going to sound funny. On the movie, he sounded funny, right? Hi, Rudolph, right? So he sounded
the claymation
funny,
one, right?
What was that?
You talking about the claymation movie?
Yeah, right. So he put mud on his nose, right? And what invariably would happen is the mud would fall off. And then what would happen? Then the reindeer would laugh out even more, right? They'd make more fun of him, right? So he went down deeper and deeper, right? His current plan kind of worked, right? But it had all kinds of issues that led to pain and symptoms, right? So if we just said, hey, Rudolph, you can visit my plastic surgeon and he'll remove that nose for you, right? Pitching the product, he's going to be like, wait a minute, like, I'm not sure about that, right? Like, hey, you need to meet my plastic surgeon friend, right? But what happens in the song and what happens in the movie is Santa comes up with a new plan for him. But before you come up with a new plan, we have to reframe the problem and the issue, right? Now, this wasn't in the song or the movie, right? But what was Santa's thinking about Rudolph's problem, the shiny red nose? What was Santa's, if you were Santa, what would the reframe be? Oh, I see, Rudolph, you think your shiny red nose is a problem. What would Santa's reframe be? Anybody want to take a stab at it? Go ahead, Carlos.
What if you could actually use your nose for
boom
guiding my sleigh?
What? And of course, in the song, it's like a minute and a half song. Rudolph just says like, oh yeah, sure, I'll guide your sleigh tonight. Sure, right? But in the song, it even says, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, right? He didn't just say, hey, Rudolph, guide my sleigh tonight. He said, Rudolph, with your nose so bright, which was the reframe, right? From pain in the ass to a reframe of, whoo, you got a very bright nose. It's a foggy Christmas Eve, right? Won't you guide my sleigh tonight, right? Guide my sleigh tonight was selling the product, right? Come in and do this action for me. But the reframe and the new plan is, hey, what if we used your nose as a benefit? Does that make sense to everybody? If it's not making sense, let me know. We're going to go through some more examples, right? But this is what we want to do when we even sell our own stuff, right? Instead of saying, buy my shit, like we want to understand what is their current, how do they view their problem and what are they doing right now to try to solve that problem and why isn't it working? What are some of the symptoms of that? And then we're going to have a simple plan, right? I always think of it like the before and after, right? So the before is on the left hand side, right? And then the mentor, Santa, Obi-Wan Kenobi, any of these people are going to come in, they give a new plan to the hero of the story. By the way, we never want to be the hero. Who's the hero? Who's going to be always be the hero in our story?
The client.
The client or the person we're writing to, right? Mm-hmm. If anything, we're going to be what? Who are we going to be?
Obi-Wan or
Santa. We're going to be the mentor saying, hey, what if we look at that like this, right? And we don't want to make Rudolph feel bad. I see this all the time. They try to shame people like, oh, do you have that problem? Well, you know why you still have it? Because you're stupid and you're lazy. And like, I see this all the time. Like I just saw this in some copy. You need to man up, right? You need to man up. I literally saw that in some copy, right? And it does not work unless you're super, super skilled with it. There's a few people that can pull it off, but you have to go all the way in on it, right? You have to go all the way in on that, right? So yes, we want to give them we don't want to pitch the product. We want to pre-sell the plan. Now, here's the cool part. If you can pre-sell the plan, they're like, oh, they get it. Sometimes you don't even have to talk about the product. And I'm not going to ask you to press the I believe button on that, right? But if you don't want to skip that step, and if you don't know what it is, don't expect you to have great conversions, right? So you understand your Rudolph. What do they think their real problem is? How are they trying to solve that? I'm not saying that they don't even have a decent plan, but it's going to have symptoms that they probably don't like, right? And our plan needs to be clear. I call this a CDDP, a clearly different and desirable plan. So not only does it have to be clearly different, but it also needs to be desirable over what they've been doing, right? If you want fast conversions and a short sales cycle, there's sometimes people need to take a plan that's actually harder than what they're doing, right? But it's going to give them that outcome, right? So I'm not going to go too deep into that, but just kind of press the I believe button on that, right? We want it to be faster, easier, or simpler or make them look better. I call these the timer issues. I'm not going to go deeply into that, but how is this faster, simpler, make them look better, right, over what they're currently doing, right? Rudolph's biggest issue was nobody would play with them. They called them names, right? At the end of the song, he goes down in history. All the reindeer are shouting his name with glee, and Rudolph goes down in history, right? See how much better that plan is than the one that he has, right? So I'm gonna let that soak in just a little bit. I'm gonna take a drink of coffee, and then I'm gonna try a little demonstration with you guys. Matthew Lee, I see you, sir. I'm going to bring you on. You guys are really, I must be learning how to multitask just a little bit because I'm starting to see things out of my corner of my eye a little bit there. So I just promoted you, Matthew Lee, if you want to come on. So this is not a trick. It's not a trick question, but I'm just using it for a demonstration. So don't think too hard about this, okay? But I want to show you something. Before I give you the theory on this, I don't know what's better, if I should give you the theory or do the demo. Hopefully you guys can see this, right? So which one of these would you rather have? Think about what you're thinking about there. Now, I'm going to ask you. Which one of these would you rather have?
If one is gold, I can't really see it between silver and gold.
Let me try it again because this is important. This is important. So let me change my background. I forgot about this old background thing, Mahajer. Choose virtual background. Of course, it's going to be slow. Let's try none. Let's try none. There we go. Okay, so let's try this again. There's no tricks on this, but think about what your mind does. Which one of these would you rather have? Are you decided? How many of you guys decide you know which one you'd rather have based off of that? Nobody, right? Now tell me on this one, which one would you rather have? Anybody make a decision which one they would rather have on that one?
The one in your left hand.
What happened? What happened there? What's the difference here?
Change in the color. There was gold there.
It's a big secret shortcut. It's a big secret shortcut for, if you guys aren't great copywriters, this will super help you, right?
You showed something that was clearly different and desirable.
That's right. Clearly different. You could, the brain can understand contrast in a heartbeat. Bam! So we want to try to demonstrate their current plan they're on and the difference. And the more we can do it, if we're going to use words, we want to do it in a way that's why I always use, you guys notice I use metaphors and analogies, right? But we want to position their current plan with the new plan. And it needs to happen just as fast as that, right? For faster conversions. If we do this, I'm not saying we can't get conversions, but we're going to have a whole lot of explaining to do. This is a Canadian, it's 1.5 ounces of silver. This one is 1 ounce of silver, right? They're both 0.9999% pure, right? But it's harder for the brain to make a decision when we're trying to look at two similar items. So the more we can contrast these differences, boom, the faster people can make decisions. Woo! And especially if it's desirable, like, ooh, that's gold. Ooh, I know that's way more valuable than the silver. Does that make sense? Because if you can remember this, it's going to be huge, huge help. I'm going to go through a couple examples and show you how I've used it in different ways, right? But go back to Rudolph. Think of the example. Think of the example there, right? Instead of having this mud and having to cake your nose with mud, right? Thinking that your nose is the problem. What if we used it to save Christmas for billions of kids, right? Whew. Guide the sleigh one night. That's guide the sleigh one night versus the rest of my life trying to put mud on my nose. You see how that's clearly different and desirable? Oh, my low self-esteem's kicking in. You guys see that? Cool. So let's talk about some other examples. Let's use another story. Star Wars. Now, somebody goes, oh, you nerd. So if you're not into Star Wars, I got other examples we're going to use. We're going to get more and more into reality, right? But Star Wars, right? Luke Skywalker was the hero. What was Luke Skywalker? It was a classic tale of good and evil, right? But think about what George Lucas did. Who was the face? Who was the face of evil? The biggest face of evil. No Star Wars people?
Darth Vader.
Darth Vader, that's right. So he was the symbol for evil there, right? And so kind of he has to come along with it. But Luke Skywalker, this little farm town kid back in the farm town, desert farm town, right? He's got to go up against Darth fucking Vader, like the leader of the fucking evil thing, right? And Luke's like, oh, I don't know how I want to do this. Like, I'm just a dude. I'm just a kid, right? Like, you want me to go up against Darth Vader? Like, holy crap. But then Obi-Wan Kenobi comes with a very, very simple plan. Now, this one's probably not so desirable at the beginning, right? But what is Obi-Wan Kenobi's simple plan? What's the whole plan through the whole series?
The Force.
Yeah, that's right, Brian. Use the Force. And of course, Luke doesn't just buy it because, again, that's what I'm trying to make to you. It's like, oh, it's clearly different, but it's not so desirable at the beginning, right? So the whole series is about him learning to trust the Force, right? Him with the blindfold, with the lightsaber, trying to hit the orb, right? And all these kind of things, right? So, but finally he starts to trust the Force, right? And the story kind of ends happy depending on which series you're watching, right? So let's take this down to affiliate marketing, pre-sale marketing, and everything. So this was something that really amazed some affiliates when I did this, but back in like 2006, I was in the weight loss market, and I was selling as an affiliate something called Hoodia. You guys ever heard of that? Hoodia Gordoni, right? It was in a liquid form at this time. And I've always used Gitto landing pages, right? Notepad files, like this one was actually done on a site called US Free Ads. It was just a classified ad site is what it was. But I wrote this little piece of pre-sale content on US free ads, and I just ran traffic to it. And I was making $300, $500 a day, just driving traffic to this little ghetto landing page, right? With the Hoodia Gordoni, right? So a lot of the affiliates had these, or even merchants that were selling it had these big fancy pages with like reams and reams and reams of great copywriting and how Hoodia Gordoni worked and all those kind of things. And I don't know what all their sales numbers were, right? But I approached it from a very personal, just regular, everyday kind of guy, right? And I absolutely crushed it, right? Back the movie, the TV show that was really big at that time was Lost. I don't know if you guys ever watched Lost, right? I like to watch TV. I know that means I'll never be successful, but I do like to use it in my copy, and it works out pretty good. I just told a little true story, right? When I'm sitting around watching Lost, I get the snack attacks. I freaking get snack attacks, man. Like, and I've tried diets before, but like, what good does being on a diet do if I'm just gonna like snack watching TV? And I'm like, no matter how much willpower I try to use, like the little snack monster gets on my shoulder, and see what I'm doing? I'm putting a face, like Darth Vader, I'm putting a face to the problem, right? We want to get outside. We don't want to blame them, right? I just didn't have enough willpower, right? How many other people try to use willpower when they're watching Lost to try not to eat that snack, right? I'm like, damn it. That snack monster always kicks my ass. Like, maybe some people can do it, right? But not me, man. It just kicks my ass, right? But then I found Hoodia, and Hoodia helped me kick the snack monster's ass, right? It made me so I didn't feel hungry, right? And then I can explain a little bit about what it was. It was a root that back a long, long time ago, hunters, when they had to leave home for like their cave for 2 or 3 days, they would put this root in their mouth. So it was an appetite suppressant, so they wouldn't get hungry, right? I'm like, I don't know all about that, but I just know that now I can get through an episode or two of Lost, and I don't have to pull out the Doritos or the chocolate donuts, right? Absolutely freaking crushed it, right? Because I'm just getting a common enemy. What's their current plan, right, for dealing with that common enemy, right? And then I'm giving them a new plan, like, you know, so whatever you do, you got to find a way to slay that snack monster, right? I'm sure there's other ways to do it, right? But this Hoodia Gordonia sure worked great for me, right? Then I did a little bit of stuff on there, right? Because this was actually a liquid, right? I said there's tablets you can buy and everything, but I need this to work now, right? Like, you know, I need to work now. So the liquid absorbs into my system faster, which means that I can slay the snack monster before the credits start to roll, right? Like on those kind of things, right? And just absolutely fucking crushed it, right? This is the same way I still try to do stuff now, right? You can write like a 6th grader. What we want to do is we want to understand, how can we contrast their current plan with a new, right, clearly different and desirable plan? So I'm going to pause a second. Is anybody having any light bulbs come on here? So I want this light bulb to come on so you can sell the shit out of my shit, right? Right? Even though the guy isn't getting 100% on it, right? It's still going to behoove me. The more you sell, the more you're going to promote it and all those kind of things, right? Does that make sense to you guys? So I'm going to give you guys some more examples. So this is a product that I sold myself, but I also helped affiliate sell it. You guys may or may not have heard of it, but it was in the relationship advice arena. It was called The Magic of Making Up. It was one of the first products on how to get back together after a breakup, mostly for people that weren't married. People that were married purchased it, right? But there's a lot of long distance relationships and everything back in that time, right? But I had a video, and it's probably the worst video that's ever been done in the history of YouTube, but it got like 1.6 million views before one of my competitors like got mad and ended up somehow getting it banned or taken off, right? But it was so bad, right? I am not good on camera. It was bumbly as fuck, but there was a clearly different and desirable plan shift for them, right? So when most, and I'm just going to kind of roll it out to you, right, just for the examples, but when most people break up, if they didn't want to break up, like if they were the one that got the Dear John letter, the first thing they try to do is disagree with the breakup, right, or apologize for whatever they did, right, which the symptoms of those are, and I don't know for sure, but I think I coined the term text message terrorism, right? So they start texting the shit out of them, drunk. I didn't admit drunk dialing, but right. So and these are all things where they're disagreeing with the breakup. So T-Dub, that was my pen name, T.W. Jackson, which is actually my birth name on my Travis Wayne Jackson. My mom got remarried. I won't go into that long story, but that's the name on my birth certificate. But T-Dub's simple plan was agree with the breakup. Whoa, right? And then I gave them a simple letter, right, that they could write and send to their ex. That was all in the free stuff, right? But as soon as they can imagine themselves doing that or did that, right, sold millions and millions and millions of dollars based off that. Not so much pitching how awesome this product was, but by saying, here's the plan that you have, right? Here's the things that you may be doing, right? The real problem is, like, you agree with the breakup and you change your tactics, then they'll give them some space where they can pursue you, right? So just trying to show you guys how simple this thing can work, right? So there's probably a bunch more examples that we could go into, but what do you guys think? And I don't know what all you guys' audiences are, but we want to think of the people that we're going to be pre-selling the plan for the 2-page Google Doc, right? What is it they're trying to do, and what is the current plan that they have? I mean, we don't want to make their plan wrong or bad. It's just a different tool. Does that make sense? Right? It's just a different tool. So I'm just going to present an idea here. I'm going to let you guys play with it. But let's say that your audience was a bunch of coaches, and one of the plans that they had was to run these $37 challenges, right? Is everybody familiar with what I mean when I say challenge, what that means, right? So if we were going to try to do this, like what's clearly different between $37 challenges, right, and a 2-page Google document, right? What's some things that we could pre-frame?
Challenges are hard work.
Yeah, like how long? That's it. So how long
Especially those
are the
5-day
challenges, right? A lot of hard work, right? What else do we got, right? What else?
Challenges take up a lot of time.
Take up a lot of time, right? Some of these challenges, I'd say 3-day challenge, 7-day challenge, right? All those are in the days, right?
Simplicity and convenience.
I love it. That's the other side of it, right? It's the simplicity and the convenience. That's the, right, 2-page Google document, right? Seems a lot simpler, right, to put up, right? But simplicity, you're right. Complexity, complex, takes a long time. Simplicity, right? And people like simplicity, right? What about not just for them, but what about for their people they're trying to sell, right? What could be the difference there, right?
Do you mean like a shorter time to market kind of thing?
That's right. Like how many people, like, so I hope you're crushing it with $37 challenges, right? Over a week, right? But do you ever get the feeling like maybe not everybody can follow along in a 7-day challenge?
Yeah.
Like how many sales would come in if you just bite-size the offer down and put it in a Google document? Right? So keep on doing your challenges, right? This might be a great follow-up after the challenge, right? The people that can, does that make sense? So I'm giving them a new bolt-on add-on tool, right? What else? Let's go a little deeper here. Just like, this is kind of what I do, right? I'm constantly thinking like, because a screwdriver has a gazillion uses, right? I mean, obviously it's to turn screws, right? But maybe your door is loose, or maybe your cupboard's loose, or maybe you want to win some points with the wife, right? So you're going to go around fixing things, right? You know, whatever the thing, like there's lots of different, or maybe you got to pry the lid off a paint can, right? There's all kinds of different uses for stuff, right?
So the format becomes the tool, becomes the new opportunity thing, becomes the new frame.
Yeah. Once you run a $37 challenge, is it, even if you run another challenge, it's still a lot of work, right? So, ooh, that worked good. But if you want to run another one, it's still 7 days. Now, I'm sure there's ways to make it easier, like have the recordings, or but it's still going to take 7 days, right? But get your 2-page Google document figured out. It's easy to rerun that campaign. Right? Does that make sense? So we just want it to be clearly different and desirable, right? And we want to pre-sell that plan. So I'm going to give you a little phrase. I really think this is the magic in between this. I'm not saying that this is the way you're going to sell it, but I think you guys want to be clear on it. So how many of you guys have heard the saying, money loves speed? Right? I don't know if the money really loves anything, right? It just kind of sits there, like it just kind of sits there, right? But I think people love speed, right? And they're the ones that whip out their wallets and put their credit cards down on there, right? So money loves speed. But here's another thing you can do with your content is a side bonus. Like you have a good known saying that helps your case, but if you can add on to that, so I'm going to give you an add-on here. If money loves speed, what does speed love? How do we make things fast? Right? If money loves
Decrease
speed.
time.
What was that, Carlos?
Decrease time, compress time, or
that's speed, right? But how do we get there? If money loves speed, what does speed love? Boom! Who said that? You win the SMART award for the minute. Awesome. So if money loves speed, speed loves simplicity.
Yeah.
Agree.
Right? So if you want to make a lot of money, make things simpler. Right? So, but it's something that this is really the overall plan, right? Basically, our tool is simplicity. So we just want to find all the different, whoever our person is, we want to find out where they have complexity, right? And offer this as a tool to make it simpler. Does that make sense to everybody, or am I using too abstract terms, right?
Oh, makes perfect sense.
Perfect sense.
2 pages, right? Seems a lot easier than a webinar, right? Or a VSL, right?
even a landing page. It seems a lot easier.
Even a
than
landing page, right? So sometimes you're going to get pushback, right? But this is why I use the terms like bite-sized offer. Like the reason, why do you think there's half an hour-long VSLs? It's because they're trying to give you a miracle cure, right? Like, does that make sense? You don't have to do that, right? I sold millions and millions of dollars of magic I'm making up, right? But what I wasn't really even selling was them getting back together. I was selling them not feeling rejected anymore and opening up conversation back again, right? And the only way they're going to do that is by agreeing with the breakup and not being so, I didn't tell them that like this, but not being so needy, not being like an addict, right? Like, but that was the big thing. And that also gave it the best chance to heal itself, right? But the reason, like, we need this big, long-ass VSL is because we're like, I'm going to show you how to lose 20 pounds in 20 days and keep it off. And then God's going to love you. Everyone's going to love you. And like all these kind of things, right? So they're trying to make this huge-ass promise, right? But if we just make a bite-sized offer, right, then we can wrap it in a 2-page Google document, right? And it can be 3 pages or 4 pages or whatever, but it does seem a lot simpler. Does that make sense? Does it give you guys, so you guys want to look at your audience and who you're selling it to? What does Rudolph think his problem is, right? And you don't have to beat up on what they think the problem is, just give them that new plan, right? What's their current plan that they have? And what are some stuff that they don't like about that plan, right? Henry Ford did this, right? He first called it a horseless carriage, right? He didn't call it a car, right? He called it a horseless carriage because there's a lot of problems with horses, right? I never owned one, but I've known people that own them, right? But like, you got to feed them all the time, and they're pooping all the time, and they get sick, and they have vets, and they don't really run very fast, right? Like, so it takes a long time and all this kind of stuff is what Henry Ford said. If I'd given people what they wanted, I would give them a faster horse, right? Or one that didn't eat so much, right? Something like that. But he gave them a very clearly different, desirable plan, which wasn't a car at the time. It was a horseless carriage, right? Without the horse, until they adopted that step, if that makes sense.
Travis, I won't throw you off if I interject here, would I?
No, you won't, sir.
Yeah. I'm changing my business model. If you see all the ads and you see everything that's popular right now, like how to make $100,000 a month or how to do this big, grandiose ideas, and just dumbing down some of my offers and just get a person to the next step. Right?
That's it.
Instead of making $100,000 in real estate, how to do your very next deal, right? And then bringing a crowd a little bit closer to the hole, as you were using your analogy with the golf stuff, and stop trying to give everybody everything at once and eliminate doing the long webinars. And the Google Doc makes sense because you're just giving them the very next thing that they need to succeed on their path to whatever their end goal is. So I'm restructuring a lot of my stuff now.
That's awesome, man. Yeah. That's been worth millions and millions of dollars to me, understanding that, and happier customers.
Yeah.
Right. They actually get the thing, and you don't have to solve all their problems. If you just show them where you're at, like Phoneless Sales Machine. I don't say I'm going to show you how to make gazillions of dollars and scale your business from 6 figures to 7 figures. I say, no, I'm just going to show you, like, if you're on the phone now, right, I'm going to show you how to make some sales without the phone call, right? As soon as I do that, they're like, whoo, right? And then then I can say, hey, a challenge a lot of people have is like, they just need more recurring income after, but they're more, so I can step them along, right? But they're happy because I delivered on that thing, right? On that. So you're exactly right.